The moon came up over the ridge and my skull tried to open itself from the inside. That is not a figure of speech. I want to be very clear about that before we go any further. When I looked at the moon, something behind my eyes pulled tight like a wet rope and every nerve I owned started screaming in a language I did not have words for yet. Heat behind the ears, salt in the mouth, the ground tilting like a boat. I went down in the yard between the water barrel and the pepper plants, and when I woke up, it was morning and my grandfather was crying over me with a wet towel in his hand. That happened 11 times before I turned 16. Everyone in Huazhuang village had a theory. The theory they liked best was that I was an idiot. To be fair to them, I had the paperwork. County hospital, blue stamp, very official, congenital cataracts, vision 0.2, and a measured IQ of 50, mild intellectual disability. My eyes had 2 rings in each pupil, which is a real condition and looks exactly as creepy as it sounds, and old women in the village crossed to the other side of the lane when they saw me coming. For 16 years, I was the boy who could not tie his own shoes properly and stared at trees. Here is the part nobody knew. I was not staring at the tree. I was reading it. 7 years, 3 months, 20 days, 9 hours, 44 minutes, 1 second. That was the age of the persimmon tree by our gate, and I knew it the way you know a wall is a wall. I knew who planted it. I knew how many insects had chewed it. I knew the number of molecules in it, and I want you to sit with that number for a second, because I could not. That is what was wrong with me. Nothing was wrong with me. I was born with a thing I later started calling information perception, and what it means is that the world does not present itself to me as objects. It presents itself as a database that never closes. Every surface, every person, every speck of dirt, all of it unfolding all at once from the second I opened my eyes as an infant. Imagine drowning in an encyclopedia before you learn what a word is. That was my childhood, and the mercy in it, the only mercy, is that information only opens up inside concepts I already own. If I do not know what age is, I cannot see age. So the more I learned, the more I could shut off, and the quieter my head got. 16 years of drowning, and then a week before all this started, I woke up from another one of those blackouts and the noise was just gone. Filed, manageable. I could think in straight lines, which is a wonderful gift to receive 4 days before somebody stole our village doctor. That morning, my grandfather was on his knees in front of the incense pot, and I was pretending to still be an idiot, which is harder than it sounds when you can see exactly how long a man has left to live. 5 years. That was his number. Elder Wang, lungs like 2 paper bags that somebody had crumpled and tried to smooth out again. He coughed between every third word, and he did it so casually that it had stopped being a cough and become punctuation. Yellow Emperor above, he said, bowing. Bless my Lianger with health, just health. He does not need to be clever. He said it every year on the same day, the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month, the Yellow Emperor's festival, which also happens to be my birthday. 16 years of asking a god for a refund on his grandson. And this year I was sitting behind him fully cured and completely unable to tell him, because the same week I got my head back, I also found out what is living on the moon, and I had done the math on who I could safely tell. The answer was nobody. The answer is still nobody. We had lunch. He put the good egg in my bowl, the way he always did, and then he asked me how Physician Chung was doing this morning, and I said she was fine, and he put his chopsticks down. I want to explain the size of what happened next. I had never lied, not once in 16 years, not because I was a saint, but because when you look like a fool, lying is a luxury item. So when I said she is fine, and he heard the flatness in it, my grandfather went absolutely still, and then his face came apart. You did not go, he said. You did not go to the clinic this morning. No. You lied. He was not angry. He was frightened, which was so much worse. Lianger, you learned to lie. Physician Chung is busy, I said. She has a lot on her mind. I should not go bother her every single day just so she can tell me my eyes are the same as yesterday. He sat there with his hand over his mouth like he was holding something in, and I sat there realizing that I had just taken the first step off a very long pier, because he was right. He was completely right. After the first lie, the second one costs nothing at all. Then the gate banged open and Hamlet Elder Shu came through it without knocking, which he never did, and said Physician Chung was gone. Gone since before dawn. Clinic door standing open, lights off, kettle cold, her bicycle still leaning against the wall where she always left it. Nobody had seen her since the night before. My grandfather stood up so fast his stool went over. That woman nursed you through I do not know how many fevers, he said to me. A person has to have a conscience. Go. Go help. So I went. 16 years old. Thick glasses I did not need anymore. Walking down the lane like the village idiot I was contractually obligated to be, and the moment I turned the corner onto the clinic road, the ground started talking to me. Zhao Hai was standing outside the clinic with his hands on his hips, looking at nothing. He was the chief's nephew, 6 years in the army, now the only real police officer within 20 minutes of us, and he was the one adult in Huazhuang who had never once talked to me in that slow, loud voice people use on animals and idiots. He called me little brother. He had taught me to skip stones. He was standing in the middle of a crime scene with absolutely no idea what he was standing in. The dirt outside the clinic was a novel and everybody was illiterate but me. Tire tracks, unpaved surface, a van, and not just a van, a Jinbei van, in at 7:05, and it had reversed once badly. 4 men out, 4 sets of prints, 4 weights, 4 gates. One of them favored his right knee. They went in through the front door with no hesitation at all, which meant they knew she would be alone, which meant they had watched the place. They came out heavier. One set of prints going out was carrying a load, and the load had one heel dragging, and the drag mark ended where the van had stood. I looked at all of it, and the names came up like subtitles. 5 people, I said. Sun Wei, Gao Lei, Xie Mingyu, Chu Bo, and Cheng Mei. Zhao Hai turned around slowly. What did you say? I did not answer, because I had already looked past him at the old locust tree across the lane, and there was a 6th set of prints there. Small ones. A kid's shoes, standing behind the trunk for a long time, weight shifting from foot to foot the way you do when your legs get tired but you cannot look away. There is another one, I said. Zhou Kai, he watched. Now. This is the exact moment I want you to remember, because this is where I stopped being a person things happened to. The chief had already been to the Zhou family that morning. He had asked, they had said their boy saw nothing, and that had been the end of it. A 12-year-old had looked a grown man in the face and lied, and it had worked, because that is how the world normally goes. So I walked over to the Zhou house with the chief and Zhao Hai behind me, and I opened my mouth and told my second lie ever. I saw Zhou Kai behind the tree, I said, at 7 o'clock. The kid was in the doorway eating a sweet potato. He nearly choked on it. What does the idiot know? He said, and his voice went up at the end and cracked. I went past at 7:30. 7:30. He gave me a time. Nobody who saw nothing gives you a time. I did not smile. I did not point that out. I looked him straight in his eyes and I said in exactly the same flat voice, 7 o'clock, 7:30, 7 o'clock. His father, who had been standing there getting redder and redder, finally figured out that his son was arguing about the precise minute of an event he claimed not to have witnessed and gave him a kick that lifted him about 4 inches off the doorstep. And Zhou Kai broke, all at once, the way kids do, snot and hiccups and everything spilling out on the ground. He had seen it. He had seen 4 men carry a woman out of the clinic with her arms behind her back. He had seen the knives. One of them had crouched down in front of him, put a blade flat against his cheek, and explained in a very calm and friendly voice what happens to boys who talk. And then Zhou Kai had gone to school and sat through 6 hours of class repeating to himself over and over, I did not see anything, I did not see anything, until he almost believed it, 12 years old. He had been carrying that around by himself since dawn, while the adults asked him polite questions and took no for an answer. Zhao Hai had his notebook out, and his hands were not steady. The chief was staring at me like I had grown a second head. I stood there and thought about how easy that had been. 1 sentence. 1 completely invented sentence, delivered with no doubt in it, and reality had folded to match. As long as there is no flaw in it, and as long as nobody can disprove it, a lie and the truth are the same thing. I was 16 years old when I learned that, and I have been using it ever since. They found the van 2 hours later, or rather they found where it had been, and by then the county police had arrived with their good jackets and their real equipment, and I had been politely moved to the far side of the yard where the idiot belonged. That was fine. I could hear everything from there anyway. That is a thing about me I have not explained yet, and I will get to it. What I heard was the police getting the second surprise of their day, and this one was better than mine. Cheng Mei's parents were gone. Not taken. Gone. Somebody had driven out to their place to break the news that their daughter had been kidnapped and found the door hanging open and the closets emptied. Neighbors said they had loaded a 3-wheeler before sunrise and headed for the interprovincial road toward Shandong. Their only child had been dragged out of her own clinic with a knife at her back, and their reaction had been to pack. I filed that. It did not make sense yet. It made sense about an hour later, and when it did, I liked it even less. Then Zhao Hai found the note. It was folded under the wiper of the police car, which had been parked in the open in front of about 40 villagers all day. Neat handwriting, textbook strokes, the kind they beat into you in primary school and you never quite lose. Cheng Mei is with us. We will exchange her for her parents. And underneath that, a signature. Ji Mingyu. I watched the team leader read it 3 times. I watched him hand it to his deputy and rub his face with both hands. Because think about what that piece of paper is actually saying. Kidnappers had grabbed a woman, and what they wanted in exchange was not money. What they wanted was for the police to go find her mother and father and bring them in. They were asking law enforcement for help with their kidnapping, and then they had signed their real name to the request, like a man putting his return address on a threatening letter. Who does that? The team leader said, to nobody. Who in the world does that? Nobody answered him, and I looked at the pepper plants, and I did not say anything at all, because I was the one who had written it. I will come back to that. First, I have to tell you what I saw on the moon, because everything else I have ever done comes out of that one night. Home, late, grandfather asleep, coughing in his sleep, 5 years on the clock. I went out to the yard and I sat down on the flat stone by the water barrel, and I did the thing I had spent my whole life being knocked unconscious by. I looked up. Why? I said to it. Why do you make me feel so much? Understand that a week earlier this would have dropped me like a stone, but my head was filed now. I could open one drawer at a time, so I opened one drawer at a time. The moon is not a moon, the moon is a weapon. Inside it, and I mean inside, in the shell of it, there are machines, there are thermonuclear devices, there are guns, and the guns fire slugs of high-purity tungsten weighing 300,000 tons each. And if you have never done the arithmetic on what a 300,000-ton tungsten rod does when it arrives at planetary speeds, the short version is that it does what a small asteroid does. You do not survive it. You do not detect it in time to argue about it. And that is the secondary armament. The moon itself is the primary. Move it, just move it, and you get tides that climb into cities, you get earthquakes, you get every volcano on the ring going off in the same season. You do not need to fire a shot, you just need to nudge. Something lives up there. A week before that night, there had been 2 of them. That night, there were 4. They have been watching us for 12,831 years, 4 months, and 19 days. Their name for themselves does not go into a human mouth. It is not a sound. It carries a meaning closest to eyes, and the nearest anyone on Earth has ever come to writing it down is Zeta. I stopped trying after a while and started calling them the Watchers because that is what they do. That is their entire job description. There is a setting on that installation called Destroyer Mode. It unlocks every weapon permission at once. It has been used once. 2 intelligent species have been erased by the thing in our sky, and it has been sitting there since before we invented farming, doing nothing, patient as a filing cabinet. And in the middle of all that machinery, there is an assessment of us, a species profile, 2 lines, racial advantage, tasty, racial disadvantage, cruel. I sat on that stone in my grandfather's yard for a long time. I had spent the whole week shaking every time the old man came near me, and he thought I was sick again, and I could not tell him it was because I had read our species report card, and the good news was that we taste good. I had tried telling somebody once. Exactly once. 2 days after I woke up, I went down to the clinic and told Physician Chung about the ages of trees and the station on the moon. She smiled at me and said that was very interesting. Then she went out to the yard where my grandfather was waiting and told him, quietly, in the voice adults use, that the child might have a mental illness. That is the whole trap, and I want you to appreciate the elegance of it. I know everything, and I can prove none of it. Every single thing I say sounds exactly like what a broken 16-year-old with 2 rings in his eyes would say. There is no experiment I can run, no document I can produce, nothing. The truth and the ravings are identical from the outside. So fine, nobody. Ever. The entire planet is under observation by something that can kill it with an adjustment, and anything I say out loud is data I have handed to them for free. From that night on, everything I knew, I kept. And by the way, Chang'e 1 went into the moon on the 1st of March that year, and everyone at home was very proud of the pictures. We could not even bring the probe back. That was our reach. That was the whole of our reach, against a gun emplacement older than agriculture. There was one more thing that would not sit still in my head, and it kept me up until the sky went gray. How does a species that thinks we are delicious also think we are cruel? That is not a rhetorical question. Something up there has watched us for 12,000 years, has decided we are livestock, and has also decided that we are the cruel ones in that relationship. I did not have the answer for another year and a half. When I finally got it, it was worse than not knowing. I went inside before dawn. My grandfather had kicked his quilt off, so I put it back over him, and I stood there in the dark listening to those lungs work. 5 years. The moon can wait. The moon has waited 12,000 years. It can wait a little longer. I needed to learn medicine, and I needed to get out of this village to do it, and I had about 4 weeks to figure out how without anybody noticing that the idiot had stopped being an idiot. But first, I had to go dig a woman out of a house by the graveyard, and I had to do it in a way that did not make one single person ask a question. Let me tell you about the note. The police were treating that piece of paper like a psychiatric event. Handwriting analysis. Is he taunting us? Is he unstable? Meanwhile, the actual author was standing in the yard being handed a cup of water by an officer who spoke to him very slowly and clearly. Here's what happened at 7:15 that morning on the county road, 8 kilometers from where everyone was looking. The van braked hard. I could read that off the surface a full day later, the way you can read a paragraph. It stopped for 1 minute and 11 seconds. 3 people went over the guardrail on the east side, and one of them was carrying a load, and the load was not walking on its own. Then the van pulled back onto the road and kept going toward the county seat, alone, with one man in it. The driver was bait. He was driving a decoy at speed down a road with cameras on it. Every officer in the province was going to follow that van like a comet, and Chung Mei was going to be 8 kilometers behind them the whole time, in a dead man's house at the edge of the village graveyard. I could not walk up to a police captain and say that. There is no version of that conversation where I walk away clean, so I wrote them a note instead. I wrote it in the character of a kidnapper because that is a voice that will be believed, and I made it say the one thing I actually needed the police to know, which is that these men still had unfinished business in Huazhuang and had not left. The exchange demand did that perfectly. You do not offer an exchange from 400 kilometers away. And then I signed it, and this is the part I am still a little proud of. I had 4 names: Sun Wei, Gao Lei, Zhou Bo, Xie Mingyu. 3 of those are common enough to sink into a database and vanish. Xie Mingyu is not. Xie Mingyu is a name that comes back with exactly 1 hit. I put the rarest name I had onto a piece of paper and handed it to the police, and it cost me nothing, and it cost him everything. There is a rule in how my sight works, and it matters here. Direct observation with my own 5 senses gives me everything. Indirect gives me less, and what I get indirectly comes through what a thing has done. Tracks, marks, objects, residues. In theory, I could brute force it, molecule by molecule, and get the whole world. In practice, that is a very fast way to end up back on the ground in the yard with a wet towel on my forehead. And a name, a true name, is not what is printed on your identity card. It is the one you were given at birth and the one your family accepted. Mine is not Wang Zhou. My grandfather named me Wang Fu. Everyone who has ever loved me has called me Liang'er. The card says Wang Zhou. That is the name I have used on and off in about 9 countries since, but it has never once been mine. 600 meters from the chief's house, there is a hill with a dead pine on it. I went and sat on the hill. I need to explain this properly, because when I say I listened, that is not what I did. My senses are interchangeable. What I see, I hear. What I hear, I smell. It does not translate between them. It just arrives, and the channel does not matter. The practical result is that nobody can whisper near me, and that at 600 meters, with a wall and a hill in the way, a room full of police officers was as good as sitting on my knee. Unit Chief Zhou was running the briefing. Xie Mingyu, 31, network security specialist for a cosmetics company out of the capital, Tuanmei.com, flown into Zhengzhou 6 days earlier. They had turned over his hotel room and found photographs. Not documents, not equipment. Photographs of Chung Mei taken from a distance over a period of weeks. And then Zhou told them who our village doctor actually was, and I sat on that hill with my arms around my knees and got very quiet. Chung Mei was an orphan. The people who took her in were tomb robbers. They started her young and they started her gentle, which is how it always goes. First, she patched up cuts because she was clever and she wanted to be a doctor, and it seemed almost like practice. Then she was doing anesthetic. Then she was moving goods across provinces, and by the time she understood what she had become, she was already 20, and the only family she had ever known were the ones handing her the bag. She wanted to be a doctor. That was all. That was the whole of her ambition, from the beginning, and every hand she had ever trusted had used that against her. Then her adoptive parents robbed their own crew. 4 million yuan and a gilt Buddha from the Tang dynasty lifted out of the Luoyang Ancient Tomb Museum collection, and the 2 of them took the lot and vanished, leaving 8 people holding an empty bag. And Chung Mei, who had spent her whole life being the useful one, finally did something for herself. She put anesthetic in the crew's dinner, waited until the room went quiet, and called the police on all of them. 3 got away: Sun Wei, Gao Lei, and Xie Mingyu, who the police had never even heard of, because Xie Mingyu had never touched a shovel in his life. He was the one who found the tombs, planned the digs, and moved the goods, and he had spent years being a name that nobody wrote down. She spent the 6 months after that hiding in the smallest village in Xinjiang County, running a clinic with 2 rooms and a kettle, giving free consultations to old men with bad lungs, and being the only person in Huazhuang who talked to the idiot boy like a boy. She had gotten to be a doctor for 6 months. That was the whole thing. That was what she got. And now I knew why her parents had run. They had not run from grief. They had run because the news reached them that the crew had come back, and their first complete thought had been that if their daughter was already taken, then the people holding her would come for them next. They packed the truck. That was the sum total of the parental response. Zhou was still talking. The abandoned bungalows out past the graveyard, where the old fortune teller had lived until he died. Nobody had been near them in 2 years. There were 4 heat signatures in there. I got up off the hill and went home, and I ate dinner with my grandfather, and I let him put the good egg in my bowl, and at 11 o'clock that night, I climbed out the window. The bungalow sat in a hollow behind the graveyard with the weeds grown up to the window ledges. 4 men inside, 1 woman, and 40 minutes of dark before the police would be in position. I got there first, on purpose. The first thing I did was walk the perimeter and take their alarms down. They had rigged the approaches properly, I will give them that. Fishing line at ankle height across the 2 paths, running back to little battery sirens tucked under the eaves. Zimingyu was a network security man, and network security men are exactly the sort of people who build a tripwire net around a house because they think in intrusion detection. The trouble is that a trap is an object, and an object talks. Every single one of them told me what it was, where it ran, what it was tied to, and how much tension was on the line. The cleverest trap in the world introduces itself politely the moment I look at it. I lifted all 4 sirens off their hooks and set them in the grass, and now the police could walk right up to the door. Then I stood in the dark and listened to the room. 10 hours. She had been in that house for 10 hours, and they had been asking her the same question the entire time, in the way that men like that ask questions. Still nothing, Mayor? Zimingyu's voice, and it was the calm that got me. It was the voice of a man who has a schedule. The police already know. Everyone knows. My patience is not unlimited. She did not know. That is the thing that made my hands go cold on the window ledge. She genuinely did not know where the money or the statue were. The 2 people who took them had abandoned her, along with everybody else, and she was being asked over and over for 10 hours about property belonging to parents who had loaded a 3-wheeler at dawn and driven to Shandong without her. I am not going to walk you through those 10 hours. It is enough that you know they happened and that she never gave them anything because she had nothing to give. Then Zimingyu said, in exactly the same reasonable tone, that they were finished here, and I heard Sunwei stand up, so I set off one of the sirens. It went up like a fire drill in the middle of a graveyard at midnight, and inside the house 4 men came off the walls. They started grabbing bags, and then, because they were the kind of people they were, Zimingyu said they would clean up on the way out, and Sunwei picked up his knife again, which meant I could not wait for the police, which meant I had to go in the front door, which meant I had approximately 4 seconds to decide who I was going to be when I walked through it. I picked idiot. I came around the corner of the bungalow counting out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4. Arms out to the sides, up over the head. Big slow windmills. The morning exercise routine they play over the loudspeakers in every schoolyard in the country. 2, 2, 3, 4. I walked straight into the light of the doorway, swinging my arms like a boy who had wandered off in his sleep and started his calisthenics in the wrong county. 4 grown men with knives stared at me, and Chung Mei, from the floor, with everything she had left, screamed, "Don't touch him, he's just a fool, he doesn't understand anything." She was still doing it. 10 hours in that room, and the first thing out of her mouth was cover for me. Gao Lei got to me first. Big man, wrestler's grip, took me by the collar and lifted, and my hand happened to be coming up in the exercise, and my finger happened to land between 2 ribs on his left side. You have a point there. Everybody does. It sits a little under and behind where you think your ribs end, and when it is struck at the right angle, the diaphragm simply stops taking orders. He let go of me and made a sound like a bicycle pump. 3, 2, 3, 4, I said, and dropped into a squat. I dropped before Sunwei's knife started moving. I want to be precise about that, because it is the whole secret. I did not dodge it. Dodging is a response, and a response is always late. I saw the intention assemble itself in his shoulder and his hip and his breath, and I was already going down when the blade came through the space my chest had been in half a second earlier. From the outside, it looked like the luckiest squat in human history. Then I came up out of the squat with the top of my head, and his nose stopped being a nose shape. 4, 2, 3, 4. Big stretch, arms wide. The heel of my hand landed 3 inches below his armpit, and his knife arm went dead from the shoulder down. Chest expansion exercise. The knife hit the floor. Leg swings. And I put my toe into the back of his calf, and the muscle locked into a cramp so total that he went straight down onto both knees in front of me. He was staring up at me with absolute horror, not at the pain, at the position. "Why are you kneeling?" I said. "Cramp," he said. "It's a cramp. It's a cramp." Gao Lei got his breath back and put me into the wall. Hard, 1 forearm across my chest and a fist into my stomach that folded me up properly. "Ow," I said. "That hurt." Then my elbow found the spot in his lower back, and half of him stopped being his, which left Zimingyu. And here I did something deliberate, and I have never regretted it. I fought him fair. He was a bookish man in glasses who had never thrown a real punch in his life, and I could have put him on the floor in under a second, and instead I stood there in the middle of that room and traded blows with him like 2 boys in a schoolyard. Wild crossing swings, elbows out, no technique at all, turtle fist. I let him land too. I made it look completely even, and it went on long enough for everyone in that room to see it go on. Then the door came off its hinges and Unit Chief Joe came through it shouting at everyone to freeze. And Chung Mei, before anyone could form a question, said, "He wandered in. He's the village boy. He's not right in the head. He just wandered in, and they were going to kill me, and he saved my life." Perfect. Better than anything I could have said. Because now here is the shape of the thing that Zi Mingyu was going to be left holding for the rest of his life. Two of the hardest men he knew had been folded up by a drooling teenager doing morning exercises, and he, personally, had fought that same teenager to a draw. He is going to think about that in a cell for a very long time. There is no arrangement of those two facts that produces a sane conclusion. They put her in the back of the car with a blanket around her and she talked the whole way down the lane, faster and faster, the way people do when the pressure comes off all at once. "Case 107, she said to Joe, "the one from 4 years ago. That was us. That was me. And the gilt Buddha from the museum, that's with my parents too. They have all of it. They had it the whole time." She was handing them everything, including the parts that put her away, and then she said the thing I have thought about more often than almost anything else anyone has said to me. I should have turned myself in back then. 2 or 3 years, and I'd have been out. I'd have been out already. She sat with that for a second. Then, before they closed the door, she reached over and messed up my hair with her hand, and she said, "Thank you. You saved my life." And I said the only true thing I had said out loud all day. "My grandfather says a person has to have a conscience." She stopped. She looked at me for a long moment with the blanket around her shoulders, and then she nodded, slowly, and her eyes were wet. "Your grandfather," she said, "is right. I never saw her again." 6 months of being a doctor in a village with 2 rooms and a kettle. That was what she got, and I did not have the medicine to give her more than that, and it would be years before I could. Inside the house, Joe was going down the line with his notebook, and he stopped at the man in the glasses. "Which one of you is Zi Mingyu?" And I watched a man's face hold absolutely still while everything behind it came off the rails. Because he had never used that name, not once, not on a job, not in 4 years. His own crew called him Glasses. It was not in a database, it was not on a lease, it did not exist outside his own head and his mother's memory, and a police captain in a farming village had just read it off a piece of paper. He held it together, though. I have to respect that. 6 weeks later, in an interview room, he took my note and made it his. He told them he had left that letter deliberately, that he had signed his own true name because he wanted out from under Sun Wei and Gao Lei, that it was a cry for help, that it should be considered a voluntary surrender. They knocked years off his sentence for it. I have thought about that a lot. I wrote a lie to save a woman, and the man it was aimed at picked it up off the floor and used it to save himself, and everybody went home satisfied. That is not immoral. That is just how information behaves once you let go of it. And the police did feel the seam. Joe felt it. He knew, somewhere under the paperwork, that a village boy walking into a hostage situation and disarming 2 men with a morning exercise routine did not fit. The alarms had been taken down by somebody. The note had come from somewhere. But the hostage was alive, the crew was in custody, the 4-year-old case was closed, and the report was beautiful. That is the lesson, and I have built entire operations on it since. When the result is good enough, people will explain the leftovers to themselves. They will do it for free, and they will do it thoroughly, and they will get annoyed with anyone who tries to stop them. They picked up her parents before the truck cleared the province. It took the 2 of them about 90 seconds of interrogation to start bargaining, and what they offered was a full accounting and a location, and they made it sound like remorse. 4 million yuan, they said, all spent. Business ventures, debts, bad luck, you know how it is, 10,000 left. And the Buddha is in the reservoir, wrapped in oilcloth, under the north bank. Half of that was true, which is the correct ratio for a good lie. They had spent 1 million. The other 3 were in a strongbox with an electronic lock, buried 2 meters down on the far bank, the other bank, the one nobody was going to walk that week. They gave up the Buddha because the Buddha was the thing the old men from the museum cared about, and giving it up bought them a shorter sentence, and 3 million yuan would still be sitting in the ground when they came out. They had done the arithmetic on their own daughter's kidnapping and come out ahead. I stood at the back of the crowd on the bank with my hands in my pockets while 2 very old experts in cotton gloves lifted a gilt Buddha out of the mud and made small sounds of joy. 3 million, I said, to nobody, and I decided to take it. I want to be honest about how that decision went, because it took about 4 seconds and there was no struggle in it at all. Option 1, tell the police. Impossible. Every route to telling them ends with a 16-year-old explaining how he knows the depth and grid reference of a strongbox on a bank nobody has walked on, and that conversation ends in a hospital with white walls. Option 2, leave it there. Leave 3 million yuan in the ground for 2 people who packed a truck while their daughter was being held at knife point so that they could dig it up in 6 years and buy a nice apartment. In your dreams. The Buddha, though. The Buddha was the interesting part, and nobody in that crowd knew it. The experts had it exactly wrong in the most understandable way. The outside is bronze. The weight is wrong for bronze. It weighs like solid gold, so 8 decades of catalog entries have said gilt bronze over a gold core, and everyone has been very pleased with themselves. There is no gold in it. Inside that statue, sealed in the leg, there is a manufactured object in the shape of a finger. Its density is higher than gold. Iron, silicon, tungsten, and one more thing. One element that is not on the table. Not an isotope, not a compound. An element, sitting there in the middle of a Tang Dynasty devotional object in a provincial museum storeroom, with an atomic weight that has no business existing. Its name is in a language that has never been spoken on this planet by anything with lungs, and the meaning of that name is closest to sinking, immersion, going under. So I called it Kang because somebody has to name things, and there was nobody else in the queue. And the manufacturer field on that object, the maker, the one who built it, reads as a man called Ramanujacharya Narayana. That is not the Watchers. The metallurgy is wrong, the design language is wrong, the whole philosophy of the thing is wrong. That is a second species, and it has been here, and it built something and left it inside a statue, and for 1300 years, we have been dusting it. I stood on that riverbank and understood that I was going to spend a large part of my life stealing that Buddha. Not that day. That day I did not even know where they would store it. But it went on the list, and it stayed on the list for a year and a half, and I did eventually take it, and it cost me a buried city to do it. Since people do not know what to call any of this, I am going to name it all myself, or rather, translate it. Somebody has to. I went back that night with a shovel. The strongbox came up out of the mud at 2 in the morning, and it had an electronic lock on it, 6 digits, and I want to explain why an electronic lock is the single stupidest object you can put in front of me. A question asked by a human being who already knows the answer has that answer written into him. It is in the object. It is in the wear on the keys. It is in the habit. There is no puzzle. There is only a slightly rude way of asking. I took 10,000 out of it. Enough to move, enough to eat, enough to buy books. The rest I reburied somewhere else entirely, and it was heavier than you would think. 3 million yuan in hundreds is about 69 pounds. I had to do it in 2 trips, and I was very glad the graveyard was on the way. And sitting in the dirt at 3 in the morning with mud to my elbows and a fortune in a hole, I set the 2 goals I have had ever since. The first one is the big one. Learn everything, overtake them. Get past whatever the Watchers have and whatever the finger builders have, and put something between my species and that gun. I was 16 and I had no idea how impossible that was, which was probably necessary. The second one is the real one, and it is smaller, and it is the only one that ever got me out of bed on a bad day. Bix, my grandfather, 5 years on the clock. And the clock is a real thing. That is the other piece I picked up that night. I can see how long a person has, and it is not a fixed number carved into anybody at birth. It moves. It moves constantly. Healthy young people run between 100 and 130. Every cigarette moves it. Every hour of sleep moves it. Every argument moves it. It updates while you watch. Fate is not written in heaven. Fate is an enormous number of causes braided together, and if you can see the braid, you can pull a thread. I did not know yet that I would spend the next year pulling threads on strangers just to see what happened. I did not know yet that one of them would work. Now, the fight in the bungalow. I need to go back to it for a moment, because on the walk home, I finally understood why I had won, and it was not because I was fast. I do not see people. I see failure points. Everybody knows about the brain, the heart, the throat. Those are the obvious ones, and they are almost useless in practice because they are the ones people defend. What I see is the other several hundred. Nerve junctions where a strike puts an arm to sleep. Places on the trunk where the diaphragm can be made to quit. Spots on the leg that produce a cramp so complete that a grown man drops to his knees and apologizes for it. Some people also have lethal points. Not many, maybe 1 in 10. One touch, correctly placed, and they have a stroke, or their heart stops, or their spine forgets its job. Si Mingyu had 2. One of them was permanent. The other one appeared and disappeared while I stood there, blinking in and out with his pulse and his posture. And if I had wanted to, I could have ended a man in the middle of a schoolyard brawl, and it would have read as a heart attack. That is the part that keeps this from ever becoming a secret manual. The points move. They shift with the angle of the spine, with the state of the gut, with how recently the person ate, with the time of day. You cannot write them in a book because they are not in the same place twice. You have to read them live, on the person in front of you, in the second you need them. And on the way home, the obvious thought landed on me, and I actually stopped walking in the middle of the road. If there are negative points, there are positive ones. There are dozens on the surface. There are hundreds inside. Places you can strike, or press, or needle, that do not shut a system down, but wake one up. Turn the metabolism up. Force a lung to expand past what its owner has ever managed. Make a heart run richer. A man with bad lungs and 5 years left is a machine with a failing component, and I had just found the maintenance panel. I had to get out of Huazhuang, and I had one very specific problem standing in the way of that, and it was not money anymore. The problem was that 4 days after the village idiot solved a kidnapping, the village idiot could not suddenly enroll in medical school. Everybody had already noticed something. The chief had noticed. Zhao Hai had definitely noticed and had decided out of pure affection not to think about it too hard. If the boy who cracked a hostage case in an afternoon then developed a sudden interest in physiology textbooks, somebody somewhere was eventually going to write that down in a file. And there is an installation on the moon that has been reading this planet for 12,000 years. Whatever I became, I had to become it in a room with the door shut. So I needed a legend. I needed a reason for a boy with an official IQ of 50 to leave for a city, alone. That would make every adult who heard it nod and feel slightly sad and change the subject. It walked into the village on the 15th of April, wearing a windbreaker and carrying a laptop bag. Xu Qing was the chief's daughter, 28, managed a clothing shop in Shanghai, came home twice a year in nice shoes. That spring, she brought a boyfriend. His name was Zhou Jian. He was polite to the old people, he carried the bags, and he translated books for a publishing house. He was also the 683rd best hacker on the planet. I got all of it in the first 30 seconds of standing near him. 70,000 Bitcoin sitting in a wallet he accessed through 3 layers of nothing. $1 million in a Morgan account under a name that was almost his. English, Japanese, functional Spanish, enough Russian to read. Electronics, mechanics, and a very particular kind of patience. The million had come from the president of a Wall Street firm. Zhou Jian had gone through that man's home machine like it was a coat pocket, come out with enough evidence of financial fraud to end him, and then made a very reasonable offer. $1 million, or the FBI gets a very organized package. The man paid inside a week because $1 million was cheaper than the alternative, and because it was less painful than being investigated. And this individual had taken a job translating novels for a publisher, badly paid and entirely legitimate because his girlfriend liked telling her parents that her boyfriend translated books. He was genuinely in love with her. That was the whole reason for the legend. It was the most human thing about him, and I liked him for it immediately, which did not stop me from using him. He had the family television in pieces on the floor within an hour of arriving because the picture had a green line in it and he could not leave it alone. I sat down on the floor next to him and started handing him parts. Not the right part when he asked. The right part before he asked. Screwdriver, then the little screw he had not noticed rolling under the cabinet, then the clip, then the board the correct way up, in the exact order a person disassembles and reassembles a television set, delivered by a boy with 2 rings in his eyes who had never seen a television that was not fully assembled. He put the last panel back on and looked at me for a long time. Then he went and got his laptop and he took it apart down to the last ribbon cable and he laid every component out on the table in a random order and he said, "Lianger, can you put it back?" I put it back. It took me 4 minutes. The screws went into the correct holes with the correct lengths and the machine booted. And I watched a very intelligent man arrive at a conclusion that was completely wrong and that I had spent 2 days engineering. "He's not stupid," he said to Xu Qing that night, in a room I was not in, 6 meters and 1 wall away. "Or he is, but he's got a thing. You hear about this. There are people like this. They can't count change and they can play a concerto after hearing it once. Some of them do numbers, some of them do dates. His is mechanical. It's spatial. He looks at how something fits and he just knows." He tested me too, and he did it properly, which I appreciated. Logic puzzles. If the red box is heavier than the blue box, and the blue box is heavier than the green box, which box would you pick up first? I did not understand the question. I did not understand it 3 separate times, with a slightly different blank expression each time, and I made him rephrase it twice, and then on the 4th try, I gave him the right answer in the flattest possible voice, like a machine that had finally found the file. That was the whole performance. Not incompetence. Incompetence with 1 door in it. You cannot fake being simple by being wrong about everything. People find that suspicious in a way they cannot articulate. You fake it by being wrong about all the things a clever person is right about, and right about one useless thing so completely that it becomes an explanation. By the end of the week, Zhou Jian was the one bringing it up at dinner. There is a kind of technical college that runs a 5-year program for students who cannot pass the exams. 2 years of foundation, 3 of trade, mechanical repair, and you come out with a diploma that means you can fix an air conditioner. In Shanghai, they take students the county schools would not let through the gate. Xu Qing said it first, gently, over the good dishes. Zhou Jian backed it up with the practical details, the fees, the dormitory, the fact that they would be 20 minutes away. And my grandfather said no. He said no immediately, and he did not soften it. They will bully him. You know they will. Shanghai is a big city. He has never even been to the county seat by himself. Who is going to make sure he eats? He was not wrong. Under the facts he was assembling, he was completely right, and everybody at that table knew it, and the conversation started dying. So I killed my grandfather's argument in 1 sentence, and I knew exactly what I was doing when I did it. Grandfather, I said, if you tell me not to go, I will not go. I will stay here with you forever and take care of you. I will never leave. Forever. I watched it land. I watched the old man take that word and turn it over and see what was underneath it, which was a room in a village with a boy in it and nobody left alive who knew his name. He was 71 with paper lungs. Forever meant 8 years of the two of us and then a lifetime of one. He put his hand over his eyes. He was the one who argued for it after that. He argued for it for an hour, hard, the way he argued about everything, and he made Shu Qing promise things, and made Zhou Jian promise things, and made the chief witness the promises, and he got up at 4 the next morning to start packing a bag that did not need packing. He cried that night. I heard him through the wall. I cried too, and I want to be very precise about why, because it was not the same reason. I knew where his weak point was. I had located it the way I locate everything, and I had put my thumb directly on it and pressed because I needed to be in a city with a medical library inside of 30 days. I'm sorry, grandfather, I said in the dark, into my own arm. I'm sorry, I have to go. There is so much I have to do. And here is the confession I have never made to anyone. It was not for humanity. Humanity had 35 years and did not know it and would not have believed me, and honestly, the earth was still turning and would keep turning for a while yet. Humanity could get in line. The old man had 5. That is the whole reason I left. Everything else, all of it, every single thing that came after, was built on top of a boy who needed to learn medicine fast because his grandfather coughed between every third word. We took the bus to Zhengzhou and the train to Shanghai on the 12th, and Zhou Jian rented me a room directly across the hall from his own. He did that so he could keep an eye on me, and he did it so cheerfully that I nearly laughed. Because the real reason he wanted me across the hall was that he wanted an alibi shaped like a helpless boy, and a reason for the strange hours, and a warm, reliable story to tell Shu Qing about why he was always home. He had his secrets. I had mine. We were both extremely satisfied with the arrangement, and neither of us ever said a word about it. Shu Qing, incidentally, called him twice a day for a month. You promised his grandfather. Now, the money. 3 million yuan is 69 pounds of paper, and it does not fit in a school bag, and a 16-year-old cannot carry it onto a train. So a week before we left, I mailed it. Freight, a wooden crate, addressed to a friend of Zhou Jian's whose address I had read off his phone, and then in Shanghai, I walked into the transfer depot with my own identity card before delivery and collected the parcel at the counter like a normal person collecting a normal parcel. Nobody looks twice at a slow boy picking up a crate. Nobody looked twice at the crate either. Then I rented a second apartment. 4 rooms, east suburbs, paid in cash for a year, in a building where the landlord did not care, and the neighbors changed every 3 months. That was where I actually lived. The room across from Zhou Jian was where I slept badly 2 nights a week so the story would hold. I bought a computer. I bought exactly the same model Zhou Jian had, down to the case, because a boy who wants to be like the nice man who fixes things buys what the nice man has, and it made an excellent explanation for questions I did not want. Then I bought optics and a multifunction printer, and I sat down and went on the internet for the first time in my life. I typed in aliens. What came back was garbage, cartoons, film posters, a man selling a book. I typed in aliens and moon. That found me the forums, and the forums found me a person, and the person changed how I thought about the internet permanently, though not in the way he intended. Here is what happens when I look at a username. I get the registration address, the identity document behind the account, current IP, and the last dozen. Every password the account has ever used, including the ones changed in a panic. Every post, every private message, including the deleted ones, especially the deleted ones, and where the person is sitting right now. The first username I looked at properly resolved into a man in an internet cafe called Stargazer in Tianjin at machine 112 with 15 yuan on his card. I sat back in my chair in an empty apartment in the east suburbs of Shanghai and thought, if I ever went into information security, every hacker in the world would be in prison inside a year. That was the high point of my evening. It went downhill fast. There is one hard limit on all of this, and I found it that same night, and it has cost me more than any other rule I live under. Through a camera, I get nothing about the person. A photograph, a video call, a security feed. I read the screen. I read the electromagnetic signal, the file, the device, the compression, the timestamp, all of it in perfect detail. The human being on the other end is a picture of a human being. No lifespan, no history, no weak points, nothing. It has to be my own eyes, my own ears, my own nose in the same air as the person. Everything I have ever done has been shaped by that limitation. It is why I have spent so much of my life standing physically next to people who would very much prefer I was somewhere else. The user I ended up arguing with called himself Blitz_King, and his messenger handle said tonight we hunt tigers, and his name was Wei Lei. He was the loudest voice on the alien board. Long posts, lots of capital letters, hundreds of replies. So I did the sensible thing, which was to walk into his account, add myself to his own contact list from the inside, and then send him a polite question about the moon. He opened with an insult, which I expected. What I did not expect was that he would keep going for 11 minutes without repeating himself once. I want to be fair to Wei Lei. The man had range. He insulted my province, my family, my grammar, my probable future, and my ancestors going back what I estimate was 4 generations, and every line was fresh. Meanwhile, I was typing with 2 fingers, hunting for keys, because I had owned a computer for 6 days. By the time I finished my second sentence, he had sent 19 messages. Finally, I got this through. Wei Lei, could you be quiet for a moment? Silence. Total silence. He had not told me his name. Then he started again, twice as loud. So I sent him his own login and password for World of Warcraft. Then, after a beat, the ones for his 3 backup accounts. The reply came back in under 4 seconds. Uncle, I am young and stupid. Please do not take it to heart. Then he told me his theories at length with tremendous confidence. The Americans never went to the moon. The shadows in the photographs fall at different angles, which means multiple light sources, which means a studio. The flag moves. There are no stars in the sky. He had it all, in order, with the practiced rhythm of a man who has performed this material many times. And I sat there knowing, in the same way I know a wall is a wall, that human beings have landed on the moon 6 times, and that there are 24,483 individual pieces of our garbage up there, descent stages, flags, 2 rovers, laser retroreflectors that we still bounce beams off to this day, boots, a camera somebody dropped. He sounded so plausible. Every word of it was wrong. That is when I understood the actual shape of the world I had walked into, and it is the reason I have spent my life traveling to places instead of reading about them, any secret, any truth at all. All I have to do is physically go to the place, look at it with my own eyes, and stand near the people involved. Everything else is Wei Lei, being confident. I did not sleep much that spring, and I did not really need to, which turned out to be its own kind of problem. Days were mechanics and mathematics out on the table where Zhou Jian could see me, because a boy with a talent for how things fit needs to be seen having a talent for how things fit. Nights were medicine. I spent 100,000 yen on books in 3 trips. Physiology, anatomy, histology, microbiology, immunology, organic chemistry, pharmacology, 4 different clinical handbooks, and then the whole other tradition on top of it, the classical texts, acupuncture atlases, herbal compendia, the arguments between them. The bookshop delivery man asked whether I was buying for a hospital. Here is how learning works for me, and it is the single most useful thing about my head. I do not memorize. I acquire a concept, and the moment the concept is real to me, the world unfolds along it, permanently and everywhere. The day I properly understood gravitation, I looked up at the wardrobe and saw the figure sitting on it. 2905.251, and then more digits, newtons, running out past the precision of any instrument on this planet, which means I am not only the best detector ever built, I am a formula checker. Give me a constant, and I can tell you whether it is right. Give me a theory, and I can hold it up against the object it describes and see whether reality agrees. Do you understand how much of science is people arguing about the 4th decimal place for 30 years? And my memory is not memory. That is the part people never get. I do not remember anything. The universe remembers on my behalf. I can pull up any minute of my life like a film, in full detail, including all the parts I never noticed while they were happening, because I was not the one storing them. Then, about 3 weeks in, I found something that was not in any of the books. Classical medicine names 409 acupuncture points. That is half. I want to say that carefully, because I understand how it sounds. 2,000 years of practice, thousands of practitioners, and the map is 50% complete. Not wrong. Incomplete. The points they found are the ones you can find by pressing on people and listening to what they say, and the ones you cannot find that way are simply not in the book. I found the others, and when I laid all of them out together, they resolved into a channel nobody had ever drawn, running where no channel is supposed to run, 42 points from the base of the skull down. I called it the Shenzong, the ancestral divine channel, which is a grand name for something I found while eating instant noodles at 2 in the morning. It does not move qi. It does not move anything mystical. It governs the signaling between the brain, the heart, the gut, and the enormous colony of bacteria living in the gut, which is a conversation that never stops and that almost nobody was listening to in 2009. Appetite, digestion, blood production, immune response, core temperature, all of it negotiated along that line, and all of it adjustable if you know where to put the needle. Because here is the thing, everybody gets backwards about strength. The difference between a top athlete and you is not the muscle. The muscle is the last 4%. The difference is the engine room. Heart volume, lung efficiency, oxygen transport, how fast the liver clears waste, how well the gut extracts fuel. Upgrading a machine is not welding thicker plate onto the outside. It is putting in a bigger power plant. So I decided to put a bigger power plant into me. In hindsight, I would like to have a word with that boy. The first self-experiment took 10 days and cost me 30 years of my life. And I would like the record to show that I did the math beforehand and still got it wrong. The needles went into the chest and shoulders first. Yunmen, Zhongfu, Tianqi, Huagai, Yutang. Those I could reach. The 4 in my back I could not reach, so I pushed them into the wall. That is not a joke. I measured the heights, marked the plaster, seated 4 needles in the wall at the exact depths and angles I needed, and then walked backwards into them. Zhan Yu, Ling Tai, Tao Dao, Xuan Shu. If a neighbor had opened that door, they would have found a teenager standing very still with his back against a wall, sweating, apparently being crucified by interior decoration. The growth hormone point was the difficult one, and it was difficult because it does not stay still. It wanders. It drifts across the abdomen in a slow, irregular loop, and it only settles for about 1.5 seconds at a time. So I spent 40 minutes chasing a moving target across my own stomach with a needle in my hand, waiting for it to pause, striking, missing, waiting again. I have hunted men across 2 continents since, and none of it was as annoying as that. 10 days later, I was 5 centimeters taller. That was the least of it. My heart was roughly twice the size a heart is supposed to be. My lungs were running at about double efficiency. I was eating 12 eggs a day, 2 pounds of carrots, and whatever fruit I could carry, and I was still hungry at midnight. And the number over my head had gone from 91 years to 61. 30 years. I traded 30 years for a heart and a set of lungs, and the worst part is that it was not the heart that cost me. The heart was fine. The liver did not grow. The kidneys did not grow. Everything downstream of my new engine stayed exactly the size it had been, and it was now being asked to service a body that burned like a furnace. I had put a truck motor in a bicycle frame and then acted surprised when the axles complained. The human body is a single system. There is no such thing as improving one organ. There is only shifting where the strain lands and then finding out. I fixed most of it eventually. It took me 8 months and I got 22 of those years back, and I still do not have the 91, and I never will. Do not modify yourself. I say that as the person best qualified on this planet to do it. The next problem was that needles do not scale. I could not walk around with 42 of them in me, and I could not carry a wall. So I went on a forum and asked politely how one stimulates acupuncture points without needles. The answer, from about 9 people at once, was that I should study martial arts. I ended up in a long conversation with a man who described himself as an inheritor of an internal school. He was patient and he was warm, and he explained that the essence of the work is drawing in the energy of the stars, which must be done at night. Are the stars not there during the day? I said. There was a pause of about 90 seconds. He recovered and started talking about his qualifications, so I helped him out. You said last year that you were a government official. I resigned, he said. I am in business now, but you are 20 years old. The account was gone inside a minute, which was fine, because while he was typing, I had already gone through his cloud storage and taken everything in it. Over 100 videos and manuals, forms, drills, breathing methods, family styles, half of it copied from the other half. So I ran the numbers on all of it, which nobody in the history of the discipline has ever been able to do. Out of everything in that archive, 15 methods do something measurable to the human body. The other 85% are choreography. Of the 15, 13 operate at an efficiency below 1%. The 2 that clear 1% are Taiji at 4.57 and Jingyi at 3.82. Practice together, because they load different systems, you can reach about 16% of the theoretical envelope. And then I checked the history, because I could, and this is the part that actually moved me. In the entire recorded lineage of Taiji, 20 people ever generated enough internal heat to feel it. In Xingyi, 34. That is the true count, across centuries, of human beings who got far enough to notice that anything was happening at all. The number who managed to project it outside the body is 2 and 1. 3 people, in all of history. 3. Everybody else spent their lives on it and got fitness and good posture and a lineage certificate and died believing, and I do not think that is funny. I think that is one of the saddest numbers I have ever calculated, because here is what the whole tradition got wrong, and it is a translation error 4,000 years old. There is no key. There has never been any key. A human being is a biological electrical device. That is the entire mechanism. The channels are not rivers of mystical energy. They are the trunk routes of the electrical network, and the points are the junctions where those routes cross. And 90% of the classical points sit exactly on a node, which is why the tradition works at all, despite being wrong about why, which also means the single most famous idea in the entire field is nonsense. Opening the channels. Breaking through the blockage. There is nothing to open. In a healthy person, the lines are already open. That is what healthy means. A genuinely blocked channel is not a training milestone, it is a stroke. What you can actually develop is carrying capacity, not clearing the wire, thickening it, raising how much the line can move without failing. The way the problem with fusion has never been the fuel, and once I understood it as current, the other end of it arrived on its own, and it was not comfortable. If I raise my own field high enough, a strike does not have to stop at the skin. It goes in. The current enters the other body and cuts across the lines running through it. A light slap and the kidneys stop filing paperwork. A finger, placed correctly, and the heart forgets the next instruction. I could see those lines now, not just in people, in the cat on the stairs, in the weeds in the courtyard, in the wiring of my own computer, which is when it went wrong, because I looked at the machine and then past it, at the building, and the entire electrical nervous system of a 20-story apartment block unfolded in front of me at once. I woke up on the floor at 9 that evening with the light still on. 2 weeks after that, I stopped studying martial arts because I had run out of martial arts. I did the obvious thing, which was to brute force it. Every technique in that archive, every stance, every transition, cross-combined against every other, evaluated against the actual electrical map of the actual human body, and iterated. It took about 20 hours. What came out the other end runs at 19.89% efficiency, which is higher than the entire recorded history of this species put together. And I was not happy with it because it was built out of parts made by people who did not know the other half of the points existed. It was the best possible arrangement of an incomplete alphabet. I would have to write my own. Something designed from the ground up for electricity, by somebody who could see the wiring. That took a while. I will come back to it, because what came out of it eventually frightened a man who had spent 30 years as a weapon. 13 days after I started, I read the last medical book in the shop and hit a ceiling. Books top out. Everything printed in a book is what somebody was willing to write down 4 years ago, and the interesting parts of medicine are the parts that are still arguments. So I went to Zhongshan Hospital, which is attached to Fudan University, and I signed up as a patient. This is where I have to tell you about the rankings, because they became the most addictive thing in my life. I can see where a person stands in the world at any skill. Not a score, a position. Ranked against every living human being. Updated live. Dr. Zhou Wei, respiratory medicine, was 170,000th in the world in his field. Over the hour I sat in front of him, he dropped 800 places. He was not getting worse. Everyone else was getting better. That is what the ranking actually shows you, and once you have seen it, you cannot unsee it. Standing still is falling. There is no still. I was 500,000th after 13 days of reading, which for a boy who had held his first medical textbook 2 weeks earlier was frankly outrageous. So I sat down in his consulting room and asked questions, and every answer opened a door. That is the mechanism. He did not have to remember any of it. Once he had touched a case, it was in him, and once it was in him, I could take it. Case reports he had written and forgotten, the internal Fudan clinical archive he had read access to, the 3 papers he had reviewed last month for a colleague, 20 years of a good doctor's practice sitting there, most of it inaccessible even to him. He listened to my chest with a stethoscope, frowned, and listened again. Are you an athlete? No. Your heart's enormous. Lung capacity's off the top of the chart. Resting rates low. You're in better condition than anyone I've seen this month. He took the stethoscope out of his ears and looked at me over his glasses with genuine bewilderment. So what exactly is wrong with you? I told him I got tired sometimes. He told me to eat more vegetables. By the time I walked out, he had dropped to 180,000th and I was up to 45,000th. I did not take anything from that man. That is the strange, slippery thing about it that took me years to make peace with. Knowledge is the one thing that survives being stolen. He walked out of that room with everything he had walked in with. He just was not the only one who had it anymore. By the way, use it or lose it applies to everyone, including the people you admire. Zhou Jian had been the 683rd best hacker alive. He spent a few weeks in a village with no fiber connection, and then a few more reading economics for his girlfriend's sake, and he fell out of the top 2,000. Nobody is holding their position. Everyone is being carried backwards at all times. Some people are just running. The future opened while I was watching people rise and fall. That is the honest account of it. I had been studying the rank movements of strangers for weeks, trying to work out what actually drives them, and at some point I stopped looking at where a person was and started looking at where they were going, and the wall came down. The first time I used it on purpose, I was standing at a crosswalk in the rain. There was a man in a small car leaning on his horn with both hands. Middle management, cheap shirt, appraisal meeting at 2, and the traffic was not moving and was not going to move. He was going to be 25 minutes late. His director was going to take him apart for it in front of the whole department, and he was going to stand there and take it and go back to his desk and sit down. And then this is what I saw. Out of pure humiliation, that man was going to work like something possessed for 11 months and climb from 10 millionth in the world in his profession to 100,000th. And then he was going to feel good about himself and stop. So as I walked past his window, I said, clearly, loser. He went a color I have not seen on a human face before or since. He hit the steering wheel with the heel of his hand 4 times. His eyes went bright and wet, and he did not look at me, and the line moved. 3 more years of climbing. Peak position, 30,000th in the world. I changed a stranger's life with 1 word through a car window in the rain, and I never learned his name. That is the point where I should have stopped and gone home. Obviously, I did not. I went looking for the big one. I cannot see my own future. Never could. It changes about 70 times a second because the act of my looking at it is itself an input, and the input changes the output, and it oscillates so fast that all I get is noise. Step left, step right, look back, jump. That is all my own future has ever looked like. But the world is not me. The world is enormous and slow. So I sat down and looked forward. 1 year. Fine. 5. Fine. 10. Fine. More or less. Some things I did not like. Then 2045. There is a second sun, a blue sphere, hanging in the sky beside the real one, and it is not a reflection, and it is not a trick of my perception. It is simply there, and it is putting out radiation that the atmosphere does not stop. Everything alive burns. People, animals, plants, insects, bacteria in the topsoil. 99% of the species on this planet stop existing inside a very short window. The last holdouts are in deep water, and they are only holding out because water is thick, and the buildings are fine. That is the detail that stayed with me. Every building standing, every road intact, glass in the windows, cars in the streets, and nothing moving anywhere. I came around on the pavement with a crowd of people around me and somebody's hand on my shoulder. I got up, walked 2 streets, sat down on a bench, and did the thing everybody does when they get an answer they hate, which is to look for a way out. What if we were unified? What if the whole species stopped arguing and pulled together? That is the answer at the bottom of every science fiction film ever made. So I fed it in as a condition and looked again. The apocalypse moved. It came forward 33 years to 2012. Different mechanism entirely. The atmosphere thins. Enormous triangular patches appear on the face of the sun, visible with the naked eye, which is not a thing that is supposed to be possible. Satellites come down over a period of weeks. People running through streets under a sun that is actively burning them. The only survivors are the ones who got underground and stayed there. 50% of species gone. I was out for 10 minutes that time. A woman was holding my head off the pavement and shouting for someone to call an ambulance. I tried it a 3rd time. I took the unification out. I put humanity back exactly as it is, suspicious and fractured and lying to each other in 11 languages. 2045 came back. Read that again because it took me 3 days to accept it. Unifying the human race accelerates our destruction by 33 years, which means the correct strategy, the actual load-bearing, optimal strategy for the survival of my species, is that the nations of this planet must continue to distrust each other, must continue to keep secrets, and must absolutely never collectively accept that there is anything on the moon. I am aware of how that sounds. I have had 15 years to get used to it, and it still tastes like metal, and the guns are not for us. That is the other thing I understood on that bench. 300,000-ton tungsten slugs are not for sterilizing a planet. That would be absurd. That is like buying a crane to open a jar. If you want a world cleaned off cheaply, you use the equipment that is already installed. You use the star, you use the tides, you use the water, and every last bit of it looks completely natural. It looks like weather. It looks like bad luck. There is nobody to blame and nothing to shoot at, and no one will ever know it was done on purpose. And that is not a side effect. That is the entire design. 35 years. I was 16. I had a fake enrollment at a trade school. 3 million yuan in a hole. A heart 2 sizes too big and 30 fewer years than I had been born with. And I did not once, not for a single minute, consider running. People ask me about that. Later, much later, when there were people who knew enough to ask, why not build one ship and take the people you love and go? Because from the very beginning, from that bench, there was only ever one thing in my head, and it was not survival, and it was not curiosity. I wanted to protect my home. That is all. That is the whole engine. Everything since has just been engineering. Somebody was slapping my face, not hard, politely. He had propped my head on his bag and was on the phone with the emergency line, and he was maybe 19, and he looked so worried about a total stranger that it was almost funny. Don't, I said. I'm fine. Cancel it. You collapsed on the street. Yes. I sat up and looked at him properly for the first time, which was a mistake because it meant I saw it. You should go and get an examination. What? Who's sick? I'm not the one who was lying on the pavement. There was a tumor in his stomach, small, early, still politely local. 2 months and it would be operable with a good outcome. 4 and it would not be. He laughed at me, then he looked at my eyes, at the 2 rings, and he leaned back about 6 inches. Whoa. Do you, he said, do you see ghosts? That was Lin Zhou, Fudan's student. Absolutely certain that the world had a secret layer and that he was going to find it. Kind in a way that was not sensible, stubborn to the point of self-harm, and, at that exact moment in his life, in the process of being taken apart by a fortune teller. I read him in about 4 seconds, and I want to describe what I found, because it is the reason I trusted him with everything I own. Lin Zhou's flaw is this. If he suspects you are lying to him, he will not ask. He will never ask first. He will sit there thinking, what if I accuse him, and I am wrong? What if I hurt an honest man over nothing? Let him finish. Let him finish the lie, and then I will know for certain, and then I will say something. Do you understand what that does to a person in this world? It makes him free food. Every predator he ever meets gets a full run at him. People like that are also extremely rare. Rare enough that when you find one, you should probably take care of him. So I followed him to lunch. The fortune teller was eating pigeon soup in a private room at the back of a restaurant, wearing a Zhongshan suit buttoned to the throat, and he was the finest craftsman I met that entire year. Lin Zhou arrived carrying 2 golden carp in a bag of water, 8,000 wen of fish, live breathing, for a man who would not accept money. That was the whole trick, and it is beautiful. The old man never took cash, not once, not ever. He took materials, rare ingredients, ritual objects, things the disciple needed to purchase for the disciple's own advancement, and he was very firm that these were not gifts, that the disciple was buying them for himself, and the master merely happened to be the one who knew where to buy them. Cause and effect must not be left in debt, he said, and he said it with such weight that Lin Zhou nodded like a man receiving scripture. He even paid for lunch, every time. He had spent 11,000 wen on lunches over 4 months in order to extract 200,000, and the arithmetic on that is better than most businesses. Then the door came off the frame and Zhou Min came in with 5 men behind him. You old worm, Zhou Min said, my 100,000, now. And the old man began to laugh. He laughed like a man in an opera. He got to his feet, he threw his head back, and he laughed until everyone in the room was staring at him. What is so funny? I laugh, he said, because you have failed to recognize a true man. And he turned to Lin Zhou with his eyes blazing and his sleeves flying, and he said, Disciple, I will now transmit to you the breath of true Qi. Then he slapped Lin Zhou in the middle of the back with an open palm, hard enough to drive him forward into all 6 of them, and went out through the window. 2nd floor. He did not even hesitate at the ledge. Lin Zhou took a backhand across the face and a boot in the stomach and went down among the overturned chairs with a bag of dying carp beside him. There was no key. There was never any quarter. There was a man who needed 2 meters of clearance and a body to fill it. And then the part that made me decide. They wanted their 100,000 and Lin Zhou did not have it. And rather than let the university find out that he had been mixed up in any of this, he sat down at that table with a bleeding mouth and wrote them a promissory note for 100,000 yuan. His own name, his own handwriting. He would rather owe 100,000 to men like that than have his department head look at him strangely. So I called him. I had his number off his student card, which was in his jacket, which was on the floor. Do not ask who this is, I said. In 20 seconds, the power in this building is going out. When it does, run. Do not think about your wallet. You will get it back. 10 seconds after I hang up. I hung up. The lights went out. I have never in my life needed to work harder to arrange something less complicated, and I will simply say that the fuse boxes in older Shanghai restaurants are in the corridor. Lin Zhou ran. I stood at a 2nd floor window and shouted down into the dark. He went right. He went to the right. 6 men went right. I went left, with a student card in my pocket. We met again the next afternoon, and he wanted to write my name in his notebook, because Lin Zhou writes things in notebooks. How should I put you down? Not Wang Zhou, I said. And do not write anything about eyes. He waited. Put Zhang Tao. My mother's family name was Hua. My grandfather named me Shu. Put them together, and you get a person who has never existed and who has since been a graduate student, a returning doctor from Canada, a customs officer named Mike, a Freemason of the 32nd degree, and at least 4 other people. I have used that name for 6 years, and it has never once been traced, because it is the only name I have that is entirely true. I want to explain how I walk, because Lin Zhou asked me about it that same week, and the answer is more interesting than it sounds. The abdomen lifts in rhythm with the stride. The force goes through specific points at specific moments. It looks like nothing. It looks like a young man walking slightly oddly, and people who notice it assume a back problem. 1 hour of walking that way adds 5 hours to my life. That is what the 409 points are actually for, once you have all 800 and stop thinking about mystical rivers. The human ceiling is 120 for men and 130 for women, with a rare mutation, letting a few reach 135, and almost nobody gets within 20 years of it, because almost nobody's engine is tuned. I built 3 forms. I called them the inner cannon, which was arrogant, and I have not thought of a better name in 6 years. The first is longevity. The second flushes waste and coordinates the systems that have to agree with each other. The third develops electrical sensitivity, which is the one that eventually let me do things that frighten professionals. Efficiency, 100%. Taiji is 4.57. The cost is 8,000 hours. And the actual joke of my life at that point, is that I could not do it. I designed the thing and I could not perform it. My stance came out with an accuracy of 13%, and the truly maddening part is that I could see exactly where the error was in real time down to the millimeter, and my body would not go there. I got to watch myself be wrong in perfect resolution for months. Then I went hunting for the old man, and I want to be honest that this was not entirely about justice. I found him coming out of a noodle shop. "You were a policeman," I said. He stopped walking. "Things went badly for you abroad. You are hiding your identity, you need money desperately, and you do not dare cheat anyone with real connections, which tells me the person looking for you is very serious indeed." I fell into step beside him. "Fine. Fleece some gangsters, I do not care about that. But students? Your son is not much older than he is." He came apart at that. "How do you know I have a son?" "I learned it from you," I said. "It is called cold reading." Then he ran. He was 50-something, and he ran like a man who had been chased professionally, which he had. Down the alley, over a bicycle rack, through the back of a wet market, and at one point he spun around and spat directly in my face, and I wanted on the record that I was not able to avoid that. 16 years of information perception and a middle-aged fraud got me clean. He also, mid-flight, shouted, "Lao Ma, get him with me!" at a shopkeeper who had never met either of us, and the poor man stood there holding a ladle in total confusion while I lost half a second, and the old man got over a wall. Then he vanished, completely. Empty courtyard, 3 exits, and nothing on any of them. I walked to the middle of the yard and said, "Come out, it cannot be comfortable in there." The lid of the rubbish bin came up about 2 centimeters. "How?" said the bin. "You could not climb in silently from the ground, so you stood on something first. The only thing here to stand on is that broken sofa. There is a fragment of clamshell caught in the velvet of the seat, and the only place within 400 meters that serves clams is the noodle shop we both left 20 minutes ago." I crouched down. "Also, you have a wear pattern on your soles like a dropped stitch, and I have been reading it off the pavement since you started running." The lid went all the way up. He looked at me the way people look at a road accident. "I surrender," he said. "I surrender, I surrender, I surrender." Then he tried to give me a watch, and I had to tell him that the watch was not worth what he thought it was worth, and that he should stop insulting both of us. I had one more question, and I got the answer to it in the worst possible way. "How long since you visited your son's grave?" The color left his face like water out of a sink. He came out of that bin like something launched, and Lin Zhou was standing between him and the alley mouth, and the old man put an elbow into his throat on the way past without breaking stride. Lin Zhou went down and could not get air in. I put a needle into a point under his collarbone that expands the airway faster than any drug on the market, and he took a breath that sounded like a door opening, and by then the old man was 6 blocks away. So I went to his building and sat down on the step outside his door and waited for him to come home, which took 4 hours. When he saw me, he did not run. He stood in the stairwell with his keys in his hand, and he looked absolutely exhausted. "You have already reached into China," he said. "Why not just kill me?" I looked up at the sky over the courtyard. "There are things," I said, "that I do not like to discuss under the moon." His pupils shrank to points. He looked up. He looked at the moon for a long moment, and then he looked back down at a 16-year-old boy sitting on his step, and something in his face rearranged itself completely. "All right," he said. "We will talk inside." Except we did not go inside, because when we got to his door, I could see that the lock had been opened by somebody who was not him, about 90 minutes earlier, and that there were 2 people in the flat. So I went in loudly. I banged the door, I dropped my bag, I complained about the stairs, and I went straight to the television and turned it on at volume. A woman was shouting about jewelry. 100% genuine South African diamonds, 100% Swiss movement, guess the price, only 666. I changed the channel, then I changed it again. Then I put the remote down on the arm of the sofa with the set still blaring, and the 3 of us went up onto our toes and moved around the corner into the kitchen passage. 20 seconds later, two men came out of the bedroom with knives held low against their thighs and crept toward the back of a sofa with nobody in it. I took the first one across the back of the neck. There is a point there with the highest probability of a clean shutdown of any spot on the body, and he went down like laundry. The second one turned and cut at me, and I was already below it, and I put one finger into his chest. There is exactly one place on the human trunk with no muscle over it, a hollow between two rib rows, and the skin over it is elastic enough that a finger goes in about 1.5 inches, and I want to be clear that this is not a strike, it is an occupation. Both lungs empty at once and cannot refill because there is something in the way. He made a noise like a man impersonating a zombie and could not stop making it. Then I took his arms and legs apart at the joints, one at a time, the way you would strip a remote control for its batteries. It made a series of small popping sounds, and it took about 4 seconds. Lin Zhou from the kitchen doorway, in a voice several registers too high, said, "That is the void-piercing finger." I had not called it anything. He named it. He named it standing in a stranger's kitchen with his eyes the size of eggs, and I have been unable to get rid of that name ever since. The technique uses about 90% of the available strength in the arm. That is the whole of the trick. An ordinary person punching a wall uses maybe 20% of what their arm can physically do. Everything else is spent on hesitation, bad alignment, and the ancient instinct not to break your own hand. A trained boxer gets to 40. A genuine master of a real system gets 70 to 80, and it takes them 30 years. Lin Zhou said something afterwards that stuck with me, and he said it the way he says everything, which is without realizing he has said anything. Normal fights are turn-based, he said. Like a game. Someone swings, then the other one thinks, then he swings. You never gave them a turn. Then the old man sat down on the floor of his own flat next to two unconscious men and told me who he was, which meant I first had to tell him who I was, and I lied, and I would like to explain why it was a good lie. I told him I had been a friend of his son. His son was dead. Dead men do not file corrections. Every detail I produced would be checked against the memory of a grieving father, and grief is the least reliable evidence in the world and the most fiercely defended. He talked about you constantly, I said. Filthy sense of humor. He told me about the time you taught him to write his name in the mud. That boy talks nonsense, the old man said, and his voice cracked straight down the middle. I never taught him that. And that was it. That was the whole gate, opened by a correction he wanted to make. His name was Elder Zhang. 20 years a policeman in the United States, and he was a member of an organization called Messiah, which at that point in its history consisted of somewhere under 50 people worldwide. Here is the world according to Messiah, delivered to me on a kitchen floor at 1 a.m. by a man who had just been robbed in his own home. There are aliens on the moon. Their agents on Earth are called the Illuminati, and their emblem is the all-seeing eye. Banks, think tanks, corporations, charitable foundations, presence in more than 100 countries. And what the Illuminati trade to the aliens in exchange for technology is people. I sat there and did not say anything because I already knew the correction and there was no version of it he could survive hearing. They are not being sold as labor. There is a species profile on the moon with 2 lines on it, and the first line is tasty. Messiah was founded in 1948 by 2 military men who had been at Roswell, plus naval intelligence, plus a few dozen enthusiasts. And their high watermark, the one thing they did that actually worked, was John Fitzgerald Kennedy. They spent 10 years putting him there. That is the part nobody tells you. A decade of quiet, patient, well-funded work, and then a man in the White House who believed them. Look at what he does with it. 3 months after the inauguration, a space program, not a research budget, a national obsession with getting off this planet. The following year, a plan to put men on the moon, which is either the most inspiring speech of the century or a reconnaissance mission depending on what you know. He removes the director of the CIA. He puts his own brother in as Attorney General and points him at Hoover. And the response was Cuba. That is what Elder Zhang believed, and I have never found anything to contradict it. The missile crisis was the answer, from people who genuinely are not afraid of a nuclear exchange because they have somewhere to be. Kennedy spent 13 days talking to Moscow every 20 minutes and put the fire out with his hands. Then Dallas. And then, and this is the part that impressed me, they showed the muscle. The next election went 44 states to 6. A record. An absolute annihilation, and it did not need to be that big, and that is the point. 6. 6 is their number. It is in the 13th chapter of Revelation, verse 18, and the number written there is 666, and when they contract mercenaries, the code name they use is that number, and it means the fallen angel. I asked him about the jewelry advertisement on the television, and he did not get the joke. Jacqueline Kennedy married a Greek shipping magnate who was one of them, and she handed over the full membership list of Messiah. Since then, 3 reorganizations. This is the third, and it is the weakest. Mostly enthusiasts now, mostly people with day jobs. Last year they went into a Lockheed facility in New Mexico. Half of them did not come back. One of the ones who did not come back was his son. What they took out of that facility, he told me, was the golden pill. He said it like a man saying a holy word, and then he took it out of a padded case and put it on the table, and I stopped breathing for a second. It was a room temperature superconductor. It was sitting on a chipped kitchen table in a rented flat in Shanghai next to two unconscious burglars. The old man produced a length of copper rod and set the pellet above it, and it hung there, 10 centimeters up, absolutely motionless. Then he turned the rod over, and the pellet hung underneath it without falling. Meissner effect on top, flux pinning below. And it was warm. That is why Lin Zhou had believed the fortune teller in the first place. He had been shown a golden pill that floats and that is warm to the touch, and he was 20 and hungry for the world to be strange. And honestly, in his position, so would you. I asked Elder Zhang the obvious question, which is why nobody believes any of this when it is quite so provable. And the answer he gave me is the single most professional thing I have ever heard about how power actually behaves. The Illuminati spread the conspiracy theories about themselves, not deny, spread. They fund the books, they seed the forums. The more mutually contradictory versions of them exist, the more insane the true one sounds, because it is now version 411 in a very crowded market, and it costs them nothing, because ordinary people do not care. Ordinary people have work in the morning. Meanwhile, the small number of people who matter, the ones with something to lose, are terrified of the name and fold after a single phone call. When it is useful, every conspiracy theory is true. When it is not, oh come now, those are just rumors. Surely you did not believe them. Meanwhile, Messiah has to prove to every single person it meets that Messiah exists at all. Elder Zhang finished and looked at me and asked the question he had been building toward for an hour. So, will you join us? No, I said, because you think we are lunatics. Because I do not believe there is such a thing as an undefeatable opponent, I said. I did not refuse because I think you are wrong. I refused because I already know you are going to fail. He did not throw me out. I have thought about that a lot since. A man who had lost his son to this thing sat there and let a teenager tell him his life's work was going to fail, and he poured more tea. 2 years later, he was the third person aboard a stolen French warship. Some people just have the constitution for it. The next morning, I hired Lin Zhou, and the interview took 1 sentence. People who work for me do not need to be clever. He thought about that for a second and decided it was a compliment. It was not an insult either. It was a job description, and it was accurate. And 6 years later, that man has stood between me and gunfire on 2 continents. I did have to deal with his tumor, and I could not do it as Zhang Tao the Mysterious Youth, because Zhang Tao the Mysterious Youth had no medical license and no equipment yet. So I diagnosed it in front of a witness in the crudest way available. I put a finger into his side. Does it hurt in there? Ow, 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 ow. Confirmed, I said. There is a growth. Elder Zhang was enormously impressed by the elegance of the method. I would like to note for the historical record that the point and the angle were completely irrelevant. If you jab a finger hard into anybody's abdomen, they will say, ow. I had read the tumor off him 30 seconds after we met, in the street, in the rain. The finger was theater for an audience of 1 and it worked perfectly. He had 2 months. I took it out in 3 weeks with a lot less drama than that sentence suggests, and he still tells people the finger did it. Then 2 of Zhou Min's men found us because Lin Zhou had signed a piece of paper with his real name on it, and men like that do not misplace paper. They walked us to the car, big bored professional about it, 1 on each side. I put a needle into each of their navels and turned it slowly for 3 minutes while we walked, which they permitted because they thought I was fidgeting. Then I told them what I had done. Nothing serious, I said. It is an acupuncture procedure. You could call it a sterilization. Both of them went white in about the same half second because whatever they were feeling it immediately, and it was extremely cold. That will not be treatable at a hospital, I added. Only by me. What I did not tell them was that they had roughly 72 hours before it stopped being reversible because the blood supply was simply not going where it needed to go. I like to keep a little in reserve. By the time we reached the car, both of them were close to tears, and one of them was holding my sleeve. Brother, big brother, have mercy. You can be the boss of this whole district. We will tell everyone. Just fix it. It is not me, I said, and pointed at Lin Zhou. It is him. Lin Zhou opened his mouth, and I stepped on his foot, and he closed it again. That, right there, is where I stopped being a person in this story and became the thing behind the person in this story, and it has stayed that way ever since. There has been a monster in my organization for 6 years. Everyone knows his name. It is not mine. The scrapyard belonged to a man named Zhou Director Gao, and there were 12 people inside playing mahjong with a football match on the television. I counted them from the doorway. Names, weights, injuries, tempers, and which 3 of them would actually fight rather than back away. Somebody behind us locked the door and grinned at me, the way you grin at a man who has walked into a room he will not walk out of. I smiled back at him, not a nervous smile, a warm one, like meeting an old classmate. He stopped grinning and looked away. That works on almost everyone and it costs nothing. Joe Director Gao flicked his cigarette at my face. I had already stepped sideways, so it went past. I came in with a fake at his eyes, and when his hands came up, I let the actual strike drop like a ball with spin on it into the muscle above the hip. Half of him went numb standing up. He tried to kick me, low and dirty, so I hopped up onto the leg he was standing on, which nobody expects, and hit him across the face with my right foot on the way down. 2 teeth. He found one of them later and kept it in a drawer, and I have never asked why. Then I took the pistol out of his waistband and threw it away. I threw it over my shoulder into the middle of the room like a sweet wrapper and took the knife off the table instead, and I heard Elder Zhang make a sound behind me that I can only describe as a strangled scream. Do not throw it. Every instinct a professional has says do not throw the gun. The gun was a toy, a very expensive, very heavy, extremely convincing steel replica, and exactly 3 people in that room knew it, and I made that 4. And I did not throw it at random. I threw it so that it landed within reach of the one man in that scrapyard who would actually pick up a gun and shoot his own boss with it. He did. 3 times, twice at Joe Director Gao, once at me. Plastic pellets. They stung. Not bad, I said to him while the entire room stared. You want to be the boss? Then I put the knife into Joe Director Gao between the neck and the collarbone at an angle I had calculated on the way across the room, missing everything that matters by a margin you could measure with a ruler. He was in no danger whatsoever. He did not know that. Brother, he whispered, absolutely rigid. Brother, be calm. Please do not let your hand shake. Then I walked into the 12 of them. I went through in a zigzag, and I did not stop, because stopping is what turns a walk into a fight. Elbow, finger, heel, forearm, moving the whole time, using the ones I had already touched as furniture, and I came out the other side at the wall and put my hand on the light switch. Then I turned the lights off. 17 seconds. When the lights came back on, 12 men were on the floor of that scrapyard with half of each of them cramping and the other half not answering, and not one of them had touched me. Because in the dark, I do not lose anything at all. My hearing is my sight. My smell is my sight. Darkness is a disadvantage I have never experienced, and I have used it on 4 continents. Then I did the thing that actually mattered, which was to take Joe Director Gao's belt. He had a blade sewn into the back of it, flat against the leather, which is what a professional carries in case somebody ties his hands. And in the front, in a slit under the buckle, a memory card. He came off the floor at me when he saw where my hand went. Not for the belt. For me. That was pure panic, and it was the first honest thing he had done all evening. Enough! I put him back down. I am not going to release it. Do you think your people could have taken me if I had less skill than this? Idiot. I am telling you all of this in order to save your life. He stopped moving. I have read your messages to your mother, I said. Every one of them. You are a filial son. I respect filial piety more than almost anything, and I would never threaten a man through his family. He was looking at me now. But other people would. Joe Director Gao sat on the floor of his own scrapyard among his own unconscious employees and made a decision that has held for 6 years. From this moment, he said, I listen to you. He told his crew afterwards that the memory card was evidence of a killing. That was the story that made sense to them, so that was the story. Elder Zhang did not buy it for a second. He waited until we were in the car. What is on that card? What could possibly be worse than a murder charge? I did not tell him. I am not going to tell you either, because it is Joe Director Gao's, and the answer is that there are worse things than a murder charge, and every one of them involves somebody you love. The one who shot at his own boss got taken away by Joe Director Gao personally the next day. He came back alone and said, I have connections, I have a friend at a hospital, he will find him a bed. I did not ask which kind of hospital, and Joe Director Gao did not offer. Then I gave Lin Zhou 2.4 million yuan, which was very nearly everything I had, and directed him in a play. Give Joe Director Gao 500,000, I said. He will distribute all of it to his people and keep nothing for himself. Then, after he has done that, hesitate visibly. Then take another 100,000 out of your own jacket and make him take it. Do not explain. If he asks why, do not answer. Why is he not keeping any? Because he is a boss, and because you are testing him, and because he knows both of those things. Then Lin Zhou had to learn to be cold, and this was the difficult part, because Lin Zhou has one of those faces that tells you what he had for breakfast. Have you ever watched your mother clean crabs? I asked him, with the wire brush, scrubbing them, tying them, putting them in the pot alive. Sure, my mother makes amazing crab. What were you thinking about while you watched? He frowned for a while. I was thinking, he said slowly, about how I was going to tell her I failed my chemistry exam. That, I said, was the coldest expression that has ever been on your face, and you did not know you were making it. Jaw not clenched and not slack, eyes going through the rearview mirror rather than at it, focus landing nowhere in particular. That is all it is. Every terrifying man you have ever met was thinking about something else. Joe Director Gao genuinely could not hold that stare afterwards. He told me later it was like being looked through by weather. Then I ran the second act, which was better. I came into the scrapyard office at speed and started shouting at Lin Zhou in front of Joe Director Gao. I told you to steal the drugs? Did I tell you to go and steal them? And I watched Joe Director Gao assemble the picture out of thin air. His new backer had spent the afternoon personally robbing pharmaceutical warehouses to make up the shortfall in a purchase order that Joe Director Gao had failed to fill and was now being screamed at for it. Lin Zhou magnificently did not defend himself. He looked at the floor, then he said quietly, "Do you think I do not know he cannot get some of those items? Am I supposed to report that to you?" And Joe Director Gao's eyes went bright. "Do not think you are worth nothing," Lin Zhou said to him. "I am not going to let you die." "Enough," I said. "Forget the rest." Joe Director Gao was on his feet. "Brother, thank you, brother." "Stop talking," said Lin Zhou coldly, looking somewhere over his shoulder. Elder Zhang caught my arm on the way out to the car, and he had an expression on his face I had not seen before. "You," he said, "made rotten wood stand up straight." The shopping list that came out of all this ran to 4 million yuan, 1.8 down as deposit, which put me 2 million in debt in a single afternoon. An Elisa plate reader, decoction equipment, burettes, Petri dishes by the crate, a laser therapy unit, of which I needed precisely one component, the medical laser generator inside it, a multifunction physiotherapy machine, of which I needed the pulsed magnetic generator, 80 to 300 millitesla, and nothing else, 2 dissection tables, scalpels in 4 sizes, antibiotics, receptor antagonists, benzodiazepines. Lin Zhou looked at the list for a long time. "We are buying 2 machines," he said, "so we can throw away most of 2 machines. Yes. Why not buy the parts?" "Because a 19-year-old buying a physiotherapy unit is a man opening a clinic," I said, "and a 19-year-old buying a bare pulsed magnetic generator is a man on a list." 2 million in debt meant I needed money, and it also meant I needed knowledge faster than a bookshop could supply it, and those 2 problems got solved in the same fortnight by 2 completely different kinds of theft. Let me do the knowledge one first, because it is the one I am fond of. There was a case conference on lymphoma at a very good hospital, chaired by a vice president named Si Hua, who was in the top 3,000 surgeons in the world and supervised roughly half the graduate students in the building. I walked into that conference room 4 minutes early with a stack of printouts and started handing them around the table. "I am Zhang Tao. I study under Professor Lin Xian. Auntie Mei had an emergency at home and her phone died, so she asked me to cover. These are the patient materials from Zhongshan. The relevant scan is on page 27. Everybody turn to page 27. It was on page 27. That is the entire technique. Give a room of busy people one instantly verifiable fact, and they will stop auditing you for the next hour. Then I ran the projector, and I put up the slide the professor needed before he asked for it, twice, and by the 3rd time, nobody in that room could have told you I was not supposed to be there. And then I picked a fight about cancer. Cancer is a genetic mutation, I said. It is the organism adapting to its environment. From the perspective of macroevolution, at the level of the species rather than the patient, that is not necessarily a negative process. Xihua put his pen down. Spontaneous remission exists, I said. It is rare, and it is real, and it is barely studied, and here is the part that should keep you awake. Patients who resolve that way almost never relapse. Not rarely. Almost never. Modern oncology is very good at strangling the process, and what we may be strangling is the evolutionary capacity of our own species. "You are proposing we let people die to improve the gene pool," he said, in a voice like a closing door. "I am proposing the opposite. I am proposing we stop blocking and start steering. Help the mutation complete itself into something viable, and the cancer resolves on its own because it is no longer a runaway process, it is a finished one. The patient is cured and the species takes a step forward. Both." That argument went 4 hours. 4 hours, in a corridor, then in his office, then in the car park, with a man in the top 3,000 in the world, and I took every single thing he had. Everything he had ever read, ever operated on, ever argued about at 2 in the morning with a colleague who was wrong. At the end of it, he offered me a stipend of 5,000 a month to come and work for him. When I hesitated, he made it 7. "I have supervised dual doctorates," he said. "I have never met anyone who thinks this sideways." Then the real Xiaoqian arrived. She had been robbed on the way in. An old man had collapsed in front of her on the pavement, and while she was helping him up, her phone had gone. I would like to state that I did not arrange that, and I would also like to state that Elder Zhang was in the area, and I have never asked him about it. Professor Yang, when they called him, said the sentence that ended everything. "I do not have any students named Hua." They found Zihua standing in the corridor with his hand on the wall. "Where?" he said to nobody. "Did my student go? Am I losing my mind?" He called 3 other doctors that evening just to confirm the meeting had happened. He had them describe me. Then he went to security and had them pull the cameras, and I had walked every blind spot in that building, so the only frame of me that exists is from behind, at the main entrance, at a distance, wearing a coat that is not mine. I went back twice more, as different people. The second time I wrote my own letter of recommendation from Xihua, which required getting into his email, which required nothing at all, and took it to a director named Director Gao at another university. And for that one, I deliberately wrote a bad paper. I want to explain that because it is one of the 2 or 3 best things I have ever done. If you walk in polished, you get a polite meeting. If you walk in with a brilliant idea inside terrible prose, delivered by a young man who stammers, an academic does not see a candidate. He sees a diamond in a field, and he sees himself as the man who found it, and he will talk to you for 2 hours in order to keep having that feeling. I stammered for 2 hours. Now I understand why he was not accepted for a master's, Director Gao said afterwards. He writes badly, and he speaks worse. But the reasoning is sound, and the conclusion is at doctoral level. The idea I bought him with was this. Roughly half of orally administered classical Chinese medicines do not act on the patient. They act on the bacterial population in the gut. That population then produces compounds. Those compounds reach the brain, and the brain instructs the immune system. The bacteria are the ones doing the treating, which explains, incidentally, all the recipes in the old texts involving animal droppings that everyone quietly skips over in lectures. That is not superstition. That is an ecological invasion of the gut, and what survives the invasion is a better colony than the one you had. There are 8 characters buried in the old pharmacopoeia that nobody has ever read as science, and they say, in plain language, that what survives is what fits. Director Gao placed me in an endocrinology laboratory under a professor named Zhou Jing by the end of the week. The 3rd entry was the Academy of Sciences, Human Genome Laboratory, and for that one I was physician Zhao Qi, recently returned from the University of British Columbia. The lift required a pass, and I did not have one. So I called the woman walking 3 meters behind me. I had her number because I had looked at her, and I stood in front of her in an open lobby with my back turned and my phone to my ear and said, "Hello, is this Mei Ying from Organic Synthesis? This is Zhou Wenxi. I am the new one. I am completely lost in this building, and I think I am about to get into the wrong lift." She started laughing before I finished the sentence. She caught up with me, slapped me on the shoulder, told me she had been lost for a month when she started, and swiped me through on her own card. Upstairs there was an academician named Pan. 47, receding hairline that had gone most of the way to the crown, and comfortably at the peak of his professional life. "In 2007, you lectured at UBC, I said. I was the Chinese student representative, and during the interview afterwards, I asked how you would assess your own doctoral thesis. You said it was not finished yet. There was a real lecture. There was a real interview. There was a real Chinese student who asked a real question, and that student was a blur in a 20-person room 2 years ago. I watched a blur turn into my face in a man's memory. That is the whole of it. I did not fabricate a shared history. I found a real one that had a hole in it exactly my size, and let him fill the hole himself. And once a man has done that for you, he will defend it against evidence. He took me round the whole floor. Sequencing, cold room, the bank. 240,000 samples in a wall of drawers, indexed by province, and a graduate student sitting in front of it eating instant noodles. And I want to explain what I was actually taking out of that building because it was not what anybody would have guessed. I did not want their genomes. Sequence data is published, or it is published eventually, and anything that is going to be published is not worth stealing. I wanted the failures. Every laboratory on this planet has a shelf of results that did not work, runs that came out wrong, correlations that did not replicate, assays that behaved strangely on a Tuesday and never again. None of it is written up. None of it is in any journal. It sits in the heads of the 4 people who were in the room and it dies with them, and roughly a third of it is not error. Roughly a third of it is the machine correctly reporting something nobody had a category for. Scholar Luo had 11 years of that, and by 4 in the afternoon I had all of it, and he had the best day he had had in a decade because somebody had finally asked him about the things that had not worked. At one point he stopped in the middle of the corridor. "You are asking very odd questions. I am asking about the things you threw away. Nobody has ever asked me about the things I threw away. That," I said, "is why they are still there." Meanwhile, the actual Zhou Wenxi was in a car on the way to the airport being escorted by a helpful man from the administration named Director Song, who was in fact Elder Zhang, and who had also quietly blocked the real Director Song's number in Zhou Wenxi's phone on the way. Elder Zhang told me afterwards that the man had thanked him twice and offered him a cigarette, and that he had felt worse about that than about anything else he did that year. The whole thing came apart at a conference in September, and I would have paid money to be there. 12 professors comparing notes over dinner. "Was he yours?" He said he was at Fudan. He told me Tongji. He introduced himself to me as a doctor from Canada. He said he was an undergraduate. He said he was a postgraduate. 12 hands went up. So he is a fraud, somebody said. He never took a single yuan from anyone, said Shihua. He bought me dinner. Then what did he steal? And no one could answer, because it does not occur to a human being that knowledge is a thing that can be taken. You cannot report it. There is no line on the form. Every one of them walked away with everything they had walked in with. Knowledge is the only property in the world where the thief leaves it behind. Scholar Luo refused to accept it at all. He hunted down the real director Song and demanded to be told where yesterday's Zhou Wenxi had gone, and he did not stop for a week. When I did the count after all that, I was 4th in the world in medicine. I sat down. 4th. From a village clinic and 100,000 yen of textbooks in under 4 months, and there were 3 people ahead of me. 3 human beings on this planet knew more medicine than I did, and I could not identify any of them, and every model I could build said that no ordinary person could be up there. Which meant that whoever they were, they had help. And there is only one place on this planet that help comes from. I started wearing colored contact lenses after that, and I learned to change my face with needles, stimulate the right facial muscles and the points that govern fluid, and a face swells or dries out, and the result is not a disguise. It is that thing where you look at someone the morning after a bad night and think, that is you, but something is off. The lenses were not optional. The double rings in my eyes are the one thing about me that cannot be adjusted, hidden, or explained, and every enemy I have ever made has been given that description. The pandemic walked past me in a hospital corridor coughing into his hand. He was a taxi driver named Xiao Hu, and I got out of his way so fast that I nearly went over a row of chairs, and half the waiting room laughed at me. It's a cold, he said, offended. A cold. It is not going to kill anybody. I have a scale for viruses. I built it myself because the official one is designed around what we can measure, and I am not limited to what we can measure. Level 1 only moves through animals. Level 4 transmits between people and can sustain an epidemic. Level 5 has multiple transmission routes and survives outside a host. Level 6 is extremely infectious, has a long incubation, and, this is the part that ends countries, is contagious before there are any symptoms at all. Level 7 is theoretical. Level 7 is the one where the films start. The organism in Xiaohu was a level 6. The World Health Organization had it at a 5 that month. They were about to be very badly wrong, and everyone in that corridor was breathing. And he drove a taxi, 11 hours a day, in a sealed box, with a new pair of lungs in the back seat every 15 minutes. He was not a patient. He was a distribution network. I gave him a mask and a 100 yuan note. Do you want to get rich? You would be amazed how far that opening gets you. I bought 4 bottles of disinfectant and made him empty every one of them. 1 over yourself, 1 over the front seats, 1 over the back, 1 over the outside of the car. All of it? All of it. Do not leave any in the bottle. Then I rented him. The man, the car, and 24 hours of his life. I want to be honest that Xiao Hu was one of the great negotiators I have met, and he did it entirely by instinct. 24 hours, I said. 1,000 yuan. That seems low, he said. What about the bed? You want to charge me for the bed. There has to be a bed. Fine. 10,000 for the bed. As a purchase, it is yours afterwards. Bottled water is 500. Rice with braised duck leg is 1,000. He considered this with the seriousness of a man reviewing a contract. That is a fair exchange, he decided. Mutually beneficial. Shame it will not show up in the national accounts. Then he sat down and did arithmetic out loud for 4 minutes and concluded that if he ate twice a day, he came out behind, and that his optimal strategy was 1 meal. I quarantined a level 6 pandemic vector inside a rented room by making it profitable for him, and it worked better than any public health order in that entire year. He nearly walked out on me anyway, on hour 3, because he wanted to see his family, so I used the lever. 6 years ago, I said. Storm, heavy rain, that road outside Xi'an. The color went out of his face so fast I thought he was going to be sick. 6 years he had been carrying it. He believed he had hit a person in the dark and driven away. He had not taken a fare in the rain since. He did not use that street. He had built his entire life into a shape that avoided 100 meters of road. Here's the truth, which only I have ever known. He hit a plastic mannequin. Somebody had dumped a shop dummy near the market, and the wind had put it in the road, and Xiao Hu had hit a hollow plastic torso in a rainstorm and spent 6 years being a murderer. I could have told him. Instead, I sat down opposite him and let him believe, for about 90 seconds, that I was connected to it. And then I forgave him. That is not the same thing as telling a man he is innocent. If I had said it was a mannequin, he would have laughed and been fined for a week, and the thing underneath would have stayed exactly where it was, because 6 years of guilt do not come out with a fact. They come out when somebody with standing says it is finished. He cried for about a minute, then he bought the bed outright and ordered 2 portions of rice with braised duck leg. The first drug was ready in 17 hours, 86% effective, 17 hours. The global average for producing a new antiviral from identification to something you would put in a person is 3 to 5 years. My scale for effectiveness goes like this. 60% is already a cure, it will get you there with rest. 80 is a cure with almost no side effects. 90 is where you feel it working while you swallow it. And 100% is not a cure at all. 100% is fusion with the virus and a permanent change to what you are. Which brings me to the thing I believe about viruses that no one else believes. There are 4 engines of evolution, not 3: neutral mutation, natural selection, carcinogenesis, and viral fusion. Bacteria want symbiosis. They want to move in, pay rent, and be useful. That is the whole bacterial strategy, and it has worked spectacularly. Viruses do not want symbiosis. A virus is trying to write itself into you. Given enough passes, given enough hosts and enough time, the virus stops being an invader and becomes a paragraph in the host's genome, and a meaningful fraction of your DNA is exactly that. Old wars, settled, filed, and load-bearing, so I did the obvious thing. I infected myself. I want to be clear that I had thought about it for 4 days, and it was still the second stupidest thing I have ever done. And then, instead of killing it, I started raising it. I had about 20 compounds sitting in my notes that were individually useless. 10% effect, 12, 9, the kind of number that gets a paper rejected. But they failed in different directions, and a virus adapting to one of them is not adapting to the others, so I cycled them, course after course, rotating, never letting the population settle. 20 drugs at 10%, applied in the right order, came out at 89%. Then I refined it to 99, which took another 3 weeks and a diet I do not recommend. 3 phases, 30 days each. Phase 1 removes every transmission route except blood. Phase 2 removes the complications, until what is left is a mild head cold that never quite goes away. Phase 3 splices the fragments where I want them, and when it was finished, the number over my head read 178 years. I had spent 30 years on a heart and got 117 back from an influenza virus in a rented room with a taxi driver playing cards in the corridor. I did not publish that part. I published the other part. The full paper went out to every senior figure in the country from a temporary mailbox, not a summary, everything. The behavior of the organism, the true incubation period, the pre-symptomatic window, the assay protocols, the reagents, the formula, dosage tables by age and weight, the contraindications, the allergy profile, and I signed it, Messiah. Scholar Fu in the capital forwarded it to the World Health Organization within 4 hours. So did Shanghai. So did Guangzhou. The WHO wrote back asking, politely, why they had received the same paper 3 separate times from 3 separate institutions in one morning. Now I need to tell you why the drug drove the entire profession insane, because it is genuinely funny. It does not attack the virus. Professor Gao, who is a serious man, put the compound directly onto a viral culture to verify it, and nothing happened at all. Nothing. He announced to a room full of colleagues that the paper was a hoax. Director Gao took the sample out of his hand and said, no, it is not for the virus, it is for the bacteria. It has to reach the gut. The compound alters the gut population. The altered population secretes a novel enzyme. The enzyme provokes the immune system into producing antibodies in about 4 hours. 4 hours. The virus is still in incubation. The patient has not coughed yet. And the body is already immune to a thing it has not met. The active ingredient, incidentally, is antelope horn. There are traditional formulas that have been using it for 800 years for exactly this class of illness and getting a result nobody could explain. And the explanation is that the horn was never the medicine. The horn is a message to the bacteria. And then they found the real problem, and this is where I stopped being able to breathe from laughing. Every patient produces a different enzyme, not slightly different, structurally different. Because every patient has a different bacterial colony, and each colony solves the problem in its own dialect. Complaint letters, all making the same point, all in different handwriting and different tone and different vocabulary. And each one is perfectly matched to the person who produced it because it was made by their own passengers, out of their own materials, for their own body. So you cannot synthesize it. There is nothing to synthesize. There is no drug at the end of this drug. I heard a very distinguished professor say, out loud, in a corridor, that this was a fundamentally new category of treatment, that it was not medicine acting on a patient, but a patient being instructed to cure himself. And then, in the same breath, in genuine anguish, but what kind of idiot would design a treatment like this? That is on my wall, metaphorically. I have never had a wall for long enough. The strain that was supposed to become a global pandemic was strangled in its cot inside a season, and there is no monument to it, and there never will be, because nobody builds monuments to the thing that did not happen. People ask why I use the name Messiah. Elder Zhang certainly did, at volume, for about an hour. It was not to make them loved. It was not even to make them trusted. Let them be smeared. Let the tabloids inflate it. Let the forums turn it into a joke. Let 300 idiots claim membership. All I need is for the word to exist in enough heads that when I am sitting in a room somewhere years from now, and the person across the table has to be told who they are dealing with, there is a shape for it to land in. Right. Now, the game. I downloaded it because it kept appearing in a forum thread, and I wanted to understand why anyone was talking about it, and I was in a bad mood. It was blocks. Everything in it was blocks. The trees were blocks. The ground was blocks. The sky was a flat color, and the character had no face. I dug a hole in the ground. Then I built 4 walls around the hole and put a lid on it, which meant I had constructed, in my first 10 minutes, a coffin. Then I switched to third-person view to see what my house looked like from outside. The game crashed. Lin Zhou and Joe Director Gao laughed so hard that Joe Director Gao had to put his tea down. What kind of garbage game is that? Joe Director Gao said, wiping his eyes. It crashes if you look at yourself? Then I will buy it, I said. The room went very quiet. Here were the terms I sent through a law firm in Shanghai to a developer in Sweden. 100,000 euros to him, personally, immediately, 2 million yuan budget for the whole operation, 20 days, and the specific instruction, which I had to give 3 times because everyone involved kept trying to improve it. Do not buy the game. Do not acquire the property. Leave every right of development, direction, and creative control with him, in perpetuity, absolutely untouched. We are buying a share of revenue and nothing else. Floor of 50%. We got 80. Joe Director Gao found me that night with the contract in his hand and an expression of physical pain. Boss, 1 million yuan, to a foreigner, for a game where you dig holes. He would have danced for 30,000. He would have, I agreed. Then why? Because that game will earn 80 million US dollars inside 3 years, I said. And that is before I count the domestic market here, which I have not modeled because I do not have the data. He looked at me. Tetris, he said, groping for an argument. Did Tetris require technology? Tetris is the best-selling game in the history of the world. Exactly. In 10 years, this one passes it. 5 years later, a very large company bought it for $2.5 billion, and I did not attend the signing, and I have never spoken to the man who made it. And that was deliberate too, and it is the only piece of business I have ever done that I would call sentimental. I could see his life, I could see the peak of it coming, and I could see what happens on the other side of $2.5 billion, which is that a man who used to build things at 2 in the morning because he could not stops being able to find the reason. Too much money does not corrupt people. It removes their problem, and a certain kind of person is nothing but their problem. That game became what it became because one man loved it in a way that had nothing to do with money. If I had put my hands on it, if I had sent notes, if I had optimized it, it would have earned me more in year 1 and would not exist by year 4. Some things you fund and walk away from. I have done that exactly once. Then I went and stole 9 million yuan in a single night, and the entire operation ran on a bag of oranges. I need to set the scene properly because the timing is the whole thing. There was an entertainment complex, one of the big karaoke places, and behind it there were 4 separate organizations in a very slow, very polite war over a distribution route. On any given night, there was more cash moving through that building than through most banks in the district. Stage 1 was the car park. I bought a bag of oranges from a woman on the corner, and the 4 of us sat in a car for 3 hours eating them. Joe Director Gao ate 2, Elder Zhang ate 1 and complained about the seeds. Lin Zhou ate 5 because Lin Zhou eats when he is nervous, and then asked whether we were going to do anything or whether this was the plan. This is the plan. Then I went inside for 2 minutes. I went in drunk, loud, unsteady, apologizing to a pillar. I bumped into a man in a black jacket, grabbed the phone out of his hand, waved it around asking whose it was, and got 2 solid kicks and a shove out of the door for it. I had what I needed, which was 11 seconds looking at his screen. Fingerprints. On glass. In the exact pattern of a man who unlocks a vehicle every 20 minutes. I peeled an orange. There is a conductive ink pen that costs about 8 yuan. I drew his fingerprint onto the inside of a fresh piece of orange peel, and the reason it has to be orange peel is that fresh peel is full of water and citric acid, and it conducts better than an actual finger does. It is not a substitute for a fingertip. It is an upgrade. Then I sent the security man a text from his own supervisor's number. Problem upstairs. Come up now. Do not bring the money. He came up at a run. The peel opened the car. 500,000 yuan in a cardboard box on the rear seat. Joe Director Gao had a hammer in his hand and was already moving toward the driver's window, and I put my palm on his chest and moved him back about a foot, and I do not think he has ever fully recovered from it. Stage 2 is the one I am proud of, because I knew, from the traffic pattern and from a man's walk, that a second delivery was coming. Somebody in a suit was going to arrive with another box, and when he found the first one missing, he was not going to suspect his own security man, who he had personally hired. He was going to suspect the owner of the building, so I filled the first box with bricks and rags. Same box, same tape. same delivery sticker in the same corner, slightly scuffed. Because a man in that situation does not identify a person, he identifies a box. I put Lin Zhou and a young man we called Young Ding on either side of the private room door, standing straight, hands folded, like doormen. Both sides of the conflict looked at them and concluded they belonged to the other side. Nobody asks a doorman anything. Then I sent a text message to the owner, a man named Feng Bo, using the private code of a rival boss called Grandmaster Wu, which I had read off a phone the week before. A large stray cat has entered the house. Take in the dried fish and clean the litter tray immediately. Then Elder Zhang started wheeling a rubbish bin down the corridor with a phone inside it playing a police siren at maximum volume. Then Zhou Director Gao killed the power, starting from the ground floor and working up one floor at a time so it felt like something arriving. Feng Bo flushed the entire shipment, all of it. His man, a fellow called Lin Hao, knelt in front of a shrine to Guan Yu, lit 3 sticks of incense, bowed twice with real feeling, and then shouted an apology to the statue before kicking it over and emptying the contents into a toilet. I watched a man destroy several million yuan of product with tears in his eyes while apologizing to a god. Then the man in the suit came out of the stairwell into the dark, saw me holding a cardboard box with a delivery sticker on the corner, snatched it out of my arms with both hands, told me to get out of the way, and ran. He got 2 blocks with 11 kilos of masonry before he opened it. And then the lights were out, and somebody threw a torch to somebody else and missed, and I caught it out of the air. I want you to understand what that meant. In a building with no power and 40 frightened people in it, I was now the only human being with a light. A voice in the dark is a suggestion. A voice behind a light is an order. Change of plan, I shouted. Grandmaster Wu's people are downstairs. Throw the money out of the window. And then I did the thing that made it work, which is that I put the beam on individual faces and used their names. Wu Sun Air, move. Hua Huan Air, do not just stand there. 16 bundles of 500,000 yuan went out of a second-floor window into a courtyard. Down below, Elder Zhang stood in the dark, waving both arms and giving them a thumbs up they could not see, and then packed 8 million yuan into a rubbish bin in neat layers with the care of a man packing a suitcase for a holiday. 9 million in a night. Every gram of product in that building destroyed by its own owner. 2 organizations at each other's throats by morning, absolutely certain they knew who was responsible. Neither of them ever suspected there was a third party. Chung Chiang hit Feng Bo across the head with a baseball bat in the car park at 4 in the morning, shouting that he had put up with him for too many years and I was already 2 districts away eating the last orange. 9 million was not the point. I need to say that clearly, because for about a week even Elder Zhang thought I had become a very effective criminal, and that is not what was happening. There were 4 organizations in that district, and all 4 of them had to be gone because I was about to spend 2 years building laboratories and moving equipment through that port, and I could not do it in a neighborhood where 4 sets of people counted the trucks. Grandmaster Wu was the oldest of them. He had started as an actual beggar, sitting outside other people's shops, and one shop owner had fed him instead of moving him along. Years later, when that man was executed, Grandmaster Wu paid for the funeral and then crawled on his knees for 100 meters behind the coffin in front of the entire district. That is how he got his people, not with money, with 100 meters. His heir was his son-in-law, Hu Wei, Muay Thai, genuinely intelligent, absolutely decisive, married to the daughter, Jiao. He was the only one of them I actually respected, and he is the only one I felt anything about afterwards. Their enemy was a man called Goldtooth, which means gold tooth, and he had one, and he had spent 8 years quietly buying other people's men. I read a conversation between Hu Wei and Feng Bo from 100 meters away across a car park. How? Said Elder Zhang. I read lips. From there? It is not that impressive. Lips are only the top layer. Jaw, throat, breath, the way the shoulders load before a hard consonant. If I can see a man's neck, I do not need his mouth at all. Then I took them apart over 11 days, and I am going to give you the highlights because the full account is mostly logistics. Young Ding intercepted Feng Bo's key, and instead of stealing it, gave Feng Bo 4 million yuan of our own money and let him leave happy. Then he took the real 4 million off the courier an hour later at the handover. The key mattered because of what was inside it, not the shape. There was a SIM card in the fob, and the courier's procedure was to take that card out, put it in a phone, and dial his own number to confirm the contact name came up. Key, Brother Tilong, number 4. A duplicate key would have failed at a step nobody had ever written down. Elder Zhang blocked the courier's route by sitting in a car with an empty tank and looking helpless. The courier, who was in the middle of moving 4 million yuan, stopped to help. He siphoned a bottle of what he believed was petrol into Elder Zhang's tank out of pure decency, and I have thought about that man occasionally. Then, at the pickup, I made Elder Zhang top up the oil. He argued, He had 30 years of operational experience, and every one of them was screaming that you do not spend an extra 30 seconds at a scene for no reason. Do it slowly, I said. Why? Because Feng Bo is coming back. He came back 40 seconds later for a phone he had left on the seat. The only reason I knew is that he had been going to collect a person, and a man collecting a person keeps his phone in his hand. Feng Bo had walked out of that door with a cigarette in that hand instead. And if you had been wrong? Then we would have wasted 30 seconds. We swapped the money for cut paper, and I dusted the bonnet back to the exact state of dust it had been in from a small bag I had brought for the purpose. But the best thing I did in that whole war was a phone call, and it did not involve any money at all. Grandmaster Wu had one man he trusted absolutely, not liked, trusted. A quiet, careful person named Zhao Gang who had been with him for 11 years and had never once been suspected of anything. I called Zhao Gang pretending to be an insurance salesman, and I was deliberately, spectacularly rude. I am offering you a free consultation, I said. Free. And you do not want it. Are you stupid? Do you have any idea how hard it is to make 100 of these calls a day? Then I hung up on him. He called back. Of course he called back. Nobody in the world can absorb that. He was a man who had spent 11 years being calm and polite for a living. So he stood in the middle of a room full of his colleagues and shouted at a stranger for 90 seconds, and in the course of it, he said the name of the insurance company, Kantai Life. The Kantai Life office is 100 meters from where the handover happened. Grandmaster Wu did not need any more than that. There was a call. The company is 100 meters from the site. The most trusted man in the organization was on the phone with them at the exact hour. Zhao Gang screamed the truth at them, which is always the worst thing you can do. It was an insurance salesman. It was a coincidence. It was a coincidence. Once trust is gone, everything you say becomes evidence. That is not a saying. That is a mechanism. He was telling the literal truth in a room where the truth was the least plausible thing available. Grandmaster Wu traded him to Goldtooth in an exchange for a man called Blade Wu. And Zhao Gang, who was innocent, who had done 11 years without a single misstep, went to work for Goldtooth out of pure wounded pride and became exactly the traitor he had been accused of being. Goldtooth was delighted. He told everyone, 8 years of patient work, he said, and I finally turned Ma's right hand. I hijacked their truck and made the crew load their own product into it. That took one text message, sent as Goldtooth, and the reason it worked was not the number, because a number can be faked and they all knew that. It worked because I included the location of the storage site, which 4 people in the world knew. 20 kilograms went into that truck. Then I had them drive it back to the handover point and park it. One of them called for confirmation, and I sent back, do not call. We have a meeting happening. The police were called by Grandmaster Wu's own people on a prearranged signal, which was the moment they saw Feng Bo carry a box inside. 20 kilograms of heroin in ice cream cartons, in a truck, in a car park containing 3 organizations. For 50 to 100 grams in that country, you can be executed. They were standing next to 20,000. All 4 sides went down inside a fortnight. Grandmaster Wu, Goldtooth, both supply chains, and Goldtooth's own men, competing with each other to cooperate, hung more than a dozen additional crimes on him, including several he had not committed, because when it collapses, everybody wants to be the one who helped. He sat there through the last of it making a small sound. He. He had stopped processing. Feng Bo, before the end, accused Hu Wei in front of Grandmaster Wu. Who else could have switched the money, he said. Who else had access? Grandmaster Wu did not believe him because Grandmaster Wu believed in loyalty above evidence, which is exactly the flaw I had been leaning on for 11 days. Take him out, he said, and Hu Wei put an elbow into the side of Feng Bo's head, and Feng Bo slid down the wall. That should have been the end of Feng Bo. It was not. Hold that thought. Hu Wei drove out through the police cordon. He did it by accelerating into the gap between 2 cars at the exact second the second car began to reverse, and then he ran the streets with no cameras on them, which he had memorized years earlier for precisely this evening. He got clear. He genuinely got clear, and against anyone else in the world, he would have made it. I was standing at the river when he arrived. How? Said Elder Zhang again. He says it a lot. He calculated the best route out. He did not calculate the search radius of the patrol cars he had already escaped. There are only 2 places that route can end that are not inside that radius, and only one of them has a dock. Hu Wei put the car in the river with the bodies in it. Properly. Wedged the accelerator, released the brake, locked the doors, pushed it off the bank, and watched it go under. Then he moved 6 million yuan into a stolen car, and for the only time in his adult life, he did not check the money. He drove to the pier. He reached into the boot without looking because he had a boat to catch and 40 seconds to catch it. His hand closed on nothing. He did it again. Same result. Then he stood at the back of that car with both hands on the empty boot and heard a sound inside his own skull like somebody breaking a plastic bottle and chewing crisps, which is what capillaries do under a certain grade of stress. And then he did something that made me genuinely sorry it had to be him. He worked it out. He stood there and reasoned it through in about 11 seconds. Whoever took that money had access, timing, and total information. Somebody with all three does not need 6 million yuan, which means the money is not the objective, which means the objective is that I should be standing here, at this pier, at this minute, not on that boat. So he turned around and did not get on the boat. I want to give that its proper weight, because I have arranged the ends of a number of people since, and he is the only one who saw the shape of it while it was happening to him. There was a boat at the end of that pier with a man on it who had been paid 4 months earlier. There was a bag with documents in it and a route through Thailand that he had spent 2 years assembling. Every single thing he had done for 11 years terminated at that gangway, and it was 11 meters away, and the engine was running. And he looked at an empty car boot and understood that the gangway was the trap, and he turned his back on it. He was right. There were 4 officers in a container stack at the head of that pier and a launch 200 meters out with its lights off, and he would have been taken in the first 90 seconds. I had not put them there. That was simply what the police do at a pier, and Hu Wei knew it, and he was the only person in that entire evening who was thinking clearly. He got about 40 meters back up the quay. That is when Lin Hao arrived on a motorcycle in full protective gear, the same Lin Hao who had knelt in front of Guan Yu. Joe Director Gao had pulled him out of a sinking car 2 weeks earlier, and men like that do not forget it. He came off a gravel pile and put the bike down and got up. Hu Wei hit him in the head with an elbow that would have finished most people, and Lin Hao rocked back and knocked on his own helmet with his knuckles. "Come on then," he said. "Let us find out which is harder, your fist or my head." Hu Wei shot him, and Lin Hao went down. Then Hu Wei went for the water, because the water was the only route left, and he was in the air over the edge of the dock when a hand closed around his ankle. Lin Hao was on his stomach with a bullet in him, holding on with his entire weight, and he did not let go. Hu Wei came down on the concrete instead of into the sea, and the police were already at the top of the ramp. He took 9 rounds. "It is so dark," he said. "It is so terribly dark." Lin Hao lived. Thick riding gear, small caliber, bad angle. He got a life sentence instead of an execution, and every year I make sure his mother is looked after, and he has never known who does it. Grandmaster Wu, in an interview room, shouted at a police captain that the Illuminati were real, that they had to believe him, that this went far above any of them. The captain wrote something down. "Right," he said. "I will pass that to Interpol. Now, tell me about your own shipping routes." And Zhao, Hu Wei's wife, phoned the police and gave up her husband's escape plan the same night. He had known she would. He had told her the wrong country 3 weeks earlier. She sent them to the United States, and he had a boat to Thailand. He had loved her, and he had planned around her, and both of those were true at the same time, which is the most human thing in this entire account. Feng Bo was not dead. That is the thing about a strike to the head. There is a state that looks exactly like death and is not, and there is a window, and the window is short, and every doctor in the world will tell you that a man who was pulled out of a river and has been down that long is finished. He had water in his lungs and about 30 seconds of usable brain left when I got to him, needles above the ear and at the temple to drain the pooled pressure. Needles into the chest and abdomen to force the reflex, then onto his side and strike the back, hard, 4 times. He coughed and opened his eyes. He asked for water, then he did not drink it. He touched the cap with 1 finger. He rubbed it. He put his finger into the neck of the bottle and pulled it out and watched, completely absorbed as the drops fell off it, one after another, and he smiled. Intelligence of a small child, total permanent amnesia. The name Feng Bo was a sound. I want to be honest about what came next, because people have called it the coldest thing I have ever done, and they are probably right. I had been planning it since the day I first saw him, 6 weeks earlier, across a car park. Feng Bo was my height, my build, my bone structure at the jaw and the orbit, facial reconstruction, done over 19 days, and a set of needles, held for hours, to fix the vocal cords, which I did last because I had to hunt for the voice first. I sat him on a chair and had him make sounds while I adjusted the tension. Ah, ooh, oh, higher, there, then 20 days of teaching him. Your name is Wang Zhou. You have a grandfather. He lives in a village called Huazhuang. You are not clever, and that is fine. Nobody expects you to be. You are studying in Shanghai. 2 people from your village look after you. They are called Shu Qing and Zhou Jian. We took the dressings off on the 27th of May, and there were 2 of me in the room. Lin Zhou dropped a bowl. The control anchor is a photograph of my grandfather. I need to explain that because it sounds sentimental, and it is actually engineering. He is a grown man with the impulse control of a 4-year-old and considerable physical strength, and he needed an off switch that could not be faked. Lin Zhou tested him. He walked up and kicked him in the leg, gently, to see what would happen. The double came off the floor with a glass and threw it into Lin Zhou's forehead hard enough to shatter it, then swept his legs, sat on his chest, and started hitting him. I held out the photograph. "Grandfather," I said, and every muscle in him went soft, and he took the picture in both hands and got up and wandered off to play with the tap. "He has a learning disability," I said, helping Lin Zhou up. "Not a physical one." Here is the whole architecture of it. Someday, and I was already sure of this, the Illuminati are going to look for a boy called Wang Zhou, and what they will find is a genuine young man with a genuine intellectual disability who has been that way his entire life, with school records, medical records, neighbors, a village, and a grandfather. They will interview him, they will test him, they will watch him for months, and every single thing they find will be true. My estimate was 5 years before that cover failed. It has held for 6. Lin Zhou invested in a very poor technical college and took a seat on its board, purely so that there would be an institution to admit a slow boy from Xinjiang County, and he did the paperwork himself, and he was quite proud of it. I went home in June, not as myself. My grandfather could not see me, because the last time he had seen me I had been 16 and looked it, and now I was 5 centimeters taller with a different face. The village had no doctor. Cheng Mei was gone and nobody had replaced her, and 100 and some households were driving 40 minutes to the county seat with fevers, so I became the doctor. I needed a diploma and a practice license for that, and I got them off a lamppost. There were about 30 advertisements for forged documents on the poles along that road, and Lin Zhou pointed straight at the biggest one, right at eye level, 4 colors, with a full description of services. That one, he said. Look how professional. He even lists what he can do. That tells you one thing, I said. He is better at sticking up posters than the others are. He is advertising to the largest possible number of strangers, most of whom are not customers and some of whom are police. He has probably already been arrested. I found what I wanted at the bottom of a pole, at ankle height, on a piece of paper the size of a playing card with 8 characters and a number. A veteran needs 1 client, I said. After that, it is word of mouth. He does not want volume, he wants the one person willing to crouch down. And crouching down in front of that lamppost is where the whole thing cracked open, and I need to back up about 2 weeks to explain what I had been failing at. I had been trying to unlock the past. The past should have been the easy direction. The future had nearly killed me twice because the future is under pressure. It has not happened, so it is not one thing, it is every branch at once, and when you open it the whole tree comes through the door at the same time. The past has already happened. The past is fixed. It cannot argue with you. In principle, I should be able to walk backwards through it for 1 billion years as long as I only open the tap a little at a time. In practice, I could not open the tap at all, and I spent 3 weeks failing. So I picked a question. That is the trick with a locked door. Do not push on the door. Ask it something. I picked the elephants. There were elephants in Henan. Wild ones, in enormous numbers, in the province I was born in, which is now dry farmland and small cities, and has not held an elephant in 4,000 years. The old character for the region contains one. Everybody agrees they were there, and nobody has ever properly explained where they went. The standing answer is that people killed them for ivory. I tried to make that answer work for 2 days, and it would not carry weight. You cannot hunt out a population of that size with bronze weapons and a Neolithic labor surplus. The arithmetic is embarrassing, and a species with that range does not vanish from an entire province while the province is still wet and forested. I bought a cubic meter of books, the dynastic histories, pre-Qin literature, archaeological reports, historiography, quantitative archaeology, a translated volume on the dialectics of nature. I read for 11 days and got nothing and started sleeping badly. I dreamed about the last one. An old elephant in the early northern song walking into planted fields because there was nowhere else, and the farmers coming out with what they had. That is not a vision. That was just my head chewing. And then I crouched down in front of a lamppost to read a forged document advertisement the size of a playing card, and the door opened. Because here is what I had just said out loud to Lin Zhou, without understanding that I was saying it about elephants. Size is not success. Strength is not success. Range of capability is not success. Success is duration. And the only way to last is to fit the environment you are actually in. It is not survival of the strongest. It has never once in the history of this planet been survival of the strongest. It is survival of whatever fits, and those are completely different sentences, and one of them has been mistranslated into every language on Earth by people who liked how it sounded. The fact that you can beat me in a fight does not make you better. It makes you louder. Species at the top of the ecological structure die more easily, not less. That is not a paradox. That is the entire fossil record. The dinosaurs held every high position on the board and went out in an afternoon. The miserable little ancestors of every mammal alive were at the bottom eating insects in the dark, and they are why I have hands. I was still crouched in front of the lamppost when the ground opened up under me. 2,500 years, and I was standing in the capital of the state of Han, and there was a wall where the road is. 4,000 years, and there was no city and no farmland and no road. There was marsh, all of it, in every direction, standing water and reeds to the horizon. And 3,950 years ago, there was an earthquake in the upper Yellow River, and it did the thing that earthquakes in mountain valleys do, which is to put half a hillside into the water and build a dam. That dam held for about 6 months. Then it went. And the floods did not come once. They came periodically for 42 years. 4 decades of a river that could not decide where it lived, wiping out settlements, coming back, wiping them out again, and under my feet, 6 meters down under a lamppost and a road, there is an entire buried city that nobody has ever heard of. 3 generations of people fought that river. 3. And the third one is the one whose name we still say. And that is when I got my answer, and it was not the answer I wanted. The elephants were not killed by hunters. Da Yu killed them. He cut the channels. He turned the Yellow River north. He opened the mountains, drained the tributaries, and he did it well, and he did it over decades. And in doing it, he destroyed the environment those animals lived in. Then agriculture followed the new water, and elephants need a great deal of water, and there was now a system of irrigation canals built by 3 generations of very determined people who were not about to let anything trample it. He divided the land into 9 provinces and named the one on the south bank of the Yellow River after the elephant, and by then there were no elephants left in it. So it was you, I said, to a man 4,000 years dead, and I could not even be angry, because that is what it costs. To save your own species, you damage another. Every irrigation ditch is somebody's extinction. There is no version of us that does not do it, and there never has been. Where one group celebrates, another group is weeping. It is the oldest arrangement on this planet. After that, the past was simply open. The key property is that it does not change. That is what makes it safe. The future comes at you as a screaming crowd of possibilities, and I have been unconscious on 2 separate pavements because of it. The past sits still and waits. I can block the flow to a trickle and go back as far as I like, as long as I have the patience. I do not deduce history. I request it. And then I made the mistake of requesting the names, not the stories about them. The characters themselves, the actual written words, read for what they meant when somebody first cut them, with every later commentary and every dynasty of respectful reinterpretation stripped off. Emperor Qing is called Morning Light. That means the rising sun, the young sun in the morning. Emperor Ming is called High Sun, the high sun, the sun at noon. Emperor Kai is called Supreme Order, and that one does not mean anything gentle at all. It means the supreme punishment. And Da Yu is called Great Refuge, and everybody translates that as some kind of honorific about density or secrecy, and it does not mean that either. It means the high refuge, the place up in the mountains that you run to when the water comes. His name was Wei Xuan. That is a man's name. That is what his mother called him. Then I drew Emperor Qing. I sat down with a pencil, and I drew what the records actually describe rather than what the illustrations show, and what came out was a figure with the head of an eagle and the body of a man, with what are unmistakably gun barrels mounted on the body, and spears of light in both hands. 2 conclusions, and I want to state them in the order I reached them. First, there were no 5 emperors. That framework is a later administrative fiction laid over something else entirely. Second, that is not an emperor. That is a god, in the only sense of the word that has ever meant anything. And the most accurate document surviving from the ancient world, the one with the least invention in it, the one that every serious scholar for 2,000 years has filed under folklore and children's stories, is the classic of mountains and seas. I could suddenly read every word of it for what it says. I had to take it a paragraph at a time, an hour or 2 per paragraph, because the flow behind it would have put me on the floor otherwise. Start with the word for God. The character everyone reads as God or spirit is not a religious word. In the oracle bone forms, it is a drawn line, bent and forking, and it is not a symbol of anything. It is a picture of a discharge. It is lightning. It is electricity. The altar element that makes it look sacred was added on later, under the Zhou, by people organizing a state religion around a word they had inherited and no longer understood. Which means that every time that text says there is a God here, and it says it well over 100 times, what the original document is recording is that there is an electrical device at this location. And once you see that, look at how the book is organized. There are sections for people, for mountains, for beasts, for birds, for fish, and for gods. There is no section for objects. In a systematic geographical survey, there is no category for manufactured things, because the manufactured things are filed under gods. Then the 10 suns. There is a giant tree at the eastern sea, and the text calls it the solar divine tree, and it has branches, and every day 9 luminous objects leave it and return to it, and they land on an extended platform. And when the light goes out, you can see what they are, and the text is completely straightforward about this. They are enormous black birds. 1 sun sits on the upper branch and stays there. 9 sit on the lower branches and come and go. That is not a myth about the sky. That is a landing facility with 9 vehicles in rotation and 1 thing above it that is actually the sun. Then Emperor Ming, and this is the one that made me put the book down and go outside. Emperor Ming, called the High Sun, studied in the realm of Emperor Qing, and the record says that he abandoned the zither and the lute. That is not a metaphor about discipline. He gave up music. A young man of extraordinary gifts sat in the court of the people who owned the sky, and he stopped playing music. because he had worked out that you cannot save the people of this planet with music. And then he did the thing that is called the severance of heaven and earth. He cut the connection. He drove out the ones who came down, and from that point onward, everything on the other side of that line stopped being in front of us and started being behind us, except he did not defeat them. Let us be extremely clear. He defeated their people here. He broke the clans that served them, the Morning Light line and the Shihei line, and he broke them thoroughly enough that they left. Here is the analogy I gave Linjo, and he did not enjoy it either. Imagine 100 years from now, we go to the United States to study, and we overtake the United States, and we destroy the United States, and a well-armed group of local collaborators flees from America to Africa. Does that mean we defeated the aliens? No. It means we cleared the desk, and the title High Sun, the High Sun, was not given to him by his own people. It was given to him by the losers. That is what makes it wonderful. It is the sentence of a defeated enemy. We were not beaten by a man. We were beaten by the noon sun. Only the sun at its height can put out the morning sun and turn it into the evening one. Linjo was the one who found the other half, and I want him to have the credit because he found it by being exactly the kind of person he is, which is a person who reads about Egypt for fun. That's the same story, he said over my shoulder with a mouthful of noodles. That's the Egyptian one. The Egyptians had 3 solar gods. The morning one, Ta, the noon one, Osiris, the evening one, Set. About 4,500 years ago, that cult goes from marginal to dominant almost overnight, and the theology says that Osiris destroyed the morning god and merged with the evening god, becoming Osiris Set at the head of the entire pantheon. That is the same event. That is the same event, told from the other side of the world by the people who left. The Morning Light clan went west, and they took their totem with them, which was a man with the head of a bird, and they took their god, and they set up somewhere new and rebuilt the whole structure with the noon sun on top because the noon sun had won. And the all-seeing eye that sits on top of every Illuminati document is the eye of Anubis. Anubis is a man with the head of a bird. 4,000 years of the collaborator culture, and it has 3 constant features that never change no matter what language it is speaking. A small group of chosen people who are permanently trying to re-establish contact, a conviction that the old gods are coming back, and the sun, the light, and the birdmen. Right, enough of that. I had a grandfather to fix. I walked into Huazhuang as a temporary rural doctor named Shuzhou with a diploma bought from a piece of paper the size of a playing card at a salary of 1,600 yuan a month, and I moved into the 2 rooms behind the clinic that had been Cheng Mei's. I slept in her bed for 4 months. I want that on the record because nobody else was ever going to say anything about it. And then I visited every single household in the village, all 100 and some of them, in order, along the lanes, taking blood pressures and looking at rashes and telling people to stop drinking so much, over 11 days. I did that so that when I got to my grandfather's gate, it would be the 41st house on a list and not an event. He did not know me. The face was different, and my voice was different, and the years were wrong, and he looked at me for 4 full seconds with his head slightly on one side, and I stood there and let him. "You are very young," he said at last. "Why is your face made up?" My grandfather has never once in his life had a thought he did not immediately say out loud. I did not try to persuade him to be treated. That was the key decision, and it took me 2 days of preparation to be able to make it, because my grandfather is a man who will argue with a doctor about medicine for the pure pleasure of the argument. If I had asked, we would still be talking, so I simply started. I put the stethoscope on his chest with one hand and pressed a thumb into a point beside his sternum with the other. He said. That is quite pleasant, actually. Then the needle, into a hidden point that opens the alveoli further than they have gone in 20 years. Breathe in, all the way. Ow, that hurts. Of course it hurt. That was my mistake, and I corrected it in about 4 seconds. His whole chest wall had contracted over 2 decades of shallow breathing, and I had just told his lungs to expand inside a box that had shrunk around them. It is like inflating a balloon inside a cupboard, so I put the needle aside and worked the muscle instead, along the ribs and up under the shoulder blades until the wall let go. Then I put my fingers into the spaces between his ribs, pressed inward, and opened outward in one movement. There was a small sound, like a knuckle. His chest was open. The rib spacing was where it should have been. His shoulders dropped about 2 centimeters and stayed there. He took a breath. Then he took another one, deliberately, testing it, the way you test a step you thought was broken. That is comfortable, he said with real astonishment. That is comfortable. No doctor has ever done that. I told him the legend I had prepared. My own grandfather had the same illness. An old country doctor treated him. I have the prescription. He believed it instantly, because it was the kind of story he believed in. Then I gave him a second prescription for afterwards to prevent recurrence. That one is not for recurrence. That one is a longevity compound, version 2, formulated specifically for his body, his blood chemistry, his liver function, and his particular colony of gut bacteria, and it is not available to any other human being on this planet because it would not work on them. 1 bowl a day is worth 5 to 7 days. 10 years of that, and he reaches 120, which is the male ceiling, and there is nothing above the ceiling for anybody. He talked to me while I worked, every day, for 9 days. He talked about the melons. He talked about a neighbor who had put a fence 2 feet onto our side in 1994 and had never been made to move it. He complained about the price of fertilizer at length and with real feeling, and on the 6th day, he told me about his grandson. He is in Shanghai now, he said, while I had 2 fingers between his ribs. Learning machinery. He is not clever, you understand. He was born with something wrong, but he can put a television back together, they say, and he has never told a lie in his life. I did not correct any part of that sentence. He is a good boy, he said. He is the only one left. His parents are gone, and my son was the last of my sons, so there is only him, and I am always afraid he will be alone. That is the thing. Not that he is slow, that he will be alone. Then he asked me whether I had a family. A grandfather, I said. And is he well? He is going to be. On the 9th day, the disease was gone. Not managed, not slowed. Gone. The best pharmaceutical on the world market for that condition delivers about 30% and buys you time, and I had spent 1.5 years and 30 years of my own lifespan on the alternative. He walked me to the gate. He walked out to the road, up the slope at the end of the lane, without stopping, without putting his hand on the wall, and at the top he turned around and looked back down at his own house and said, in a completely ordinary voice, that he had not been up there since the spring before last. Then he told me I looked tired and that I should eat more. I sat in that clinic that evening with the door shut and did not do anything at all for about 2 hours, which is the longest I have been idle since I was 15. Everything after this is for other people. That is the honest division. Everything before the 9th of that month was for one old man in a village of 100 houses, and everything since has been the second job. Then I dug up a 4,000-year-old city in order to steal a statue. I want to walk through the reasoning because Lin Zhou spent the whole night telling me I had lost my mind, and he was not entirely wrong. The gilt Buddha was in the Luoyang Archaeological Institute, in a storeroom, in a cabinet, in a building with cameras and guards, and a staff of about 40 people who never went home. I could not get near it while 40 archaeologists were in that building, so I needed all of them somewhere else, and I knew where a buried city was, and I had not told anyone. I had found it by logic before I found it by looking. Around Xinjiang there are sites everywhere. Yangshao, Xia, Shang, layer on layer, 100 kilometers in every direction. And in Xinjiang itself there is a gap, a clean hole in the record between 8,000 years ago and the Western Zhou, and no one has ever satisfactorily explained the hole. The soil explains the hole. After the flood cycles, that soil is soft and wet and it holds water. You can plow it. You cannot build a city on it and have the city stay up. So the record goes quiet, and everyone assumed the quiet meant nobody was there. The quiet meant everybody who had been there was underneath. We dug for 7 hours, the 2 of us, at night, with shovels, and at 6 meters we came up with a jade tablet. Then I put in several more shafts, spaced badly, angled crudely, exactly the way looters dig them. We just found a city from 4,000 years ago, Lin Zhou said, sitting on the edge of a hole with his hands hanging between his knees. And we did it so you could steal a statue. It is not a city for a statue, I said. It is a piece of news for a statue. He did not follow. One idea and one message can move a very large number of people, and not one of them will ever know they were moved. Every archaeologist in this province is going to come here, at speed, of their own free will, because they want to. Is that not the perfect bait? A farmer found the first hole in his own field at dawn and stood at the edge of it swearing about tomb robbers, then climbed down to see whether they had left anything, and found nothing. The village head came to look, because that is what village heads do, and he noticed that the soil at the bottom of the shaft was burnt. Kiln-fired earth, and then he put his hand in and pulled out the jade. Within 8 days there were people from 3 institutions on that field. Within 5 weeks there was a controlled excavation with a perimeter, 200,000 ceramic pieces, 16,000 bronzes, and the majority of the bronzes were weapons, enough to arm 5,000 men, in a period where a war was 200 people with stone-tipped spears. 400,000 square meters in the first phase alone, and half of that area was smelting furnaces and pottery kilns. It was not a residential settlement with a workshop attached. It was an industrial site with people living in it. And then they found a bronze sacred tree of a type that has only ever been found 1,000 kilometers away, in Sichuan, which meant the Central Plains and the Sanxingdui culture had been in contact, which is the sort of sentence that ends careers and starts new ones. Radiocarbon put the founding between 2,900 and 2,500 years before the Common Era. The bronze work sat around 2,600, and the site had been drowned twice, once around 2,500, once around 2,000. The conclusion the profession arrived at, entirely without my help, was that this had been the weapons and industry center of the Emperor Ming period, that it had been deliberately flooded when somebody broke the dikes, and that this was very probably the real event underneath the legend of the fire god fighting the water god. The forums went insane for a month. There were 3 television programs. And there were 11 people left in the Luoyang Institute, and one of them was a restorer. I did not break into that building. I want to be clear about that, because it is the part that makes it work. I walked in through the front door to donate an antique. I had gotten the antique 2 days earlier from a group of tomb robbers, and getting it was its own small operation, so let me do that first. I found them by standing on the antique street and saying, loudly, to Lin Zhou, "Brother, where is our 5 million? You do not have to hunt in a place like that. You have to be visible and slightly stupid." A man came over within 4 minutes, big, cheerful, called himself Tiger, which means white tiger, and had the eyes of someone who had never once considered a legitimate career. Their business model is beautiful, and I want to explain it because it is used everywhere, including in industries with regulators. 39 fakes and 1 real object, sold together as a lot at a flat 100,000 each, take it or leave it. The expert who buys the lot spots the real one immediately, feels enormously clever, calculates that the single genuine piece is worth 20 times the whole lot, and pays, and then, because he has now bought 39 fakes, he cannot complain to anyone about anything ever. He becomes an enthusiastic supporter of their reputation. The real object in that lot was a Tang mirror with flying immortals worked into the back and an inscription around the rim. At an overseas auction, 7 or 8 million. I paid in gold, 10 small bars, and I took only the mirror. I left the 39 fakes on the table. Tiger could not believe his luck and could not work out why. The reason is that a crew that has just sold its real piece and still has a complete set of supporting fakes is a crew that goes out to dig again that same night rather than next month, and I needed them out of that flat. Also, I now knew how many of them there were, and I had never seen more than 2. 2 are selling, so at least 2 are watching the goods, I said to Lin Zhou in the car. 4. And 39 fakes at 100,000 is a bit under 4 million, which divides into exactly 1 million per person. Any more than 5 and the shares get thin enough that somebody starts thinking about a different crew. Then I took my gold back. Lin Zhou phoned Tiger and said the word police, and while Tiger was listening to that, I shouted from 3 meters away, off camera, in the flat voice of a man doing his job. "Do not run. Put the phone down." Tiger threw his SIM card into a gutter and went out a window. I kicked the door of their flat in, took the bag of gold off the top of the wardrobe, and then I tidied up. That is not a joke. I spent 9 minutes tidying. I threw out the food. I wiped the table. I took away the dirty clothes belonging to the 2 who had run, and only those 2. I turned off the television, and I moved the shovel from behind the door to the middle of the courtyard. The 2 who came back walked into a flat that was ominously, unnaturally clean, with 2 people's clothing missing. The first thing they did was pick up the shovel, because it was right there and it saved them a trip. Then they started digging. At exactly the moment 2 officers came through the gate on a call about a disturbance. All 4 went over the walls like monkeys. All 4 got away, and I have no complaint about that. The 10 artifacts on the table stayed where they were and went to the police. A young officer stood in that courtyard staring at a shovel. "So that is what tomb robbers look like," he said. I did not even get to finish my sentence. Then I went to Luoyang with a Tang mirror in a padded box and gave it away. The restorer's name was Liu Min, and she was the only person in the building with the authority to open the storeroom. "We have met," I said. 2005, at Mengjin. You were working on the finds with your head down the entire time. That is why you do not remember me. I had never been to Mengjin. There was a dig at Mengjin in 2005. She had been at it. She had spent it with her head down. Then I gave her the mirror, and I lost her completely, which was the point. The inscription around the rim is about moonlight, and about a mirror reflecting the soul without distortion, and it is genuinely lovely, and she read it 3 times and then forgot that the building had walls. Within 20 minutes, she was at her bench with a lamp and a set of picks, and she was gone. Outside, Lin Zhou drove a car into a drainage ditch and rolled it onto its side on top of himself. Then he began screaming for help. Every guard in that compound went out to lift a car off a young man, including both of the ones in the camera room, because there is not a person alive who watches a monitor while somebody is trapped 40 meters away. I took the key off the corner of Liu Min's bench and walked into the storeroom in full view of 2 cameras that nobody was watching. Cabinet 32. The statue is about so high and heavier than it looks. I put a probe a millimeter across into the underside and went up 30 centimeters and found the mechanism, which is not a lock, it is a catch, and it is machined to a tolerance that is simply not available in the 8th century. There was a click, and then the Buddha came apart. I need to describe this properly, because it is the strangest thing I have ever seen with my own eyes, and it happened in a storeroom in Henan, under a fluorescent tube. It unfolded out of the lotus position. The legs separated and extended, the base opened into 4 supports, the arms went out and down, and what had been a serene seated figure became an absurd 8-limbed standing frame, like a folding chair designed by somebody who had heard about religion secondhand. Inside the leg, in a fitted recess, was a golden finger. I took it out. I put in a gold ingot of matching mass, machined to the same dimensions, which I had carried in on my person and which had cost me 12.5 kilos worth of gold. I folded the statue back into the lotus, sealed the entry hole with copper paste, and checked every external parameter to 3 decimal places, 4 minutes and 46 seconds. Then I walked back into the workshop, put the key on the corner of the bench where it had been, and stood behind Liu Min for another 20 minutes discussing the inscription, because leaving immediately is what gets people caught. She showed me the mirror under the lamp. She had gotten most of the corrosion off one quadrant and the incised lines had come up clean, and she was quietly, completely happy. Where did you find it? A man on a street, I said, which is true. He did not know what it was. No, I said. He did not. Outside, in the yard, 11 men were putting a car back on its wheels, and Lin Zhou was apologizing to all of them in Mandarin, which none of them spoke, with enormous sincerity. The best target in the world is the one who does not know what he owns. That institute has had that object for 11 years. Nobody has ever weighed it against its own catalog entry, because why would you? It is right there in the cabinet. The finger is not gold. Nothing about it is gold. It is a fragment of a mechanical body, and the record of its manufacture names, Ramanujacharya Narayana. Here is the history, and I got it in about 40 minutes sitting on the floor of a rented room, and I did not sleep afterwards. There is a second civilization involved with this planet, and their entire philosophy is Buddhist, or rather, Buddhism is the thing that got left behind after they visited. They found Gautama. They civilized him, in their sense of the word, which is the sense in which you civilize a promising local. They appointed him. And the promise, the actual mechanism behind the words that 400 million people have repeated for 2,500 years, is this. After the extinguishing, the consciousness is uploaded to a server and installed in a mechanical body. The diamond body. The indestructible body. It is not a metaphor, and it was not a lie. He had it for a few years. Then a beam came down off the moon and vaporized it. The finger is what was left, and in the time he had, he collected a very large quantity of human consciousness and transmitted it outward on gravitational waves, which is the part I keep coming back to at night. Consciousness is a commodity. It has a market. It has a price. There are 2 great ideologies out there, and I only know about them because the finger has a library in it. The first is the Tao, and they are enormous. 90 billion civilizations, give or take, following one project, which is to understand every law of nature completely, and then to become those laws. Action without acting, which accomplishes everything. The number who have achieved it is 0. 90 billion civilizations, some of them older than our star, and the success count is 0. And their cheapest weapon is causal. You do not build a fleet. You go to a specific point on a planet and you pour out a specific quantity of water at a specific moment, and 11 months later a storm arrives that was always going to arrive. Control the wind and the rain. That is the entry-level product. The second ideology is the Buddha, and they are the ones who did the arithmetic and quit. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn around, the shore is behind you. Their solution is to digitize everything, build a virtual universe, move consciousness into it, and become the rules inside that. It is one dimension lower than what the Tao wants. It is also achievable, which is the entire argument, and they have achieved it. And their weakness is that the ceiling of a manufactured universe is the knowledge of whoever manufactured it. Inside the finger, there is a virtual world with a volume of 600 billion cubic meters. That is about 21 or 22 of our largest freshwater lakes, sitting in a machined object the size of a finger in a cabinet in Henan. It is his personal space. That is the closest honest translation. It is not a heaven, and it is not a temple. It is closer to a man's private page. The database is damaged, and most of the map is empty. The resolution of the simulation is the atom. 115 elements, 330 atomic variants, and no quantum layer at all, which is a design decision and a very revealing one. It is a block game where the block is an atom. You log in with a mantra plus a precisely visualized 3-dimensional image held in your mind. Lin Zhou managed it on his 4th attempt and immediately manifested a sports car, and then could not start it because he had only ever visualized the outside of a sports car. He sat in a perfect, flawless, beautiful shell with nothing under the bonnet at all, and looked at me through the windscreen with an expression I will treasure until I die. The economy of that world has 2 currencies, and it is the most honest system I have ever examined. Merit is gold, karma is red, and karma goes up. Karma is not sin. Karma is a credit line. It accrues from consuming computational resources and from doing damage to others, and those are the same category as far as the system is concerned, which tells you something about what the designers thought harm actually is. When your karma fills, you burn. The fire of karma, and what comes out the other side is not a dead person. It is a highly intelligent non-player character, a luxury good, assigned to serve others. You do not die. You become inventory. You clear karma with merit, and you buy merit with real money. Even the Buddha needs cash for incense. There are human beings in there, ancient ones. People from this planet who were taken up into paradise, who spent a lifetime enjoying it exactly as promised, every promise honored to the letter, and who are now permanent property. And the reason primitive civilizations are valuable, the reason anybody bothers with us at all, is written in the documentation in a single line. Knowledge can be transmitted. Wisdom cannot. You can copy a mind. You cannot manufacture one that has never been copied from anything. Whatever it is that a species produces on its way up, on its own, in the dark, with no help, that is the one thing in the universe that cannot be forged. We are not being farmed for our bodies. Our bodies are the cheap part. I took 3 things out of that library, and they are the foundation of everything I have done since. The finger is a weapon. That is the least interesting of the 3, and I will come back to it in London. The virtual world is a laboratory. Everything above the atomic scale in there behaves exactly as it behaves out here, which means a novel alloy developed inside that simulation works when you make it in a workshop. And I can change the constants. I can adjust gravity. I can pull a vacuum. I can reproduce the conditions at the core of this planet and run 1,000 experiments in there before lunch. Every particle accelerator ever built is a crude approximation of what is inside that object. And the third thing, the computing capacity of that finger is greater than every computer on Earth combined, multiplied by 10 million. I sat with that number for a long time. The Tao eats people. The Buddha refines souls. The universe is a very dark place, and nobody warns you. I needed to get to London, and I did not have a passport worth using, so I took a cruise liner. Elder Zhang spent an entire evening explaining why this was impossible. You would have to bribe the captain, and no captain in the world is going to take that risk for 3 strangers. And even if he did, there is the manifest, and there is immigration on arrival, and there is the fact that we do not have tickets. Why would people who are not sailing need tickets? I said. We arrived at 8 in the morning, which is the exact moment the previous cruise finishes disembarking and before the next boarding begins. We came with a stepladder and 2 toolboxes and clipboards, and we walked up to the crew gate like men whose morning is already going badly. I opened the side gate through the grill, which took 11 seconds, and I waved Elder Zhang and Lin Zhou up the ramp. Go on, quickly, find Zhao Guang. He will take you down to the cold room. 2 crewmen came out to stop them, and instead of blocking them, I stepped between the 2 crewmen. That is a small physical thing that does an enormous amount of work. If you stand between 2 people who are together, you are inside their group. Their bodies read it as inclusion before their brains read it as anything at all, and their guard drops about 40%. Is Elder Liu still your head of security? I asked conversationally. Ah no, he retired, did he not? Sun Ming now. Then I called the captain and hung up inside half a ring. Not enough time to connect, not enough time to leave a missed call, and then I put the phone to my ear and started talking to nobody in front of 2 witnesses. Elder Zhou, it is me, Shu Zhou. Why did nobody notice the cold room was down until this morning? It is already 8 and I have to be off by 9:30. What? You sail at 10? Oh, that is fine then. Ha! I was starting to think you were going to carry me off to London. I watched both crewmen relax completely, and here is exactly why. I had just told them I was leaving at 9:30, which means I am not a passenger, which means whatever I am not their problem, and there is no reason on this earth to check the identity of a man who is not sailing. That is the first transfer of responsibility. The phone call was the second. And then I took the initiative back, which is the part that finished it. What? Oh, do not start me on Sun Ming. He did not even tell the ticket staff. Pause. Which one of you is Gao Wei? Me. Do not worry. It is not your fault. Longer pause, while I listened to nobody. What? Standing around gossiping? They are not gossiping. There are no passengers on board yet. What exactly do you expect them to be doing? Both of them straightened up like recruits. The captain was now angry with them, and I was defending them, and from that second onward, neither of those men had one single spare thought for who I was. They were far too busy being frightened for themselves. Do I need a ticket? I asked on the way past. I am not sailing after all. No, do not joke. 13 days later, we walked off that ship in Southampton, and I still have not paid for it. Below decks, I picked up an ally on the first afternoon, and I picked him because he was in a bad mood. His name was Xiaobing. He was an engineer, and the previous year he had been blamed for a failure in the cold storage system and had never gotten over it. Machines do not break on their own, he told me, inside 4 minutes of meeting me. People break them, and the more often you inspect a thing, the sooner it fails. That is not superstition, that is what happens. I worked in power distribution for 2 years, I said, which is not true and was extremely useful. Every fault we ever had came 2 or 3 days after an inspection. Xiaobing put down his cup. By the end of that conversation, Xiaobing had personally cancelled our work order, on his own authority, on the grounds that the cold room had been fine until people started interfering with it, and had then obtained us a cabin. He obtained it by throwing somebody else's luggage out of it. I did not ask. 13 days of full board, and by the 4th day the head of security had introduced me to the captain and the first officer over dinner, and I had become the sort of person who is simply always around. Somewhere out in the Indian Ocean, Elder Zhang gave me the superconductor. He put the copper case on the table between us in a cabin with the porthole open, and he did it with the seriousness of a man handing over a relic, and inside the copper shell there was a piece of metal about the size of the end of a thumb, superconducting up to 2000 Kelvin. 2000. The best we have needs to be colder than most of space. The handover point had been a facility designated S4 in Lincoln County, Nevada. The United States Air Force runs on a budget of around $600 billion, and the Illuminati add roughly $300 billion in money that appears in no ledger anywhere. There were 6 samples. Messiah stole one out of the Lockheed Institute in New Mexico, and it cost them half their membership, including Elder Zhang's son. And then Elder Zhang showed me a photograph of the counterpart at the exchange, and that was the first time I looked at one of them properly, and it was not what I expected in any direction. Gray skin, 1.45 meters. Eyes like black gemstones with no whites at all. Ears that are not ears, just openings. The classic figure. The one on the posters and the t-shirts and the terrible films. And their real designation, when I read it, is not a species name. Zeta 3, Watchdog, 1633. 3rd generation bred stock, oxidized variant, small terrestrial body. They are not citizens of anything. They are equipment. They are a manufactured working animal, bred in batches for a purpose, the way we bred dogs to herd sheep and then bred them again for a slightly different shape of sheep. They are the thing you send outside to check the perimeter, which recontextualizes everything, and I mean everything. The United States has a treaty with them. If you sign a contract with a working dog and the dog puts its paw print on the paper, is any police force on this planet obliged to enforce it? And here is the part that I have not been able to put down since. The superconductor that Messiah lost half its people to steal, that sits in a copper case like a holy object, that our entire species cannot manufacture and barely understands. It was 6 decorative rivets. 6 ornamental studs, which the gray unit unpicked from the front of its own everyday clothing before coming out of the vehicle, because it had been told to bring something to trade and had not been issued anything. The price was 600 people. That is a modern man walking into a village that has never seen glass, tearing the colored beads off his own jacket, and going home with a year of food. He is not even being cruel. He genuinely does not think of it as a transaction, because on his side of it, nothing of value has moved. We are being watched by a pack of guard dogs, and we have been signing treaties with them, and we are extremely proud of the beads. Roswell makes sense too, once you know what was flying it. They are not gifted. They cannot be, because they are grown in batches to a specification, and a batch process does not produce geniuses. It produces consistency. They are trained to operate the vehicles. They make basic errors. And in 1945, somebody on this planet set off an atomic device, and my best reconstruction is that a watchdog somewhere suddenly remembered it had a job, came down to look at what the noise was, and put the vehicle into the ground in New Mexico. The whole modern world runs on the paperwork from that crash, and the crash happened because a dog got startled. Elder Zhang did not speak for about 4 minutes after I finished. Then he said, "My son died taking that out of a building in New Mexico." "Yes. And you are telling me it is a button off a coat." "I am telling you that it is a room temperature superconductor," I said, "and that both of those things are true at once, and that the second one does not make the first one smaller. It is a button off a coat, and it is also the single most valuable object on this planet, and the reason both are true is that we are standing on the wrong side of a gap that nobody on our side has ever seen the width of. Your son took a piece of decoration off a creature that was bred to check a fence. And with it, in about 11 years, we will have magnetic containment that works at ambient temperature and that changes power distribution, medical imaging, and eventually propulsion. He did not steal a trinket. He stole a shortcut past 40 years of physics, and he could not have known which one it was, and it does not matter because the shortcut is real." Elder Zhang looked out of the porthole for a while. "You are not very comforting," he said. "No, but you are the first person who has explained it to me. Meanwhile, on that ship, there was a thief. He worked the upper decks, and he was very good, and he called himself Pineapple Roll, which I have always assumed loses something. I caught him coming out of a cabin on the 9th floor at 2 in the morning, and we had a brief, quiet, extremely fast disagreement in a corridor, and during it I took his watch and 30,000 pounds off him without either of us stopping. Then I gave all of it back. I do not like arguing with colleagues, I said. I have a large job of my own on this ship. He looked at his own wrist, then at me, and then he took my watch off me and held it up. You got caught by your own intent, he said. Your foundation is weak. I liked him. That is a thing I do not say often. I liked him and I used him, and the two are unrelated. I told him about a shareholder on the 10th floor named Joe Ming who kept a case in his cabin containing 40 diamonds worth around 500 million, and I told him the only window was the immigration inspection when the bodyguards get taken away to process visas. He took it. Of course he took it. And he began quietly planning to inform ship security about his own accomplice afterwards, which I knew he would, and which cost me nothing. Then I sat down to dinner with the officers and thought out loud. If somebody covered a camera, I said over the soup, would that not tell you exactly where they intend to work? Nobody answered. There is only one person living on the 10th floor, a major shareholder. We dock tomorrow. If it were me, I would not take my eyes off that corridor for 20 hours. Sun Ming put a team on the 10th floor that night, and over those 2 days I built a customs uniform. Out of crew coveralls, 2 suits I bought off passengers, and a peaked cap I made from scratch, and it took me 11 hours, and it was better than the real ones because I had measured the real ones. The uniform is nothing, I told Lin Zhou, who was watching me sew. I talk to the captain every evening. I know exactly which officers are coming aboard tomorrow, what their names are, and which decks they are assigned. The thief went into the cabin at the scheduled hour and walked into 6 people, and in the middle of that, from the far end of the corridor, in a flawless London accent, somebody shouted, "Daniel, stop him! Thief! On the stairs! He is on the stairs! Danny!" There was a young customs officer on that deck named Daniel Finch. Only his family and 2 friends have ever called him Danny. He went down those stairs like a man launched, because when you hear your own name, and specifically when you hear the version of your name that only people who love you use, you do not evaluate. You move. That is the whole lesson, and I have used it 4 times since. People in a crowd do not refuse to help. They fail to receive an instruction. Everyone assumes the request is addressed to somebody better placed. Never shout for someone to help. Shout a name. The named person has nowhere to hide. While Danny was catching a thief on the stairs, I walked the 9th deck in a uniform I had made myself, checking cabins, introducing myself as Mike from Customs. He came back up out of breath and found his section already cleared. Lin Zhou explained it to him in careful English. His name is Mike. He saw you chasing the thief, so he covered your section. He said you filled in for him once. And I watched Danny's face go through it. Mike, the new one. Nobody had invited Mike for drinks after the Rotterdam run, and Danny had felt slightly bad about that at the time. Downstairs on the quay, we caught each other's eye across 60 meters, and he raised a hand and I raised mine, and both of us understood the moment completely and differently. He invited me to a place called the Lemon Bar that evening. He wanted to make it up to Mike. We were never once on the same wavelength, and it was one of the more pleasant relationships of my life. There was a poster on the side of a building in London 4 stories high, advertising a run of concerts at the arena. The final shows, sold out months ago, and there were tens of thousands of signatures on it because fans had been coming to sign the hoarding for weeks, and the whole surface was covered in ink. Elder Zhang stood in front of it and started scanning, methodically, left to right. Our people sign with the name Man, he said. It looks like a fan writing a tribute. Man Mateo, Man Bieber. You have to find them in the crowd. I looked at the poster for about a second and a half. 34, I said. He kept scanning. 34, I said again. That is all of them. He counted for 40 minutes. He found 34, and then he counted again, twice, and then he sat down on the curb. 34 people, worldwide. That was Messiah. 61 years since 2 men who had been at Roswell decided to do something about it. A president, a space program, 3 reorganizations, 34 signatures on a concert poster. And the reason the poster existed, the reason the concerts existed at all, is the part that made me revise everything I thought about the structure of that organization. Messiah has 3 leaders. The Emperor handles ideology, strategy, and money. The evil dragon is the military commander. And the 3rd is the angel, who handles cover and communication. The angel is David Turner. He was 50. He was in genuinely poor health. Everybody in the world knew he had nothing left to prove and no need for the money, and he had agreed to 50 consecutive shows in one city because a public announcement that he is returning to London, carried by every news organization on Earth, is a summons. That is the whole point of him. He can stand in front of a bank of cameras and say a specific sentence, and within 2 hours that sentence is in every country on this planet, and 34 people scattered across 4 continents know where to be and when. And the reason he had been taken apart in the press for 15 years, the reason a man was picked to pieces in public until there was very little of him left, is that at some point he had declined to do what one of the financial interests inside that structure required of him. I do not think anyone will ever prove that. I do not need it proved. I have stood next to the man. Contact was made through a boy with a telephone. We were told to go to a specific address. Then a child of about 9 came up to Elder Jiang in the street, asked him for money, and when Elder Jiang gave him a coin, handed him a mobile phone. The coin was the check. If the child had handed over the phone without asking for money first, we would have been talking to nobody. The voice on the phone gave us an address and told us to leave the area. I did not leave the area. I went and bought a pizza. 20 minutes later, I knocked on a door on the 4th floor of the building directly opposite the arena, holding a pizza box, and a man opened it because he had ordered that pizza himself 11 minutes earlier. His name was Liu Xiaofan. You told me to leave, I said, walking past him into his own flat. How did you know I actually left? You had to be watching us the entire time, which means you are close, which means you are on this side of the street. Elder Zhang spoke to you in Mandarin and you answered in Mandarin, so you are Chinese. In the last 12 months, exactly one Chinese tenant has lived in this building. He stood in the doorway with the door still open. Also, I bought a key off your concierge for £6,000, I said. He resigned last month. He was delighted. Liu Xiaofan was the 72nd best hacker on the planet, and within Messiah, he was the 6th best, which tells you everything about who joins an organization like that. 5 people better than him, all of them volunteers, all of them working day jobs. Messiah built the original architecture behind a very famous leaks platform and then handed it away because they did not have the staff to run it. I typed 2 signature lines into his antivirus. Run it again. He ran it again and went white. There was a Trojan on his machine that had been sitting there for 35 days, not gathering, sitting, reporting. Your scanner has no signatures for Illuminati intrusion, I said, and you have been on the network with it every day, and you are the communications hub for an organization of 34 people, which meant there was a mole, which meant that the entire gathering in London, the summons, the poster, the 50 concerts, all of it had been known to the other side from the start. They had let it run because a scattered organization is a nuisance and a gathered one is a delivery. The new communication method was pizza because I have found that the more absurd a signal is the longer it survives. A fruit pizza, untouched, means assemble. A beef pizza returned in 8 slices means the 8th floor. After any signal, everybody changes phone. Liu Xiaofan told me about David's medication that night, and I stopped being interested in anything else. He was not sleeping, not badly sleeping, not sleeping, and he had been given propofol to fix it in a bedroom by a personal physician on a nightly basis, along with a stack of sedatives on top. Propofol is not a sleeping aid. Propofol is what they use to put you under for surgery. It is administered in operating theaters with monitoring equipment and a person whose only job for the entire procedure is to watch you breathe. A doctor who keeps satisfying his patient, I said, is either a coward or a criminal. If you cannot sleep and you ask for something to knock you out, is the correct response from a physician to hand it to you. They killed Kennedy, Lin Zhou said quietly from the corner. Yes. I stood up and got my coat. If I have not seen him by tomorrow morning, I said, get ready to read about it in the world news. Then I found the mole, and I found him with a phone call that nobody made. First, I had to look out of the window, which is where I noticed the vase. There was a flat across the way with a vase on the windowsill, and the vase had a black pattern on it, and one segment of that black pattern was a telescopic sight. Somebody had been sitting behind that window for 3 days, so I took the superconductor out of my pocket and held it up in front of everyone in the room, at length, and made a small speech about how I would be carrying it personally from now on. I did that so that the mole would report it. Because a group of 34 scattered enthusiasts is very hard to eliminate all at once, and a single young man carrying the only physical evidence they have ever obtained is extremely easy, and I would very much rather they came for me. Then I staged a disappearance. Liu Xiaofan and I arranged for one of them, a man called Franz, to simply not arrive. No message, no answer, nothing. Everybody scattered to look for him. And on the way out of the door, I said casually, over my shoulder, do not be pessimistic. He probably just did not hear it ring. Which gave every single person in that organization explicit permission to call Franz again. They all did. Mateo called 6 times. Bieber called 11. The lowest count among the 32 people who went out looking was 2. Rohan did not call once. Not a single attempt, over 4 hours, while everyone around him was hitting redial in stairwells. When you are looking for a missing friend, you call him repeatedly, and you keep calling long after it is rational, and you do it because hope is not rational, unless you know. Rohan had exactly the same information as everyone else in that room. The difference was that somewhere underneath, he already knew that the Illuminati were in London, and that Franz was never going to pick up. The 2 men who came for the 8th floor arrived at 4 in the afternoon, and I met them with a tube of glue. because I had spent the previous hour swapping the numbers on the doors. 801 and 802 changed places, neatly, with matched screws. Eleanor, who I had met that morning and who thought I was insane, said, "You are joking. They cannot tell left from right?" "They do not live here," I said. "They have never been in this corridor before. When they step out of that lift, they will read the number because that is what a number is for, and in their minds we have not left the flat all day, which means the number cannot have changed, and I will give them a reason to believe it." Then I walked out of the flat, now labeled 802, carrying a shoebox under my arm, speaking into my phone in a London accent. "Tell the coach I have got the boots and I am on my way." I walked directly past both of them and said good afternoon. One of them watched me come out. A stranger. Coming out of 802. He turned to his partner and nodded at 801, which is a confirmation, not a guess, and men do not question a confirmation they arrived at themselves. They took the door off an empty flat. I came in behind the first one and put him down, and the second one turned around and shot his own partner in the chest because I had put the partner in the way. Then he emptied a magazine at me from a range of about 4 meters and did not hit me once. I want to describe that carefully because it is not what it looks like and it is not superhuman. I stepped left. He fired where I was going. I went right instead. He corrected and fired. I took a step and a half and stopped dead in the middle of it, and the round went past my ear. At that point, he did the smart thing, which is that he stopped and waited for me to move first. So I stopped moving at all and walked straight at him. 5 shots at conversational distance, all misses. And the last thing that went through that man's mind was that it was not possible that I was somehow avoiding bullets, and he was completely wrong. I was not avoiding bullets. Nobody can avoid a bullet. I was avoiding decisions, and a decision takes about a quarter of a second to travel from a man's mind to his trigger finger, and I can read it the whole way. I put a foot into his jaw from the floor, on a curve, and that was the end of that conversation. Then I dealt with the sniper across the street, and this was the first genuinely difficult opponent I had ever met. I picked up the unconscious body of the second man, and I held him behind the curtain, and I put an umbrella up over the two of us and edged his head out into the gap. The window came apart. Something wet hit the fabric of the umbrella. I dropped him and walked away and did not look. The sniper's name was Alan, and I would like to tell you about him properly because he is aboard my ship right now. He was taken at 10 years old. From 14, he was a research subject for 14 consecutive years. 14 direct injections of gene therapy compounds, 16 serum transplants, around 30 emergency surgeries, 400 fluid extractions, approximately 1,000 sessions of electrical stimulation. Out of all of that, he developed dynamic vision. He can track a bullet in flight. He can see the round leave a rifle and follow it across a street. And he was classified as defective. The gene work had produced an unforeseen effect, which is that his body was burning through its own lifespan in order to accelerate his development. He had 2 or 3 years left at that point, and he knew the number. They dropped him from the program, so he went out and became a mercenary, and within a year he was the best sniper any of them had ever employed because he had one goal, which was to be selected for a unit called the Killers of Light, at which point the Illuminati would fix him. That was the deal in his head. That was the entire content of his life. A pistol against a sniper rifle across an urban street is not a fight. It is an execution with a delay. So I did not fight him. I built him a haunted house. I put time devices through 5 floors of the building. Candles, string, tension. Each one was rigged to knock out a corner of a window pane at a different time, on floors 3, 6, 7, 8, 10, and 13. It took me 50 minutes to lay, and I had to do it while a man with dynamic vision was watching the building. The mechanism is embarrassing. A candle, burned down to a marked height, releases a weighted string, and the weight swings into the corner of a pane. That is all. It cost me about £9 in a hardware shop on the corner, and I built 11 of them. What it produces is a sharp crack of glass at an unpredictable interval on a floor I am not on. Then I went and stood in a stairwell and waited to be shot at. The first shot he took broke his scope. I would like to claim that. I cannot. I put a round through a window at the same instant he fired, and the two happened to intersect, and the odds against that are absurd, and it is the single luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. But it set the psychology for the entire next hour, because from that moment on, Alan believed that his position was being found. That is what actually beat him. Not the plank, not the candles, not any of it. One coincidence in the first 10 seconds, and after that, every piece of evidence he received got read through it. Then the glass started breaking. Every crack, on every floor, at a random interval, and every single time he read it as I have been located and moved. He moved 11 times in 40 minutes. He went to ground behind a flower pot on a balcony. He shot through paper stickers on a window. He was calculating me the entire time. And he was good. He worked out correctly that if it takes him 10 seconds to relocate, then it takes his opponent 10 seconds. And he guessed the 6th floor. And he was right. At the end of it, the police arrived, and Alan went back to his original room because it was the only place he had not been seen leaving. And I went back to flat 801, which was the room with the bodies in it, which was where the police were about to walk. He understood the message. I watched him understand it through a broken window across a street. I know exactly where you are. Do you know that I came back? That is not tactics. That is the last dignity of a man with 2 years left, and he took it, and I have never held it against him. He threw his rifle out of the window into the street, which is the signal to disperse, and left. Next time, he told his handler, I am bringing a proper gun, and I am taking his head off. He meant Lin Zhou. Because I had made sure, from the first day, that the photographs the Illuminati were working from had the labels swapped. The doctor and the hacker is Wang Zhou. The combat asset, classification A3, is the tall one, Lin Zhou. While a genetically modified sniper spent an hour hunting me across 5 floors of an apartment block, the man he was hunting was in a McDonald's 4 streets away, ordering a second Big Mac because he had gotten bored waiting in the car. Then I fed them the whole organization on a plate in Cambridge, and 20 of the best contract soldiers in the world walked into it. Eleanor announced the new safe house to everyone. A health and wellness center on the edge of the city, private grounds, 3 buildings, 1 road in. Everyone included Rohan. He sent the coordinates within 9 minutes. Then he took the exit I had suggested to him earlier, which ran through a tunnel because I had mentioned in passing that the tunnel was the only route without cameras. They put a rocket into his car in that tunnel. I want to be precise about my part in that. I did not kill Rohan. I told him where the cameras were not, and the people he worked for did the rest. Because the first thing you do with a source at the end of an operation is close the account. 20 men came in on a security cordon authorized by a document signed by a defense minister. That is the level we are discussing. Not gangsters, not private muscle. A national defense signature on a live operation in a university town. And they had a black captain running them who was individually better than anyone I had ever fought. So I gave them a piece of information. We are going out through the drainage system. 12 of them went underground. 12 out of 20. Down into a sewer network to intercept an escape that was never going to happen, wading through cold water in body armor, and by the time they came back up, it was over. I want to explain how that piece of information got to them, because the delivery is the whole trick. I did not tell them we were going through the drains. If I had told them, they would have waited and discarded it, because anything an opponent tells you is worth nothing. What I did was let one of their listening posts pick up 30 seconds of a Messiah man arguing with another Messiah man about whether the drains were survivable. The argument was real. Eleanor genuinely thought the drainage plan was insane and said so at volume because Eleanor says everything at volume, and I had made sure the plan existed on paper for exactly 2 days so that there would be something for her to be furious about. Information that a man overhears being disputed is the most credible information in the world. He has not been told it. He has caught it. He feels clever. 12 professionals put themselves in a pipe because a woman shouted at me about a plan I had already thrown away. Upstairs, I had 8 professionals and 11 amateurs, and here is what I did with the amateurs. Mateo was a genuinely excellent marksman in the way that a competition shooter is excellent, which against international contractors is worth almost nothing because they do not stand in the open. So I went round the atrium with a grease pencil and drew dots, 1 on the steel column, 1 on the far wall, 1 on the bronze fountain, and guidelines along 3 windowsills. Aim at the shadow of the 19th leaf from the top, I told him. If the target is standing, upper dot, crouched, lower dot. You get 2 shots per mark, no more, because after 2 the dent will start walking the round offline. He looked at me like I had asked him to pray. Then he shot 2 men who were behind cover, through geometry, off painted steel. The rounds came in at angles that were physically impossible from any position inside that building, so the entire opposing force concluded there was a second team firing in from outside the perimeter and spent 11 minutes reorienting. Have you never played billiards? I asked him. Hiroshi. I put on thermal. He stripped the foil out of 4 air conditioning units and made 1 suit, not clothing. A shell taped at every seam, and then overshoes on top. Boots vent, he said with total confidence, sealing them. I have done this before. You will leave warm prints, and they will read your track like a road. I have no idea where Hiroshi learned that, and I have never asked. Then I walked down the middle of an open road in daylight. There was a man with binoculars on the roof of the north building, watching that road, and he was competent, and I walked down it at a normal pace with my hands out of my pockets. Because I had put a round through a window near a man called Jenkins 11 seconds earlier, and the captain on the roof had swung his glasses 40 degrees to look at it, and a human field of view is a cone. It is not a sphere, and it is not continuous. He can look away. He can blink. Grit can get in his eye. Every one of those is a window, and if you can see the windows, you can cross any ground on this planet in front of anybody. I crouched behind a stone urn for exactly the 2 seconds his attention came back, and then continued. There was a man named Marcus holding the west stair. I got within a meter of him, needle into the side of the neck, hand across the throat, and a strike that put him out without a sound. Then I put on his earpiece, took his outer gear, and lay down half on top of him, so that from the roof a thermal signature that had been 2 bodies became one red shape with one outline. 20 minutes later, I heard them coordinate a grenade over the radio, and I dragged Marcus, tied, into the doorway they were throwing at. Then I heard a second one called, and I threw a plank out of the window. That is not a figure of speech. There was a length of scaffolding board leaning by the frame, and I put it through the air across the flight path of a grenade and knocked it out of the sky, and it came back down 11 meters short next to the man who had thrown it, and Jamal did not get up. And then Alan came apart, and this is the part I did not plan, and the part I have thought about most. He had dynamic vision. He could see rounds in flight. He was the best shot on that field by an enormous margin, and he was working in an environment I had spent 2 days poisoning with false signals, false movement, false heat, and false radio. He took his earpiece out. He did it to concentrate because the chatter was interfering with his tracking. The moment he took it out, he stopped receiving position updates. He shot Marcus, who was wearing his own suit and had my heat signature on him. He came down and finished Jamal, who was on the ground, and covered his face with a cloth first, which is how they worked out afterwards that it had been one of their own because of the pattern on the fabric. He put 2 grenades into a doorway that 3 of Jensen's reinforcements were coming through. He shot Dylan. He shot Jensen. The radio traffic in the last 4 minutes of that engagement is the single most unpleasant recording I have ever listened to. That is 10. That is 10 now. Alan has lost it. Alan has gone. Then 13. He killed 13 of his own people in under half an hour, and every single one of those calls was a correct decision made with information I had arranged. I did not fire on Alan once. I never had to. The captain on the roof was the last real problem, and I had to go up the tower for him. He was better than me in the physical sense, and we both knew it inside 2 exchanges. He put an elbow into a space I was about to occupy without looking, purely from the sound of my foot, and I caught the wrist blind, and that was the only reason my jaw is where it is. I put him down eventually, and it took longer than anything else that day. Then I took his phone out from under his body and left a different one there, Jenkins's. I stepped on the case first, so the screen was ruined. He woke up about 40 minutes later, found his own smashed phone, and began sending messages with it. And every message he sent came up on his colleagues' handsets under Jenkins's name, and Jenkins had been confirmed dead an hour earlier, which meant that in the mind of every surviving man on that field, the enemy had taken a phone off a corpse and was now impersonating their people. The only way that Captain could prove he was alive was to be seen. So he dragged himself up to the tower window with one leg not working and lifted himself into the frame so that Mitchell could see him from the south building. He did it 4 times, and from a rooftop 300 meters away, Alan watched a figure in dark gear cautiously appear at a window, again and again, in a building that was supposed to be clear. He had spent 2 weeks being told that the tall one, the fighter, classification A3, was the dangerous one. On the 4th appearance, he took the shot. "Rest in peace, friend," he said, over an open channel. "I won." He believed until this year that he killed Lin Zhou. He has since had to make his peace with the fact that Lin Zhou was in a car park eating. The end of it was the ugliest part, and it was between them. Mitchell and 3 others came for Alan because 13 dead is not a mistake. 13 dead is a traitor, and they had all reached the same conclusion at the same time. They put 4 grenades into his position, and Alan, in a state I do not have words for, killed all 4 of them. Mitchell was the last, and he had time to talk, and he used it. He said, "Who is the idiot here? Who is the one helping the weaklings from Messiah? Do not look down on us. So what if you have dynamic vision? So what if they modified you? You are a defective product. You are waste. You work for a percentage exactly like the rest of us. Go on then. Shoot. Kenji is not going to spare you anyway. If I were you, I would put it in my own mouth." Alan already had. He had the barrel in his own mouth while Mitchell was talking, and on that last sentence he took it out and shot Mitchell instead, because Mitchell had accidentally reminded him what he was for. Then he crawled toward the middle of the courtyard, and there was a step, and he could not get up the step, and he stopped. "He cannot make that step," I said. He could not. 20 international contractors. Messiah lost nobody, not one. 34 people who had never held a rifle against the best money can rent, and the casualty figure on my side was 0, and I want to be honest that 13 of the 20 were killed by Alan. Also, Mateo got 2, and he has never once let anybody forget it. I sent Lin Zhou out to collect him. Alan was on his back in the gravel with an empty pistol pointed at the sky, and he raised it as Lin Zhou walked up, and Lin Zhou looked back at me. "Ignore it," I said. so Lin Jo ignored it, walked over, took him by the wrist and started dragging him toward the building. Alan shouted at him. Then he got a rifle off the ground with his free hand and fired it, and could not hit him, because a rifle is long, and his left arm was being held, and the man dragging him was directly against his side, and there is no angle. He emptied it into the air beside a man he could have killed in an open field from a kilometer away. They saw through me a long time ago, he said, and stopped struggling. That was the day I learned there was a Kenji. He is 1.92 meters with a mane of gold hair and a face that reads as a lion before it reads as a man, and he wears metal bracers on both forearms because his own bones were not sufficient. He can pull 1,750 kilos. He can press 1,300. He threw a 1,500-kilo lead ball at one of his own men for delivering bad news, and then put his foot on the man's leg and leaned until something gave. Do not make excuses, he said. You promised me. Then he stood on his head. Too loud. There are 3 compounds, and all 3 came out of a single vial. 1 vial of alien pharmaceutical, 30 years of reverse engineering, 3 products. Ardent Sentinel, which is physical, and which is what Kenji is. Ascendant, which is developmental, and produces things that are much stranger. And Nirvana, which is the top of the structure, and is not issued to soldiers. And the vial was never meant for us. It was formulated for the gray units. 30 years of the best biochemists money can buy, working backwards from a medicine designed for a manufactured working animal, and what they got out of it was 3 ways to break a human being into a weapon. Luca, called the Evil Dragon, was Ardent Sentinel, and he had walked out 2 years earlier. The official reason was that he was naive. He had come to believe personally and stubbornly that the Illuminati were not going to save anybody. Kenji wanted him back and had made it a personal matter, and I would like the record to show that a man who breaks his own subordinate's leg for being late was, in that instance, motivated by something quite close to love. Then I recruited Alan, and it took 40 seconds, and it was not me who did it. Lin Jo sat down on the floor next to him and listed his medical history. Every injection, every serum, every surgery, the 400 extractions, the 1,000 stimulations, in order, with dates, because I had read them off his body in the courtyard and written them on a card. Alan did not move the entire time, and then Lin Jo said the thing that I did not write on the card because Lin Jo does not read from cards. If you become my comrade, you will live. That is my promise. Alan got up. He walked out onto the balcony. He stood in the sun with a bottle of water and drank all of it slowly, and nobody followed him and nobody stood between him and the rail. Then he came back in. God knows why, he said. I should believe your promise. He has been with us ever since, and that promise is being paid, and I will come back to that, because that one I did make. Then Alan told me why the Illuminati had bought him for $6,000. Failed experiments are sold as food, he said. I did not say anything. That is what I was. $6,000 at 10 years old. Without them, I would have been dead a long time ago, and I want you to understand that I am aware of how that sentence sounds. Lin Jo said, how can intelligent beings eat intelligent beings? The Illuminati asked the Greys exactly that, Alan said, word for word. And? They said it was our own fantasy about morality. And then he told me the second half, which I had not known, and which finally answered the question I had been carrying since I was 16 years old on a stone in my grandfather's yard. They find us cruel. That is the disadvantage line. That is the official assessment. And what they mean by it is not war, and it is not the eating, and it is not any of the things we would nominate. What they find repulsive is that we slander and destroy our own, specifically the ones who have benefited the species, that we take a person who has done something for all of us, and we pull him down in public until there is nothing left, and then we go and find another one. That is the line on the report. That is the thing that a species which buys us by weight considers barbaric. I sat with that for a long time in a hospital corridor in London. 2 floors above me there was a man who had spent 15 years being taken apart in the newspapers of the world, and who had booked 50 concerts he could not survive so that 34 people could find each other. I was 1 floor away and 11 minutes late. The doctor's name was Dr. Owens, and he had been doing it for weeks, and the pattern was so patient that it did not look like anything at all from the outside. 10 milligrams of one sedative, then 2 milligrams of another, then 2 of a third, then round again. All night, every night, cycling, keeping a man in a state that is not sleep and is not waking, and from which the body never recovers anything. And at 10 in the morning, 25 milligrams of propofol into a line. Then he stood there and watched it go in for 10 minutes. Then he went to the bathroom for 2. At 10:52, David stopped breathing. Dr. Owens took a pulse for 15 minutes. 15. And then he made a telephone call, and the call was not to the emergency services. It was to a wealthy private patient of his, who advised him to call the assistant instead, because calling an ambulance at this point would look like manslaughter. That is the conversation that happened. Two men, on a phone, discussing the optics. We came through the door at 11:11, and Dr. Owens was performing chest compressions on a bed. On a bed, which does not work, which cannot work, which every first-year medical student on this planet knows does not work, and he was doing it with real conviction because there were now witnesses in the room. The first thing I did was pull the line out of David's arm. I did it before I touched him, before the assessment, before anything. If a drug is producing an adverse reaction, I said to the room in English, should one not begin by ceasing to administer the drug? Every head in that room turned to look at the doctor. Then I went to work, and I'm going to describe it because I have had 6 years of people telling me what I did in that room was impossible. 4 needles around the heart at the points that reset the conduction pathway. Then a thick needle through the tips of every finger and every toe, one at a time, to open the peripheral circuit and let pressure bleed off slowly rather than in one surge. Then I put my own compound directly into the heart muscle, not a vein. A vein is a delivery route, and delivery routes require a pump, and the pump had stopped. If you put a drug into the arm of a man whose heart is not beating, you have put a drug into an arm. Eleanor came in with a pacing unit and a defibrillator that I had made her buy the day before, which she had thought was paranoia, and which she has never once mentioned since without a look. And I set the voltage and the pulse width by eye, no monitor, no trace. No electrocardiogram at all, because there was no time to place leads, and because I do not need them. Dr. Owens actually laughed. It came out of him as a kind of bark. What is the point of blind resuscitation? All you are doing is taking legal responsibility for the death onto yourselves. Then David's back came off the bed and he made a sound and started breathing. The hospital confirmed it afterwards, in writing, and their report is a beautiful document if you know how to read it. Survival was attributable to 3 interventions: an anticoagulant, an unidentified novel compound found in the cardiac tissue, and highly effective electrical stimulation. Dr. Owens had administered none of the 3. He could not name the compound. He could not describe the equipment. He could not explain the needle sites. He stood in a corridor and told a police officer that he had done all of it himself and then failed to produce a single detail of any of it. That afternoon, everybody wanted to talk about how we were going to protect David Turner forever. Eleanor had a rota. Liu Xiaofan had a plan involving 3 safe locations. Elder Zhang wanted to move him out of the country. I let them go for about 20 minutes. Why are we protecting him? I said. You cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. As long as the Illuminati want him dead, he will die. That is not pessimism, that is arithmetic. Every day we win, they lose nothing. One day they win, and it is over. So what do you suggest? Said Liu Xiaofan. What we need to do is not protect David. What we need to do is kill him. The room went completely silent, and Elder Zhang put his cup down very carefully. His physician is already under investigation for an attempt on his life, I said. So let us make the attempt real. The Illuminati want him dead? Then we will help. We will kill him 10 times. We will kill him 20 times. We will kill him 30 times a day, and we will do it in front of the world's press, and we will do it until it becomes the most expensive thing anybody has ever tried to buy. Public opinion will not stop them, Liu Xiaofan said. They shot a president. Public opinion is a tool, not a goal. Correct. They killed Kennedy with the whole world watching, and it cost them nothing. They will not stop because of opinion. They will stop because of price. David is not a threat to them. We are. David is a 50-year-old man in a hospital bed with a signature they do not like. But if killing him means that a group they cannot identify appears in central London and stages an assassination every 90 minutes, then he stops being a target and becomes a trap, at which point the Illuminati will stop trying to kill him. They will start guarding him, and they will come hunting us instead, which is what I want, because I would rather be hunted with him alive than hunted with him dead. Eleanor said, and if it fails? Then consider the geography. After the London police publicly prevent 100 attempts on this man's life, no country on earth will permit him to die on their territory. Because the next morning the question is, why did London stop 100 and you stopped none? Nobody spoke for a while. Then Eleanor said the thing that everybody in that room was thinking, and nobody wanted to be the one to say. He is 50 years old, and he has just come back from being dead. And you want to spend the next 3 weeks putting him through attempts on his life. Yes, he will know. He will be lying in that bed, and there will be an explosion outside his door, and he will know. He will know within about 6 hours, I said, because he is not stupid, and I intend to tell him myself on the second day. And then he is going to agree because he has spent 15 years watching this organization take him apart in public, and he has never once been given a way to hit back that was not a lawsuit. I am offering a man who has been a target since he was 25 the chance to be the most expensive target on the planet. He will take it. He did. He did on the second day, and I am not going to describe that conversation because it was his and he is not here to check my version of it. There is a simpler option, I said. We abandon David. It costs nothing and we would all be alive next month. Nobody moved. Elder Jong stood up. Then we do it, he said. Let us turn the world over. The first attempt was a grenade in Dr. Owens's coat pocket with the pin already out. I put it there in a corridor. He found it about 4 seconds later, screamed, and threw it, and it took the door off David's ward in front of 9 witnesses and 2 cameras. Dr. Owens was now a terrorist, officially, on film. Then I took him off the escort that was transporting him, put down 4 officers without permanent damage to any of them, and introduced myself. Dream Bear, I said. Killers of Light. Then I called a man named Robert, whose number I had taken off Rohan's phone, and said, this is your last chance. If David Turner is not dead within 24 hours, I will kill you first and him second. And after that, I walked Dr. Owens through every single attempt personally, holding his hand the entire way. I left an adhesive charge in a toilet cistern for him to find. That was actually prepared in case you refused, I told him. I put a police uniform under a seat in a car boot for him to sit on. I gave him a flashbang. I gave him a surgeon's coat. And he was terrible at all of it, which was the entire point, because Dr. Owens was not an assassin. Dr. Owens was a physician who had accepted money, and a frightened man improvises badly. He threw the flashbang 3 seconds early because I cut the lights in the corridor and he panicked, and it blinded 4 police officers instead of covering his exit. Then the newspapers took over the operation, and I stopped having to do very much at all. Eleanor went in as a nurse and let herself be overheard by a reporter from one of the tabloids, a man named Thompson, and what she gave him was not a story. It was fragments. Operating theater, danger, Dr. Owens, explosion, 4 words, nothing joined up. And that newsroom, working under deadline, with a picture desk shouting, assembled those 4 words into a headline within the hour. Dr. Owens has planted a remote detonated device in the operating theater. They found one. There was one. It was exactly where the paper said it was. The mayor's office nearly came apart. Why does the press know before the police? Then it happened again the next morning, and that one I had to do properly, because after the first success, the police put 4 officers on the ward door and a sergeant on the lift. So I used the lift. There is a service car at the north end of that building, and I took Dr. Owens up to the plant room above the shaft and put a hacksaw in his hands and pointed at the governor cable. He did not want to. He stood there with the saw hanging by his leg and told me it was a 15-floor drop. Nobody is in it, I said. That is not the point of it. He cut it anyway, because by that stage, Dr. Owens did whatever the man beside him told him to do, and the car went down to the bottom of the shaft over the course of about 9 seconds, empty, making the most extraordinary noise, which put every officer in that wing into a stairwell at once. And the paper had it 2 hours before the incident report, because Eleanor had walked past a reporter in a corridor the previous evening saying the word governor into a phone. The next one was a surgeon's coat. Dr. Owens went along the 3rd-floor corridor in scrubs with a mask on and got as far as the ward door before a nurse who had worked with him for 2 years said his name out loud, and he ran, and a constable put him into a laundry trolley. He got out of that on his own. That is the only part of the entire campaign that Dr. Owens did without assistance, and I have always given him credit for it. The storeroom was the one that frightened people, and it frightened them because it worked on paper. There is a storeroom on the 4th floor below the ward that holds polyurethane packing foam. Burn polyurethane and you do not get smoke, you get hydrogen cyanide. And the ventilation on that floor had been resealed in a refurbishment 2 years earlier in a way that put the 4th floor extract into a shared riser with the oxygen concentrator plant. So a fire in a storeroom 4 floors down, which is nobody's emergency, and gets a single extinguisher and a form, arrives upstairs as a gas supply. 4 inferences: fire, chemistry, ductwork, plant. And a tabloid printed all 4 of them at 6 in the morning with a diagram. The chief of police read that diagram over his own breakfast, sent a team to the 4th floor, and found the storeroom door already wedged and a heat source already sitting on the foam. I would like to be clear that I was standing across the road at the time watching him go in, and that if he had been 11 minutes slower, I would have gone in myself, because I was never going to let that one run. Then there was the light fitting, which was a charge inside a diffuser in the corridor ceiling, and which the paper predicted by the simple method of asking themselves where a person walks every day without looking up. Then there was the water, which I did with food coloring, and no toxin at all, because at that point the value was entirely in the headline, and I was not going to put anything into an intensive care supply for a headline. And then there were the ambulances. Somebody cut the handbrake cable on every vehicle in that fleet, every one in a locked yard, overnight, without a single camera catching it. The papers ran it as sabotage of the transfer, and they were correct. And the reason I did it is more specific than that. The route from that hospital to the one in Greenwich includes a descent of about 800 meters at a gradient that will boil a foot brake if you ride it with weight aboard. Any driver who has done that run knows to hold it on the handbrake through the bottom half. That is not in a manual. That is a thing drivers tell each other. So I did not touch the foot brake, which would have been noticed on the first pre-check. I took away the thing that only matters on one hill. They found it. They found it because a paper printed it, and a fleet mechanic read the paper over his tea and went and looked and then swore for a very long time in a yard in South London. Nobody was ever in danger on that hill. I had 2 of Liu Xiaofan's people in a van at the top of it for 4 days with a radio, and I have never told the mayor's office that, and I do not intend to. The mayor gave a press conference, and it was one of the funniest hours of my life. He stood at a lectern and angrily denied the 5th attempt, in detail, at length, and a reporter in the 3rd row put a hand up and said, "Sorry, sir, I am asking about the 6th. There has been no 6th attempt. David Turner has not even begun to be transferred." And then he looked out into the room and saw the chief of police standing at the back with a telephone in his hand, nodding at him urgently with an expression of profound apology. The transfer had begun 11 minutes earlier. Here is why the newspapers kept being right, and it is the most useful thing I learned in London. The police investigate forwards, cause, then effect. They have to, because they need to be able to prove it afterwards. The press investigates backwards. They begin from the conclusion, which is that there has been an attempt because that is what sells, and then they invent the most dramatic mechanism that fits the available fragments. And they kept getting it right because Dr. Owens was doing exactly the same thing. Dr. Owens was not a professional. Dr. Owens was an ordinary frightened man asking himself what would a person do here, and a tabloid sub-editor at 2 in the morning is asking exactly the same question with exactly the same reference material. By the 2nd week, the chief of police was reading the special edition out loud in briefings as an operational summary. He did not comment on the fact that he was doing it. Nobody in the room commented either. 16 attempts, then over 40. And Thompson concluded that he had developed a gift. He genuinely did. He started talking about intuition. And then he found himself thinking about a Spanish double agent from the Second World War. That man invented an entire network of informants who did not exist. He fed the German command a stream of beautifully written fiction from imaginary sources, helped pull the main weight of an army away from a beach in Normandy, and finished the war decorated by both sides. Thompson wanted to be that. Thompson was, in fact, being that from the other end, and he never found out. Dr. Owens was arrested in the open in front of about 30 officers and 4 camera crews. He went down onto the pavement himself without being told, and he started shouting before anyone reached him. "I am not the organizer. I am a pawn. I work for the Illuminati. I need protection. There is a killer here. There is a killer in this crowd." And a man walked out of that crowd, put a needle into the side of his neck, and walked back into it. That was Crimson Hawk, and he was the real thing, and it was a neurotoxin, and Dr. Owens had about 90 seconds. He used them on live television, with the whole world watching, shouting one sentence over and over into a bank of lenses until he could not shape it anymore. "The Illuminati are real. The Illuminati are real." Somewhere in that crowd, a mole inside the London police force named Paul was trying to make a phone call and could not because an insurance salesman had rung him 3 times in 4 minutes and would not stop. I am not going to apologize for reusing a good idea. And then the Illuminati buried the entire thing in under an hour, and it is the single most impressive piece of work I have ever watched anybody do. The official version went out that afternoon. Dr. Owens was a fan, an obsessive. He had an inoperable brain tumor. 6 medical panels had confirmed a psychiatric condition. He wanted to be famous before he died, and there is a long and genuinely real history of exactly that, and they listed it. The president of a singer's own fan club who killed her. An actress shot at her own door by a man who wrote her letters. A man outside a New York apartment building in 1980. All true, all real, all completely irrelevant, and all impossible to argue with. Then one newspaper ran the explainer. Freemasonry is legal. It has been legal for 300 years. The American headquarters is at a street address anybody can visit, on a plaza at number 666 in New York. And yes, they are aware of how that looks. And no, it does not mean anything. The Illuminati are a small faction of law-abiding businessmen who prefer to keep a low profile. And at the bottom of the page, they printed the photograph of Dr. Owens's face in his last seconds. And under it, in the largest type on the page, they printed this. "Please remember, this newspaper is a real newspaper." That was it. That was the whole operation. Within an hour, the entire country was doing it. A game show host pulled a face into camera and screamed that his program was a real program. A football commentator, after a goal, howled that his club was a real club. A singer nobody had thought about in 9 years tweeted that she was real, and the first reply told her to stop trying to make a comeback off somebody else's news cycle. A cookery program held up a loaf and said, "Believe me, British food genuinely exists." A gardening program confirmed that yew trees are real and are found on Earth. And then a charity appeal, straight-faced, said, "We know many of you have never seen a polar bear, but we promise you they are real, and here is how to donate." 1 hour. A man was killed on live television shouting a warning to the entire species, and it took 1 hour to turn his last words into a format. Elder Zhang wanted to publish everything, documents, photographs, all of it. He had wanted to for 20 years, so I told him about Josie. On Saturday, Josie believes he has seen the evidence and it is real and he understands what it means. On Sunday, he sends it to everybody he knows. On Monday, he takes a day off work and goes to a demonstration. On Tuesday, they will not give him another day off, so he works and he argues online in the evening for 2 hours. On Wednesday, he takes his girlfriend to the cinema because it has been a while, and when he gets home, he does not switch the computer on. On Thursday, he drinks with colleagues. On Friday, he buys some food and drives out to see his grandmother. On Saturday, he takes the family out for the day, and they get back on Monday. 7 days. Josie has forgotten. He has not been intimidated. Nobody visited him. Nobody threatened his job. He simply had a life, and the life was not designed to hold that. And if he did not forget, Elder Zhang said, if Josie became president and outlawed every secret society on Earth, then the Illuminati would change their name, I said. The Red Society, the Blue Society, the White Society. That is the full extent of the damage. Because it was never a lodge. It has never been a lodge. It is a group of specific people who own specific things, and you cannot ban a group of people by banning the word they use for themselves. And this is why my country says nothing, and why I have always thought that was correct. Do not endorse it. Do not denounce it. Do not comment. Develop. Collect intelligence. Wait. Shouting has never won anything. The only thing that has ever defeated strength is strength. They came for the hospital in Greenwich with everything they had left, and the first thing I did was delete their network. Their senior technical man was called Rajesh, Nassau County, New York, 20 servers in a room behind his house, and he was very good, and against anyone on this planet, he would have been untouchable. I went in through the finger. I need to explain what that means because it is not hacking in any sense you would recognize. Inside that virtual world, I do not type. Human speech carries a laughable number of bytes per second, and a keyboard is worse. I look at a 500 gigabyte file, and I have it entire, and inside the simulation, I can express structure directly, as thought, at the speed the substrate allows. I logged into Rajesh's own network using Rajesh's own administrator credentials because his credentials were an answer that a human being already knew. I burned all 20 servers. Then I erased the archive, which was 11 years of work, and there were no external copies because a man like that does not trust anyone with copies. Then I filed a report with the New York police describing an armed man at that address. And when the team came through his front door and Rajesh turned toward the drawer where he kept his Defense Department credentials, I played a sound through his own speakers, the working of a slide, and a pin coming out of a grenade. He died holding a laminated card. After that, Liu Xiaofan sat in a flat in London running a voice synthesizer and played the part of Rajesh on their command channel for 6 hours, moving their teams from camera to camera through a building they did not know was ours. There were 4 shooters in the lobby, and every one of them was at least as good as the captain from Cambridge. Against them, the police were furniture. I did not fight them. I killed them with memories. The first was called Arthur. He was on the mezzanine, in cover, with a clean line on 3 officers, and in the second before he fired, a voice came up the stairwell behind him. A young voice, frightened, crying, "Arthur!" And Arthur turned his head and shouted, "Do not come out, brother. Stay where you are." 6 years ago, in a favela in Argentina, Arthur had hidden his younger brother in a chest with the money in it because his brother was the clever one and was going to university and had no business being in that street. And somebody told the boy that Arthur had been hit, and the boy came out shouting his name, and he did not go back in. Arthur killed 27 people that night, including the man who had ordered it, and it did not give him anything at all. His round went over the head of the officer he was aiming at. He was still looking at that stairwell when it ended, and he was still hoping. And in the last of it, he saw his brother come up the stairs and take his hand. The second was called Dean, and Dean I feel something about. He had the chief of police centered, and he was about to take the shot. And outside the window, drifting down past the glass, there was a white balloon with a bald, smiling face drawn on it in black marker. He shot it. Instantly, without thinking, a perfect shot through a moving target at 30 meters, and then he smiled. And then his face turned to stone, because he had remembered where he learned it. His father was a special forces soldier who taught him to shoot with an air rifle at the age of 9, using balloons. And when his father was away for long stretches, the boy would draw his father's face on a balloon and shoot at it, and when the man came home, he would take the marker and add a wide smile and make the face bald, because he thought it was funny. And one summer he said, "If you ever burst that balloon at 30 meters while I am standing here, I will stop taking these jobs." He always released it in the strongest wind he could find. 5 years. from 9 to 14, the happiest years of that man's life, and he got there, he actually did it, and by then his father had not come back from a deployment. Dean walked out of the military academy, went into organized crime, shot his own uncle, and became a contractor, and by the time I met him, he could not have told you his own mother's face. He never forgot the balloon. I heard him say it out loud, softly, the way you say a checklist. Wind speed 9 centimeters. Target is swinging. Fire. He was still standing there when they took him. The most extreme lives carry the most demons. To call one up, you do not need a psychologist, and you do not need a year. You need a sound, or an object, or a picture that the man has not seen in 15 years. Then there was Victor, and Victor was not a person. Victor was a product. Ascendant. His skin extruded microspines. The pads of his fingers were adhesive to a load of 350 kilos, which means he walked on walls and hung from ceilings the way you and I stand on floors. Venom glands, immunity to anything they had ever tested on him. Combat classification B1, which in their own documentation is annotated as capable of defeating 20 of Allen in an unarmed engagement. I could not fight him. So I built the corridor for his habits, line at shin height, on the wall, not the floor, because he runs on walls and nobody has ever put a tripwire vertically. Line inside the ceiling, because he swings under ceilings hand over hand and it caught him across the wrist. Scalpels through my belt at the height of a rising knee. And then, backing off from all of that, he put his shoulders against the stairwell door, and on the other side of that door, Crimson Hawk was coming up, and Crimson Hawk put a knife straight through the panel into what he assumed was one of us. Victor caught the blade with a single fingertip. The two most dangerous individuals the Illuminati had in Europe took each other apart in a stairwell over a misunderstanding, and I was not even in the room. I had gone out of the window, because from where I was standing, the window was closer. He came after me down the outside of the building, on the vertical, at a speed I could not have matched on a staircase, and he came up over the sill of the 7th floor, directly in front of a dozen police officers with their weapons already up. On the way down, he sent a message he had written weeks before and never deleted. Sorry, Kenji, I will not be able to fight beside you again. You lose your temper too easily. Learn to hold it in when I am gone. He was looking at the new moon when it finished. Paul was the mole inside the London police, and Paul's day was the funniest and worst thing I have ever arranged. He was trying to get out of a building that was in the process of becoming a shooting gallery, and twice, by pure accident, he ended up between a gunman and a colleague, and twice he took the hit and lived. By lunchtime, he was a hero. He had a young constable called Liam attached to him like a limpet, who would not leave his side, who kept telling everyone within earshot what Paul had done. Paul tried to open Liam's throat in a lift. And at that exact second one of Crimson Hawk's dart traps went off in the ceiling, and the only reason it did not finish Paul is that he was already bent over. Liam took the knife off him. You are cut to pieces and you are still trying to fight. Give me that, and give me your phone. You are in no state. Paul, burned, poisoned, with 4 darts in his back, being disarmed and comforted by a man he had spent the afternoon trying to kill, finally understood what was happening to him. Get away from me, he said. Get away. Everything near you explodes. At the very end, he went for Thompson, the reporter, because Thompson was the one who had put it all in the papers. And he caught a dart in the chest that Crimson Hawk had aimed at Thompson. Thompson, he said, you will never beat the Illuminati. You will not change anything. Only by accepting this light can you understand real darkness. And then, with the last of it, without the Illuminati, 2012 would have been the end of the world. Thompson, incidentally, is a journalist with mild astigmatism who had lost his glasses in the lobby. Paul spent his last day convinced that Thompson was the evil dragon in disguise, on the grounds that no ordinary reporter walks into that with no visible fear. He said so in a radio transmission I have a copy of. Look at him. Under that unremarkable exterior, there is obviously enormous physical power. Thompson could not see the far wall. Then Kenji arrived and found Victor. I fought him for 20 seconds. 20. About 100 exchanges, and I landed 9 strikes with the hands and 4 with the feet, and he did not touch me once, and he broke off his own attacks 5 separate times because they were going to miss. That reads like a victory, and it is the exact opposite. I was predicting, he was reacting, I was inside his intent by a quarter of a second every single time, and it made no difference at all, because I could have hit that man for an hour without changing anything, and he needed to hit me once. I put an entire magazine into him at 8 meters. He covered with the bracers and kept coming, and I watched him push 2 of the rounds back out of the muscle at a dead run without slowing down. So I went through the window and shouted up the stairwell as I went, Crimson Hawk. What are you waiting for? Kenji had just found Victor's body and had been told for 1 second that the person responsible was in that stairwell. He put his foot through Crimson Hawk's head against the wall. Do not make excuses, he said. And then, to the noise the man was making, too loud. For the record, my strength at that time measured 560 kilos. Kenji, without technique, is 1,750, and he does have technique. His is the secret art of the guardian of the Holy Sepulchre, and it was devised by Richard the Lionheart, who took Jerusalem, refused a crown in the city where a crown would have meant something, and called himself the guardian of a tomb instead. As a system, it ranks 20th in the history of this planet. After 400 years of refinement by extremely serious people, it ranks 3rd by efficiency among living arts. The 1st and 2nd are both mine. Somewhere in the middle of all that, I finally got the truth about the end of the world, and it came in 4 layers, and each one made the previous one look like a children's book. Layer 1 is what Messiah believed for 61 years. Expose the Illuminati, unite the nations, face the threat together. Every one of those 34 people would have died for that sentence, and most of them nearly did. It is suicide. I proved that on a bench in Shanghai when I was 16. Layer 2 is what I believed after the bench. That unification causes 2012, and therefore the correct strategy is division, secrecy, and mutual suspicion. That was wrong too, and I had the mechanism backwards. Layer 3 is what the Illuminati know, and it took me a year and a half and a dead mercenary's phone to get it. 2012 was going to happen anyway. It was not caused by unification. It was always coming, and it is not mystical, and it is not alien. It is stellar. Roughly once in 100 million years, a star of our sun's class produces a coronal ejection with a mass comparable to a planet. Ours was due. The Illuminati have known for several hundred years. The orders they came out of knew for 1,000. Certain very old family networks have known for 2,000. And the realm of Emperor Qing left a warning in Central America that came down through the Maya, and everybody laughed at it because it arrived attached to a calendar. And what the Illuminati did, at a cost I am not going to describe again, is buy a promise. In 2011, a vessel will draw a mass of material off the sun, quietly, ahead of the event, and the event will not occur. Clear the throat before the vomiting starts. They take the energy, and we get the time, and nobody on this planet ever knows that anything was avoided, and that is why unification kills us 33 years early. Not because unity is bad, because the Illuminati are the counterparty to the contract, and a united humanity has no use for them, and if they are swept away, then there is nobody holding the other end of the promise, and nobody makes the call, and the sun does what the sun was always going to do. I did not enjoy learning that. Then there is layer 4, which is mine, and which nobody else on this planet has. 2045. The blue second sun. I blocked out everything except the name. Their name for it translates as crossing the river. Ours is Betelgeuse. It exploded 689 years ago. The light is still coming. It is 724 light years away, and the event happened during the reign of a dynasty whose porcelain is in our museums, and we will not be told about it for another 36 years. In 2045, it will arrive, and it will be as large as the full moon, and it will be visible in daylight. And it will be the most beautiful thing any human being has ever seen. And by itself, it is completely harmless. Here is the part that made me put my head in my hands. The astronomical consensus is that the rotational axis of that star is tilted about 20 degrees away from us, and that this is why we are safe. That is in the papers. That is the reassuring paragraph. Those 20 degrees are what kills us, because after the collapse, the remnant does not spin cleanly. It wobbles, the way a spinning top wobbles as it slows, and the beams do not stay pointed anywhere. They sweep, and they sweep out a cone, and the cone traces a ring across the sky, and the angular radius of that ring is exactly the tilt. Inside the ring, you are safe. Outside the ring, you are safe. We are on the ring. We are sitting on the line, and the reason nobody can see it is that everybody is measuring the axis and nobody is thinking about the wobble. So let me state the thing plainly, since it took me 2 years to be able to. The aliens are not destroying us. They are not planning anything. There is no scheme. Nobody is going to fire the tungsten. They are simply, for reasons of their own, not going to help. They helped in 2012 because somebody paid, and the price was 600 people and a handful of ornamental studs. In 2045, they will not, and we will all stand outside in the afternoon looking up at the most spectacular object in recorded history, and it will already have happened, and the light will already be here, which is how I ended up at a party for time travelers. It was in Cambridge, at noon, on the 28th of June, and it was a joke and an experiment at the same time, which is my favorite kind of thing. The professor had laid on a table with food. He had hung a banner that said, "Welcome, time travelers." He had put out 10 bottles of a very good vintage champagne, and he had not sent any invitations. He was going to send them the following day. That was the entire design. The only way anybody could attend was to have read about it afterwards and come back. His carer, a woman called Brenda, who had been with him for 10 years and whose relationship with him was much closer to father and daughter than to employment, was carrying out a fruit salad and complaining that there was not enough dressing on it. "If somebody actually comes," he said through the synthesizer, "I will not send the invitations." That is the grandfather paradox. Space and time then collapse, or the traveler ceases to exist, or the machine never gets built, which is why nobody with the technology would ever take the risk. You have gone to remarkable lengths, Brenda said, to protect 10 bottles of champagne. Then the doorbell rang. I came in with an invitation in my hand. I had printed exactly one at a copy shop on the high street, from a design that would not exist until the following morning. Brenda dropped a bottle. I caught it about 40 centimeters off the floor and set it back on the table. Do not break the professor's treasure, I said. He was so excited that his breathing had gone wrong and he could not compose a sentence. The machine needs a certain steadiness and he did not have it. So I put my hand on his throat, adjusted the angle of his head with a rolled cloth under the neck, and put a needle just below the jaw. His airway opened, his breathing came down into a rhythm. Brenda stood in the doorway with both hands over her mouth. I am giving you 90 minutes, I said. You are not concerned about changing history? History cannot be changed, it can only be made. Then we went at it for an hour and a half, and I have never enjoyed a conversation more. I took the grandfather paradox apart first because it was in the way. There are no paradoxes. There are only things that have not been understood. Look at the shape of the sentence. You have already specified history A, in which the grandmother was not killed. Then you construct history B, in which she was, and then you place A and B side by side, declare them simultaneous, and announce a contradiction. That is not physics. That is a substitution error in the middle of a sentence. Alexander conquered Egypt. That is one event. Alexander did not conquer Egypt is a different possibility. Are they contradictory when held at the same moment? Of course they are. That tells you nothing about time and everything about how you built the question. He wanted to know what people were getting wrong at the root. You are confusing time with space, I said. Because you can walk forward and back in a room, you assume the same is available in time. Stop comparing time to a road. Compare it to light. When light reflects, it does not flow backwards. It simply changes direction. Then I gave him the thing he had wanted his whole life, and I gave it to him in about 4 minutes, and it is the reason he agreed to what came afterwards. Time is a substance. It is quantized, in the way light is quantized. It is not a stage that things move across. It is produced inside objects and absorbed by them. Absorption is possible. Emission is not. That is the asymmetry. That is where the arrow comes from, and it is exactly entropy-shaped, and I have started calling it temporal entropy for lack of anything better. The more of it a thing absorbs, the faster that thing changes. Massive objects absorb it more slowly, which is why time runs differently near a large mass, and it is not the geometry doing that, it is the appetite. And if an object stopped absorbing altogether, it would freeze, it would be permanently unchanging, it would not participate in electromagnetic interaction, and you could not see it. You would know it was there only from the bend in the gravitational field. He was completely still while I said that, and the total quantity of time in this universe is finite, matter is finite. Energy is finite. Space is finite. Everybody has made peace with all three. Nobody has ever asked why time should be the one unbounded quantity in an otherwise bounded system. It is not. At the end, there will be a temporal silence, and that is where relativity and quantum mechanics stop contradicting each other because they were arguing about a resource neither of them had counted. Then traveling into the past, he said, and the synthesizer took a long time over it, is not a movement along a line. No, it is a rewind of the entire universe. And releasing time costs about twice what absorbing it costs, which is why nobody does it casually. Then the man who kills his own grandmother does not vanish. He has already done it. He wound 50 years off the whole of creation to get there, and now he is an island in the river, and he will never return to the version he came from, because there is no longer a version he came from. He did not break anything. He simply turned the entire thing around and started it again. Brenda said, in a very small voice, "You rewound the universe to come to a party? That is not your business." There was a silence of about 8 seconds. Then I said, "Professor Clark, I never said that I was human." Brenda went behind the wheelchair. He did not react at all, not fear, not shock. He absorbed it the way a good instrument absorbs a reading, and the next thing he asked was the only question worth asking. "Who are you?" "I am an enthusiast of primitive civilizations." Then I demolished his favorite analogy, and I did it gently because he had been carrying it in public for 20 years. "You warned people that contact would go for us the way it went for the Americas when the Spanish arrived. It is a good line, and it is wrong. Spain came for gold and for land and for labor. What does this planet have? Gold is everywhere. It is in the crust of every dead rock in this system, and it is enormously easier to take it off an asteroid than out of a gravity well with an atmosphere and 8 billion complications living on top of it. There is nothing here that is scarce out there. The correct comparison is not the conquest of a continent. The correct comparison is an uncontacted tribe in the Amazon. They are studied, they are observed. Occasionally somebody makes contact, and it is documented and argued about. There is a general expectation that one day they may walk out of the forest and be issued documents, but nobody is planning to remove them, and nobody in South America believes that those people constitute a threat to South America. He asked whether that meant we were safe. It means you are not a civilization, I said. You are a species with an interesting nervous system. The criterion is not technology, and it is not population. A civilization is a society that can function detached from the environment that produced it. You cannot. You are a fetus. Even if somebody lifted you out, you would not survive the operation. On any measure of adaptability, you are not far ahead of the other things living on this planet, and it is entirely possible that when you are gone, the rats will be perfectly comfortable. And then he asked about the silence, and why, if there is a society out there, we hear nothing at all. Because the silence is a protective measure, and it is for your benefit. If every household on this planet had a receiver picking up the ordinary traffic of an interstellar community, your society would come apart inside a generation, not because of the science, because of the content. Some of it is malicious and quite a lot of it is designed to provoke. You already have men who found religions in rented rooms with nothing but confidence. Now give one of them an actual signal from the stars. Then I told him what a person costs, and that was the worst part of the afternoon, and I did not soften it because he would have known. There are consumers out there with a specific and expensive taste, and the appeal is not the flavor. The appeal is that the animal is legally protected and understands what is being done to it. You can describe a recipe to livestock. It will not follow the conversation. An intelligent being follows every word. A healthy adult of 75 kilos is worth about 20 kilograms of antimatter. We can make antimatter. We cannot hold it for longer than a fraction of a second. Any government on this planet would pay any price for a tenth of a gram, and nobody is offering. And the penalty for taking one of us is a fine. Only a fine. Because we are not on the schedule of primary protected populations, and the annotation next to that entry says that our thought and our genome have already been interfered with. We are not wild enough. We do the same thing. We protect wild animals. Nobody protects a liger. And ligers are extremely rare, because we made them. Hawking wanted to swear. I watched him want to and be unable to, and that machine gives you no way at all to swear. There are 4 things that determine what we are worth, and they are ranked. First, that we are palatable within our class. Second, that we are intelligent and possess a science. Third, our history. Fourth, that taking us breaks a law, which raises the price the way it always has. And the third one, the history, is the reason this planet is not cheap. We identified both extinction events when you were still primitive, I said. Your potential was assessed at below 1. Nobody wagered on you. You were maintained as specimens, the way a museum maintains a case of pinned insects. And then a species with a confirmed termination date on the eve of its own end produced a technological explosion out of nowhere, mastered atomic energy, and within 10 years of that, launched a space program. Development against an apocalypse. A race against a clock you could not see. A chance at overturning your own fate in total ignorance of the fact that you had one. That story raised your price. The smile on that famous painting is at its most beautiful and its most valuable in the instant the gallery catches fire and the whole world is watching. The flames have taken most of the canvas and she is still smiling. Will she burn or will she somehow survive? Either way, because of the story, the painting is now priceless. Brenda was on the floor by then with her hands over her face. Hawking, after a while, said something I did not expect. And the excitement ended when we canceled the program, when we began spending less on space than on one war in the Gulf. Yes, then our ignorance burned our last run. Not only your ignorance, I said. The ones who eat you have no interest in you passing the test. Then he asked me to sell him. I want to be very clear about how he did it, because he did it as a piece of reasoning and not as a plea. He worked out loud that a theoretical physicist with a degenerative neurological condition represented an unusual and probably valuable commodity, and he asked to be traded. He wanted to be taken out, to see it, to record what he saw and get it back to us, and he did not care at all what happened to him afterwards. You are lying to me, I said. You are trying to use my sympathy. And he said, what if I were not human? That is the sentence. That sentence changed everything I have planned for the rest of my life, and he had no idea he had said it. Because I could see his line. I had been watching it the whole time. There was a death in it from the disease in 2018, and in the second that I said twice that I do not trade in people, that line moved. One unnecessary repetition, one extra insistence, and a man's entire remaining future turned over. He had heard me refuse twice, and the second refusal is what made him look for a way to stop being merchandise, and asking that question is what took him off the schedule. I have been doing this for 2 years, and I still do not have a rule for it. I have shouted one word through a car window in the rain and moved a man's whole life. I have spent 11 days engineering the collapse of 4 organizations and got exactly the outcome I designed. And then I sat in a room in Cambridge and refused an old man twice out of sheer irritation and rewrote him. The braid is real. I can see it. I still cannot always tell which thread is load-bearing until I have already pulled it. Brenda, from the floor, said, "What did you just do?" "Nothing," I said, and that was true, and it is the part that keeps me up. I told him how to get data home, because he asked, and because he is the only person I have ever met who would have used every one of these. Write it into the vessel in mathematics, and if you cannot do that, transmit it by radio to another vessel, and if you cannot do that, shine a torch against a metal bulkhead in code, because metal absorbs photons, and that is a recording, and if you cannot do even that, paint it on the wall. They will scrub the wall. It does not matter. The thing remembers. And in the middle of all of that, I took his idea and made it mine. And this is the plan I am currently executing. 35 years is not enough time to bring this planet to a colonial standard. It is not close. I have run it. Even with everything I know, even with the finger, even with unlimited money, the answer is no. But changing species is legal. That is the loophole, and it is enormous. A vessel plus a non-human occupant is not an escaping population, it is a tourist. The observers have no mandate and no interest, and nothing in their procedures is triggered by tourism. And it will not be Hawking. It has to be me. He would be a passenger. I am the only person alive who can go into an alien society from nothing at the bottom and climb. I need one ship. It can be single use. It can carry one person. Because building a ship to somebody else's plans is not remotely the same problem as dragging an entire species up to the level where it can build one. One is engineering, the other is a civilization, and civilizations take centuries. And the last advantage is the one I care about most. Nobody is watching for it. Nobody in this arrangement expects a peaceful, doomed, well-behaved farm to send anything back. I left a piece of software in the side pocket of his wheelchair so that he could contact me. And on the way out, I heard him say to Brenda, in that flat synthetic voice that cannot do emotion and somehow always does, "Nobody came today. I waited alone, and no one drank 10 bottles of very good champagne." Then he told her he was going to make a speech. He wanted to say that humanity must leave this planet or die on it. Nothing more specific than that, because nothing more specific would be believed. "Everyone knows," he said. "Nobody says it. I have been in this chair for 40 years, and speaking through a machine is the only thing I have left. If I cannot speak for myself, how can I demand that anybody listens? But a warning given is better than a warning withheld. Even if it only wakes a few." He gave that speech. You can look it up. Nobody did anything about it. There was one more mole, and it was the man at the top. The Emperor of Messiah was called Cato, and he had been in that organization for 19 years, and he was the last of the leaks. I want to explain the size of this because it is the most elegant thing the other side has ever done, and I only understood it when I was standing behind him in a wood. The Illuminati do not destroy resistance movements. They found them. The third incarnation of Messiah is, with the single exception of the evil dragon, an asset. It is a farm. You take every angry, frightened, unusually perceptive person on this planet who has begun to notice something, and instead of hunting them one by one across 100 countries, you build them a home. You give them a name, a history, a martyrology, and a leadership structure, and then they come to you. They introduce themselves. They fill in a form. It is the same principle as putting a shadow government in the same building as the real one. Not a compromise, a collection method. 34 people had signed a concert poster believing that they were the last free men on Earth, and their commander-in-chief was reporting them by weight. I did not expose him. That was Lin Zhou's suggestion, and it was the wrong move. And I want to explain why, because I have gotten more out of this decision than out of any other single thing I have done. If I unmask Kaido, Messiah has 33 people and no leader and a great deal of shouting. The Illuminati lose one asset and appoint another. Nothing improves. If I keep him, I get a functioning channel into the Illuminati command structure with 19 years of accumulated credibility already attached to it. So I hid him in a wood outside London and put him against a tree. He came around with his face against bark and my forearm across the back of his neck, and the first thing I said to him was not a threat. "Cato, I did not expect you to be this incompetent." He tried to talk. "The evil dragon has suspected you for 6 weeks, you fool. 6. He has been running a separate communication line since March, and you have not noticed." Then I let him turn around. "Look at your watch. The Illuminati issue a communicator to every officer, and it is not removable. It looks like a watch, and it displays what looks like an ornamental pattern, a kaleidoscope, shifting. It is a cipher, and it is very good, and everyone in that organization can read it the way you read the time. His pattern said this: Zhang Tao, Nirvana, has joined Messiah and assumes full operational control. Kaido reduced to level 21. Reports directly to Zhang Tao. He read it 4 times. Freemason of the 32nd degree, I said. Nirvana of the Illuminati, Phoenix Group, Zhang Tao. From this minute, I am your immediate superior. He went down on his knees in the leaf mold. I should explain the grades because the numbers do real work here. Freemasonry is the outer shell and it has 33 degrees, and the entire thing is public and legal and mostly ceremonial, and only the 33rd means anything at all in the sense that matters. Below that, you are a member of a fraternal organization with a good dining room. Kenji, who can lift 1,750 kilos, is a 30. Kaito, running an entire continental network for 19 years, was a 24, and Nirvana is not the same ladder as Ardent Sentinel at all. Sentinels are pieces. The Phoenix Group is the general staff. I had just told a man who had spent his adult life reporting to a voice on a phone that the voice's boss had arrived in person, in a wood, in a jacket, and was extremely unimpressed with him. Then I gave him the story, and this is the part I am proudest of, because he still believes it, and he tells other people about it with genuine enthusiasm. Operation Rebirth from the Ashes. The premise is that the Illuminati's real problem is not Messiah and has never been Messiah. It is internal. It is the people inside the structure who have started skimming, the ones who have sold access to national intelligence services, the ones whose thinking has gone soft, and the ones who have simply become expensive. And you cannot purge those people through the normal channels because the normal channels are exactly where they live. So you use Messiah. You let the resistance movement do the cutting. You feed it targets. Every officer Messiah eliminates is an internal problem solved at no political cost, and the organization gets cleaned from the inside by a knife it does not have to hold. The president told me personally, on St. Sun Island, I said, that the great danger to the Illuminati is not outside. It is on that island. Kaito came up off his knees with his eyes shining. Brilliant, he said. That is brilliant. Then he said the sentence that told me it had taken completely. Messiah will be our blade, and I am a Mason. He handed me the whole organization inside a week. Every account, every safe location, every contact list, the entire 19 years of it. He remained the emperor on paper because I needed him to, and he ran errands for me with the enthusiasm of a man who has finally been noticed by head office. While that was happening, I did two other things that I enjoyed. The first is that during those 20 seconds with Kenji, I had taken his personal caches out of him, not his organization's, his. Every professional at that level keeps money and documents somewhere that his own people do not know about, and Kenji keeps his in 4 countries, and he has never worked out how they were emptied. The second is that I made David Turner donate money, substantial money, to the personal charitable foundations of 11 senior Illuminati figures. Elder Zhang thought I had lost my mind. Who decided, I said, that a man in Messiah can only give money to Messiah? It is only spending, and it might work. I still do not know whether any of it worked. That is not a reason not to do it. Then, 11 days later, the evil dragon came out of the sky at Teddington with 3 attack helicopters behind him. His name is Luca. 2 meters, brow ridges like a cliff, and a scar that runs from the left cheekbone down to the right side of the jaw, which means whoever gave it to him was very fast and very close. He carries a shield, 12 centimeters of specialist steel with a dark red thermal coating on the face. He came in on a light utility helicopter with 3 armed ones on his tail, and they put a missile into him over the estuary. He kicked it. I watched a man in mid-air on a steel cable extend one leg and kick an incoming missile, and the casing deformed and the thing went offline and detonated 4 meters away, and he swung on the cable and went back up it hand over hand like something out of a zoo. At the second salvo, the 6 of them jumped in wingsuits. Alan was on the port tower and took 2 of the pilots out of the air at ranges I will not repeat because nobody believes them, and Kenji came out of the third machine 20 meters before it hit the water, rolled twice on the dock, stood up with pieces of the airframe in his back, and did not appear to notice. Of the 13 fighters the evil dragon had 2 years ago, 7 were still alive. The rest had stayed behind to cover the withdrawal. Messiah at that moment, standing on a quay in Teddington, was 31 people. A year earlier, it had been more than 200. Then Kenji jumped, and I want to describe this because it is the most frightening physical thing I have ever seen a human being do. He ran 100 meters in 9 seconds flat, in boots, on wet concrete. He hit the side of a warehouse at the end of it and pushed off, and the brickwork came out in fragments, and he traveled 40 meters through the air like something fired from a piece of artillery, and landed and rolled 6 times, and came out of the 6th roll, already back at a sprint without a break in the rhythm. Then he took off the end of the pier at a 6-meter climb and 12 meters of reach, on a line that would have put him precisely on the afterdeck of our ship. And at that exact moment, a car went over his head. Kaito and I came off a ramp built out of a shipping container and a length of steel plate at about 90 kilometers an hour, and the underside of that car met Kenji somewhere around the top of his arc. He hit it, absorbed the impact, kicked the wing in half out of pure temper on the way down, and went into the estuary. The car came down on the extreme edge of the deck and started to go over, and the evil dragon put a hand on the boot and held it there. I got out with a bow in my hand. Just in time, I said. There was a heavy machine gun working from the shore and it had the deck pinned, so I put myself in its blind arc behind the deckhouse and shot an arrow straight up into the sky. 6 seconds later, it came down and pinned a man with a grenade launcher to the concrete at the exact instant he completed a tactical roll into what he believed was a new position. Lin Zhou stared at the sky, then at me. That is an ordinary parabola, I said. He wanted to know why I had not simply used the rifle. Because at a kilometer, a rifle round has almost no mass left. It arrives and it hurts, and that is all. An arrow has real mass, and its center of gravity is in the head, and coming down out of a fall, it delivers as much as a direct shot at close range, and there is no useful way to see it coming. Then they put a missile into our hull, and it did not go off. It came in flat, struck the plating below the bridge, and stopped being a missile and started being a large, expensive piece of scrap. Everyone on deck cheered and shouted that it was a dud. It was not a dud. Modern warheads do not use contact fuses. They use proximity fuses, radio and radar and laser, and every one of those is a small computer making a decision, and within 10 meters of me, no electronic circuit on this planet is capable of issuing a command. The evil dragon looked at me for a long moment with the shield still on his arm. Kenji, he said to nobody, I did everything right. Fate is with me. Then Kenji climbed onto the ship. He had swum after us. He caught the hull at 11 knots, got a hand into a scupper, and came up 8 meters of wet vertical steel with a bracer held over his head against the fire from above. The two of them met on the afterdeck, and I stood back because there was nothing I could usefully add to it. Kenji, I am not coming back, the evil dragon shouted over the engines. There is no place for us on the Ark. Do you still not believe me? Only humanity can save humanity. I do not care, Kenji said and hit him with everything, and the shield rang like a church. I came here to kill you, Luca. Come back and you do not die. Idiot, you complete idiot. Only an idiot dreams about the impossible. What is the extinction of humanity to me? That is the entire argument on a steel deck between the only two people in the world who could have had it. I came in from the side while Kenji's weight was committed forward, put a knee into his ribs at the hinge of the movement, and then from the deck, flat on my back, kicked him over the rail. He went into the water and swam after us. He swam after a ship in an estuary, in the dark, holed in 9 places, staining the water behind him, and he kept up for longer than should be physically possible, and the last thing any of us heard from him was a shout. Luca, you have gotten weaker. Then the weight closed over it and we were out into the channel. We had food for 2 days, or a week if nobody was greedy, under 200 rounds of all types combined, and 3 grenades, 31 people on a cargo ship in the busiest waterway on this planet with an organization that owns governments looking for us. So naturally, the 4 most dangerous people on board spent that first afternoon doing exercises on the deck and refusing to come to lunch. I was sitting cross-legged near the aft hatch, not moving. I had put the carotid pulse into a rhythm and was running it against a tune, which sounds like showing off and is in fact the only way I have found to practice the third form without going to sleep. The evil dragon was doing his own set, and I want to describe it because it is the slowest thing I have ever seen a human being do. He bent backwards from standing until the crown of his head rested on the deck in front of his own feet. Then he raised his legs, without using his hands at all, until he was inverted on his skull. And then he began to rotate, in a full circle, on the top of his head, at a speed of about 1 revolution per minute. That is 400 years of refinement by extremely serious men, and it is genuinely impressive, and it is 4.57% efficient. Lin Zhou was on the port side with his remaining good arm, gathering for minutes at a time and then delivering 1 strike and then gathering again, and Alan was flat on the tower like a piece of the ship. Eleanor came out and called everybody for food and got nothing. Not 1 response, from 4 people, for 4 separate reasons, and I have always thought this is the best portrait of that crew that exists. I did not hear her, because I had blocked hearing entirely. The evil dragon heard her perfectly, and was not going to abandon a set halfway through for a sandwich. Lin Zhou heard her and does not speak English, so a woman making sounds nearby registered as weather. And Alan heard her and was not going to move until Lin Zhou moved, because Alan had decided that Lin Zhou was the senior fighter and had spent 3 days waiting, with enormous dignity, for Lin Zhou to offer to teach him something. Lin Zhou had no idea. Lin Zhou thought Alan was quiet because he was ill. Eventually, Lin Zhou wandered past the tower with 2 lunchboxes and instead of calling him down, threw one up to him, underarm, without a word. Alan caught it and sat there holding it. And then he thought with real emotion that of everyone on this ship, only Lin Zhou had understood that a marksman does not leave his position for a meal. That has never been corrected and it is not going to be. Eleanor came too close to me while I was working, and that is the only injury we took that week. I had been holding the third form for about 90 minutes, and I let go of the first genuine bioelectrical discharge I had ever produced outside of a laboratory, and she was standing about 2 feet off my right shoulder. She said afterwards that the world folded into a kaleidoscope and then dropped out from under her, and that she experienced perhaps 3 seconds of freefall. Then she was sick, extensively, onto me. The mechanism is simple and unpleasant. The signal goes into the midbrain and from there into the parietal region, which is where the body decides what it is currently experiencing, and the brain, receiving no coherent input, does what a brain always does. It builds something plausible out of what it has, spinning, then falling, then nausea. I have since learned to aim it. The evil dragon, watching from 20 meters away, concluded that I had punched her at a speed he could not follow and returned to my posture before she hit the deck. He apologized to me later for thinking it. Then I stopped a man's heart at a range of 4 meters with one finger, and this is where the entire voyage turned into something else. He was eating. He had just said something mildly patronizing about my exercises, and I put a sword finger at him across the deck without getting up. He choked. The cords in his neck stood out and his fingers curled in, and the bowl went out of his hands and rolled. 2 seconds. His heart stopped for 2 full seconds and then started again on its own, which it was always going to do because I had calculated it. He came off the deck and threw the bowl over the side. What is that? What divine art is that? You have grown energy. You have grown actual energy in a human body. I practice the strongest martial art on this planet. I practice the guardian of the Holy Sepulchre, and I have practiced it since I was 6, and even with it this is not possible. I thought this was the privilege of gods. And then he told me why he thought that, and this is the piece that had been missing from my picture of the Illuminati since Elder Jang's kitchen floor. After Roswell there was a survivor, not for long, but for long enough. And at some point during its handling it killed a soldier, a large one, in the best physical condition available to a country that had just won a world war. It did it with one finger. The man was thrown into the air, and the examination afterwards found that every major organ had failed simultaneously. The Illuminati assumed a concealed weapon and spent months looking for it. The Grey Unit told them, in the flat way they answer everything, that it had not used a weapon, that the strength was its own. 30 years of research came out of that single incident, and what they eventually produced was the refinement of an old European fighting system into something a very small number of men could use to approximate a fraction of it. And the Greys can do more than that. They can paralyze a human being by looking at him, which the Illuminati have documented at length. The whole body seizes, and only the chest and the eyes still move. They perceive through walls and into the ground. They can put speech directly into your head. They can throw electricity. That is a manufactured working animal, bred in batches, with no gifted individuals among them. So here is what I told the evil dragon on the deck of that ship, and I have not changed a word of it since. I feel genuinely sorry for you. You were born inside that organization, and they built an inferiority complex into you before you could read. Every living thing has energy, not most. Every one. Life without energy is not life. It is chemistry that has stopped. A living organism is a low-entropy structure that absorbs energy from outside itself and actively throws entropy back out. That is the definition. That is all any of us are, from bacteria to whatever is sitting on the moon. Even gods are at war with entropy. There is nothing else to be at war with. What people have not learned yet is how to take it in deliberately, replace it deliberately, and release it deliberately. That is all. You are stuck at the instinctive level, which is eating, and eating is a very crude interface. Our grade of life is not lower than theirs. We have had less time. You cannot say that fire is the privilege of aliens simply because humans have not invented fire yet. I call the system the low entropy techniques. It is a human art. There is nothing better on this planet, and there never has been, and the first and second most efficient systems in recorded history are both mine, which sounds like arrogance and is simply the result of being able to see the wiring. And then, before anybody could get comfortable, I put the other half of it on the table, because they needed it more than they needed encouragement. Do not confuse the important thing with the impressive thing. Take the total mass of the human species, all of it, every person alive, multiply it by 10, annihilate the entire quantity, perfectly, with no losses. You get a large crater. The people we are discussing do that with one shot, and they can also reduce this planet to dust and push the dust out of the system, and the equipment to do it has been in orbit since before we domesticated wheat. Fighting machinery with a body is a fantasy. Technology is only ever defeated by technology, and we are not behind in one area. We are behind in all of them simultaneously by an amount that does not have a useful name. Nobody said anything for a while after that. Then Alan, from the tower, without moving, said, "Then why are you doing any of this?" And I told him the truth, which I had not told anybody on that ship. Because 35 years is not enough time to build a civilization, I said. But it is enough time to build one ship. And because I am going to teach you, all of you, the forms, the points, the whole system, starting tomorrow, and it will take you years, and most of you will not get past the first set. I am not offering it as a reward. I am offering it because in 19 years there will not be anybody left who can teach it, and a thing that only one person knows is not knowledge, it is a rumor. Alan sat up on the tower. The evil dragon put his hand out. I have never in my life shaken hands with a man wearing a shield. And Lin Zhou, who had understood roughly one word in 9 of the entire conversation, asked whether that meant we could eat now. Everyone on that ship wanted to go north around Scotland. It is the obvious route. Open water, no traffic, no coastal radar worth the name, 3 extra days, and nobody watching. We are going straight through the Dover Strait, I said. Liu Xiaofan put both hands flat on the chart table. That is 600 vessels a day. Yes, that is why. Elder Zhang started to argue, and I cut him off because this is one of the few pieces of tactics I am completely certain about. In empty water, they can do whatever they like. A single ship, no witnesses, no Coast Guard inside 2 hours. They will sit at 8 kilometers and put missiles into us until we stop being a shape. In the busiest shipping lane on this planet, they cannot fire at range because the lane is full of Danish container ships and Norwegian tankers and a ferry every 19 minutes. If they want us in that water, they have to close, board, and take us by hand. I would rather fight a boarding party than a horizon. Then I called the French Navy and asked them to come and help. I need to lay this out step by step because it is the best single piece of work I have ever done, and it took 11 minutes. First, I went into French military intelligence, which took about 4 minutes, and identified the officer running their agent network out of Calais. Then I called him from the middle of the English Channel and introduced myself as one of his own field sources. And immediately, before he could ask me anything, I gave him several pieces of information at the highest classification his service uses. Their material runs in 4 bands: top secret, secret, allied, public. An agent of the grade I was claiming has access to the bottom 2, and on a good day, hears rumors of the 3rd. I gave him 3 items out of the top band, accurately, with dates. And that does one thing to a professional, and it does it instantly. He does not think this man is lying. He thinks this man should not know that, which means somebody above me is selling. Then I gave him the story. I have been blown. I am on a cargo vessel in the strait. I have material that needs to reach you, and I am about to be taken. And then, and this is the part that mattered, I put in the sentence that made the whole thing airtight. There is a mole, and he will try to shut me up. Within 1 minute of the Calais flotilla reaching me, he will surface, denounce me as a terrorist, and try to make Calais join the hunt. Think about what that sentence does. From the moment it leaves my mouth, anybody the Illuminati send is the mole. Anybody who calls that officer and says the man on the cargo ship is a terrorist has just performed, exactly on cue, the action of a traitor who was predicted in advance. I did not have to beat their countermove. I had to name it first. A patrol vessel came out of Calais inside 40 minutes, 1,500 tons. She was called the Glorious, which I did not choose and could not have improved on. Meanwhile, a man named William, who was running the Illuminati side of this, paid a general called General Miller $10 million to bring the French around. $10 million in cash, on the day, to turn a navy. And it worked, in the sense that General Miller took the money, then I sank us. The evil dragon put 6 shipping containers off the bow, one after another, on cables, and they went down in about 11 meters of water inside the shelter of a sandbank. I handed every person on that ship a needle before we went, 1 point under the collarbone, on both sides. It expands functional lung volume by about 30% for approximately 90 seconds, and I had tested it on 3 people and myself, and on nobody with a heart condition, and I did not mention that at the time. 31 people took a breath and went down inside steel boxes. I have done a number of things that frighten people, and that one frightened them the most, and it was the only one where the fear was entirely rational, because there is no version of this where anybody can help you. You are in a sealed container on a seabed in the dark with the water at your chin, holding a breath in lungs that have been artificially enlarged by a boy from Henan, and the plan requires you to keep holding it for as long as it takes somebody outside to finish counting. Eleanor asked me on the rail, what happens if the count goes long? Then it goes long, I said. That is not an answer. It is the only honest one. I can revive anybody who has been under for under 20 minutes. Nobody is going to be under for 20 minutes. Lin Zhou went in first, without being asked, because Lin Zhou always goes in first, and he did it holding a lunchbox under one arm, and I have never established why. 2 of their divers came to check. The first went along the row methodically, and he did it correctly by shape and position and the pattern of the seabed, which is how a professional keeps count in poor visibility. And I was lying behind a rock a meter from him, and I put a bioelectrical pulse into the back of his skull. He swam past the container he was about to open, then he turned around and got the strongest sensation of deja vu of his entire life. I have seen this. I have already seen this. How did I get back here? He recounted. 6 containers, all checked. He came up and reported no problems. Hiroshi, who can swim but cannot dive, went down on a rope in a state of visible terror, and when we surfaced, he was still shaking. I can revive anybody who has been in drowning shock for under 20 minutes, I told him. So if I do not drown, he said, that proves I can dive? I am a doctor, and you are not. If I say no, it is no. Then the French sailors saved us without knowing it. The Illuminati had 3 fast boats sitting in a picket line, and the Glorious went past them at close range, and the entire off-watch came out onto the north rail to whistle at them and make suggestions over the radio. Sailors of every nation do this. It is possibly the most reliable behavior in the maritime world. 7, I said to the evil dragon. Believe me, every one of those men is on the north side of that ship showing off to the Illuminati, which meant the south rail was empty, and we came up the south rail. Then I took the ship in 3 moves. 7, burn the fuel compartment. Alan, put the arsenal up. I will disable the engine. Elder Jong caught my sleeve. Then what do we have? If we do all that, she sinks. What is the point of taking a ship that sinks? No time, go. The arsenal went first and it went spectacularly, which was the point. Then smoke started coming up out of the fuel compartment, thick and black and continuous, and there was almost no actual fire at all because I had specified smoke, and the engine stopped. The captain of that vessel had 11 seconds of information, and it said arsenal detonation, fire below, propulsion lost, in a shipping lane with a following sea. He gave the order to abandon ship. 40 men went into the boats in under 4 minutes, which is genuinely good seamanship, and pulled off to about 200 meters and lay there watching to see whether their ship was going to go up. And then the Glorious started her engine, came around and left, smoke still pouring off her, picking up speed. Do we go after her? Somebody shouted. With what? Row for the beach. Step 1, break the ship. Step 2, frighten the men. Step 3, repair the ship. The engine was never damaged. I had disconnected 2 runs of wiring in the fuel management system, and reconnecting them took me under 90 seconds, and the smoke was a chemical charge in a ventilation trunk that burned itself out in 20 minutes. However powerful a warship is, everything about it is decided by the people operating it. Take the people off, and you have taken the ship. Then I turned her around and drove her back through the Illuminati picket line, and answered when they hailed. Orders received. Mission cancelled. Returning to base. The 3 fast boats let a French Navy patrol vessel go by at 100 meters. And William lost his temper on an open channel, which is the first mistake I ever heard him make. $10 million, he said, and this man sends 3 rowing boats, and the biggest one turns around and goes home. So he went around General Miller and bought the captain directly. He did it through a foundation, ostensibly for the treatment of depression, with a withdrawal code for $500,000 at a bank that has been used for this sort of thing for 100 years. And Captain Jean on the radio agreed to make 1 more patrol on the way in, and turned around, which meant that a captured French warship was now, formally, operating as part of the Illuminati force, with its participation paid for and logged, and William had personally authorized it. A bald man on the lead boat spent 5 minutes calling for Jean after that and got nothing at all. He said it sounded like everyone aboard had died. General Miller, when the report reached him that the crew of the Glorious had abandoned their vessel because of a fire in the hold, gave 1 instruction to the officer writing it up. Combat losses. Write combat losses. A fire in the hold and the entire ship's company in the boats, he said. Do you want the British to read that? They were waiting for us at the mouth of the channel with a frigate, 3,500 tons and 9 fast boats in a line across the water, and there is no clever answer to a frigate. There is no phone call for that. I had 1 ship of 1,500 tons that I was pretending to command, 1 cargo vessel full of people I had promised to keep alive, and about 90 seconds, a torpedo took the screw off the cargo ship. 2 more finished her, and she began to go down by the stern with 31 people already off her and into the water, which was the only part of that afternoon that went exactly as I had planned it. And the evil dragon stood on the bow of a sinking ship with a shield on his arm and laughed at them. He put his head back and roared it across the water at 9 boats and a warship. Cowards! Who dares kill me? Who among you dares kill me? And a sniper round came out of nowhere at all and put him down. William came apart on the radio. Who fired? Who gave the order? Who fired that shot? Nobody answered him because nobody in that formation had fired it. And then the Glorious came into the cordon at full speed. She came through the picket line close enough to take paint off, straight down the middle of 9 boats that scattered like startled birds, and she did not slow, and she did not answer her radio. She hit the cargo ship amidships. The cargo ship rolled over and went under, and the Glorious went straight through the place where it had been and out the other side, and she passed directly over the patch of water where the evil dragon had fallen. Then she ran at the British frigate. And the frigate, being a professional vessel commanded by a professional officer, and seeing a French naval patrol ship of an Allied navy coming through at speed with her transponder correct and her pennant flying, gave way. Of course she gave way. What else is she going to do? And the Glorious went out through the gap and kept going, at full power, with smoke still trailing off her, and her decks completely empty. Nobody at the rails, nobody on the bridge wing, nobody anywhere. From 400 meters she looked like a ship that had been sailing itself since the war. The radio said nothing at all. Everybody in that formation had a working set, and every one of them was silent, and the last thing anyone in the Illuminati force saw of us was a gray warship with no visible crew going over the horizon at 26 knots. Alan fired that shot. He was 200 meters away, flat on the tower of a ship I had stolen 40 minutes earlier, and he put a round into the evil dragon's chest from an angle nobody could reconstruct. It was a plate, 4 centimeters of it, under the coat, cut and fitted that morning. And I had spent an hour on the calculation, and Alan had spent 4 minutes on the shot and had said, without any expression at all, that he would need me to be exactly right about the angle, because Kenji was never going to stop, not for a year, not for 10. He would have come after Luca across every continent on this planet until one of them was finished, and he would have brought the whole apparatus with him every time. The only way to take a man off that list is for him to be dead in front of witnesses, in a war zone, with an unexplained shot, in water, in front of 9 boats and a frigate, and a man on an open radio channel shouting who fired. We picked him out of the sea 11 minutes later, and he was extremely angry about the whole thing, and his ribs are still not right. And Kenji, standing on a dock in Teddington with pieces of a helicopter in his back, has spent every day since believing that somebody took Luca away from him before he could. He has sworn to find whoever did it. He is going to. I know that. I have looked. That night, I went down to the sick bay with the case I had brought from Shanghai and had not opened since. Alan was sitting on a table with his boots off because he had spent 11 hours on a steel tower, and even he has limits. Take your shirt off. Why? Because Lin Zhou made you a promise. He did not move for a second. Then he took his shirt off, and I looked at what 14 years had done, and I would like to say that I have seen worse, and I have not. The mechanism is simple to describe. His system had been instructed to accelerate development, and it had been given no instruction about where to take the resources from, so it had taken them from duration. He was 26 years old and running at a rate that finishes at about 29. I had built the compound in a rented flat in Shanghai 8 months earlier, before I knew he existed, because I had needed to fix what I had done to my own liver. It took me 40 minutes to modify it for him, on a table, at sea, with the ship rolling. Left arm. What does it do? It changes the number. He let me put it in. How long did I have? 2 years and about 4 months, and you knew that. And now? I did the count. That is one of the very few genuine pleasures available to me. I do not get to see the change on most people, because most people never find out, and the ones who find out are usually being told something they do not want to hear. 20, I said. 2 more courses over the next year and I can probably get it to 40. I am not promising 40. I am promising 20. Alan sat on the table with his shirt in his hands and did not say anything for a long time. Then he said, "You did it, not him." "He made the promise," I said. "I only did the work. Do not spoil it for him." Eleanor found me on the afterdeck about an hour after that with a bag of oranges. I have no idea where she got them. There were no oranges on the manifest of a French naval patrol vessel, and I've never asked, and to this day, I am fairly sure she took them off the wardroom table while 40 men were getting into the boats. I sat on a coil of rope in the dark and ate 3 of them. "You are supposed to be resting," she said. "I am." "You have been staring at the water for 40 minutes. "I am looking at the moon." She followed my eyes up, and there was a thin one, and she looked at it for a while and did not see anything unusual about it, because there is nothing unusual about it to see. 12,831 years, 4 months and 19 days, and now some hours. There were 4 of them up there in the spring. There were 7 of them by the time we came out of the channel. I have not told anybody that. I did not tell her that night, sitting 8 feet away from her with an orange in my hand, and I have not told anybody since. Here is where I was, 16 months earlier. I was a boy with an official intelligence quotient of 50, standing in a village lane in Henan, being spoken to very slowly and clearly by a policeman who was fond of me. I had never left the county. My whole vocabulary of the world was a persimmon tree, a water barrel, and an old man who asked a god every year to make me healthy and did not bother asking for anything else because he had given up on anything else a long time before. And on this particular night, I was standing on the deck of a stolen French warship in the western approaches, and the only two things I actually wanted out of any of it were done. My grandfather is not going to die of that disease. He is going to die at 120 of being 120, and he still thinks a country doctor named Shujo fixed him, and he still tells that story to anybody who sits down near him. That was the whole job. Everything else has been the overtime. But that is not where it ends, and I would be lying to you if I let it end there. Because there is a communicator on the wrist of a man who was the Emperor of Messiah for 19 years, and the pattern on it says that a Freemason of the 32nd degree, Nirvana rank, Phoenix Group, named Zhang Tao, has taken operational command, which means that as of this month, I am, on the enemy's own establishment, an officer of the organization I intend to take apart. I am in their structure. I am in their pay grade. If I want a man moved, I write it. If I want a man audited, I write it. And the operation I invented to explain myself, the one that Kaido repeats with shining eyes to anybody who will listen, is called Rebirth from the Ashes, and it consists of using Messiah as a blade to cut out the rot inside the Illuminati. I made that up in a wood in about 90 seconds to save myself an argument. I am now going to have to do it, properly, for years, because 31 people believe in it and one of them reports to St. Sun Island. There is a man in the water off Teddington who has sworn to find the person who took Luca from him and who can run 100 meters in 9 seconds and lift 1,750 kilos, and who has never once in his life failed to arrive. There is a physicist in Cambridge who is going to stop being human before Christmas, and who is expecting me to keep my end of that. There is a star 724 light-years away that stopped existing 689 years ago, and the light of it is already most of the way here, and it will arrive on a perfectly ordinary afternoon in 2045, and the sky will be the most beautiful it has ever been in the history of this species, and I am the only person alive who knows the date. Not one of the 8 billion people under that moon has any idea, and I cannot tell them, and if I could tell them, it would make it worse, because I have run it 3 times, and Unity brings it 33 years closer, so I am going to build a ship. One ship. It can be single use and it can carry one person, and the person is going to be me, and I am going to walk into somebody else's civilization from the bottom with no name and no papers and no species, and I am going to climb, and then I am going to come back for my planet. Anyway, that is what I did with my summer. I have 36 years, a stolen warship with about 2 days of fuel in her, 31 people who are convinced I have a plan, an enemy who has just promoted me, and an old man in Huazhuang who is at this moment arguing with a neighbor about melons and has absolutely no idea that any of this exists. Eleanor asked me before she went below what I was going to do next. I peeled the last orange and told her we were going to need somewhere to put a shipyard.